Oh. What pants?
Actually, nobody can hear me. There we go. Hello, hello, sweaty people. Yeah, I have my mic muted. What am I gonna do? Fuck you.
So the
Fuck
first
you
thing
all.
they heard on the stream is what pants?
Yeah, that's all they said. Yeah, I'm basically just sitting here sweating in my pants, trying desperately to keep cool somehow. And Maggie's virtually naked, which is fantastic.
Cam.
Did you say pictures or it didn't happen?
No, just turn on the cam. I mean, the audience is not going to see it.
If I turn on the cam, my friend, you're just going to see me.
Well, turn the cam so we can see her too.
You don't want to see me naked. Only Maggie wants to see me naked. I don't understand why.
No, you turn the cam so we can see her.
Come on, Robin.
You just stick to the microphone. We don't want to see you naked either. I don't think even you want to see you naked.
I am pretty much sticking to the microphone right now. It is a sticky old day, isn't it? Really, I don't know how it is out there for you right now. You're in the other part of
here too.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, hey, I'm a brown person. Like, I'm used to it. But you pasty people, especially the Brits, like, yeah, I don't know. The temperature increases by 1 degree, and you're melted already.
Well, what's the temperature right now? What's the temperature right now? Let's be really British and talk about the weather.
All right, it's 36 degrees, or no, 34.
34 degrees where you are right now, yeah? 24 degrees Celsius here, mate. That's mental.
34. 34.
Yeah, and we're 24. That's crazy for us. Humidity at 64.
It's 1 a.m., 34. I mean, yeah, the highest temperature tomorrow is going to be 43 degrees.
I agree, Fancy Cat. No one wants to see me naked. But it went up to it's going to go up to 29 degrees on Thursday. I don't know how I can cope with that.
What?
I think today was 35 in Italy.
That's spring weather for us.
It was.
And there's a reason why I don't live in Dubai.
It's 27.
Yeah,
I'm not dying. Like, I'm not used to that sort of...
guy who
You're not used to the
guy
sun.
who lived
Yeah,
in
like,
Dubai.
fuck. I was dying because I was out all day in Dublin. And
Oh, you're Irish, you don't
There's
get
a guy who has
Yeah, he
lived
gets a
down there in
suntan from the
Dubai.
Northern
I can
Lights, he
say
does.
that, yeah, it's not.
So yeah, just to sort of like give everybody an idea of what I really wanted to have a little chat about was really, it's 6 months in, so it's half-time oranges for everybody.
Nice.
So just sort of like have an idea of what the fuck has just happened over the past 6 months of 2017. Been somewhat of a wild ride.
It has.
Hasn't it always?
It just
Since
gets,
2014, mate. Since 2014, it's never stopped. It's
yeah,
never
it
stopped.
is getting. It does feel wilder as we go along.
Well, we had some slowdowns every now and then. You gotta admit.
Well, I mean, yeah. Let's have a look at January, for example. I mean, this is after obviously the Brexiting.
The Brexiting, yeah.
After the Brexiting, after Mr. Trump getting elected in America, of course.
It's been 6 months. God damn.
A little more than that. He was obviously elected in, I believe it's November. But then they have a little period of where they're kind of handing over, a bit of job training.
No, I'm talking about the inauguration. The inauguration was in January, and God, yeah,
Yeah.
life.
But then there's this sort of handover period. So I mean, January we've got all kinds of nasty. Should we go through this? I mean, we've got basically world events on Wikipedia, for example. We can have a look at, and it's mainly to do with things that are actually important, rather than most of the social media wranglings that are running around today. I'm well and truly established as a pariah in the skeptic community, which I feel quite happy with, really. Fuck those guys. Why are you doing hanging around me for, Habib? You're gonna get yourself in trouble, man.
I don't care. I hang out with everybody, and yeah, I mean, I talk to you now, and probably later, I'm working with Crouch on a video. I'm not collaborating, but I'm kind of like checking stuff with him, and also helping Sargon with another video. So it's fine. I talk to everybody.
Yeah, tell Crouch he's a Nazi from me.
I shall.
And it's his own fault for hanging around with Nazis, because that's how it works.
So yeah, I mean, fuck. I mean, yeah. To be honest, yeah, I did get a few. I do get a few people that just spurg on me for hanging out with people that they don't like. I get it for whenever I hang out with you, Spino, or even Kraut. I'm over.
But this
it.
is this is the thing that sort of like winds me up when it comes to Kraut. I was like, I've been nothing but friendly to the guy, and then he's just like turned on a dime on some tiny rumor that I'm some sort of influencer, and I'm trying to basically turn us all into SJWs. And it's like, at no point did the guy ever say to me, you know what, Rob, let's have a chat about this. What are you doing? And I'm just saying, dude, it's not as bad as you think. All I had to say. There's a lot of...
Yeah.
This is the problem with the culture warriors out there.
I don't really care much. I mean, yeah, I have people around in my circles that have animosities with one another. And to be honest, I don't want to be put in a situation where I have to defend one over another. I don't care.
It's bizarre. We've got somebody called Latinx it's Lemon. Nihilistic Lemon. I'm just giving you the link now.
Nihilistic Lemon.
Yeah, he's on his way in now.
Another person.
So yeah, come and share your sweaty stories of the internet. It's going to be one of those days. Not really sort of like wanting to have a massive topic to sort of like go down, but leaving it open for pretty much anything in the last 6 months.
All right.
Yeah,
I wanted something
pretty wide, sort of,
Okay, I wanted to ask you something because it's a issue that I sort of started today, and it kind of bugged me that no one from London actually contributed in that thread.
What's this?
I found a small video that someone posted about an iftar party. Party is?
No.
The who party?
Basically, an iftar party is, it's Ramadan now, so basically all Muslims would break fast during, sunset.
Right.
They would just go into the street or in a park or something or somewhere, and would just share their food with the community, no matter what.
Right.
So they were just laying some tarp on the street, sitting on the floor, and just sharing their dishes, and everyone passing by in London and just sharing their food. It was like a street food party.
Right.
And people were pissed. They're like, "This is the destruction of Western culture."
How?
Okay.
Because food festivals don't exist.
Yeah, well, you know what? Those SJWs,
Anyway,
those SJWs
what I
are always
wanted to know
overreacting,
is
aren't
that-
they, mate?
Okay,
So
I wanted to know that. Robin, what I wanted to know is from someone from London, because I didn't know that they had iftar parties in London. Not in the streets anyway. They usually would have it in parks, and it's like the small community would just share it, but not with the wider community. But is this a new thing in London, or did it happen before? I don't know.
I mean, I live in North London, so I'm not that close to sort of like East and South, which is generally where most sort of people live. So when I say most people, I mean, human beings rather than the scumbag that I have to surround myself with. The only reason I'm up here is because the air's better. But as far as those sort of parties are concerned, I mean, as far as food festivals and stuff like that, I mean, yeah, it's all over the shop. Don't really see it very often, to be honest. I've never walked down the street and saw anybody do this, but I don't really do walking down the street as much as I used to. Especially in London, because it's basically you're just choking on fumes. So I'm not really big on that.
I walked down the streets of London just once, and I spent just one day in London and was quite miserable, to be honest.
Yeah, you can. There's like an oil slick in your
London
nose
before.
afterwards, isn't there? You could basically just pick just the bottom of your nose, just that little bit there. Just rub it with your fingers, and you'll have this weird oil slick.
No,
Same thing. It's the same thing in Rome. It's the same problem in Rome. It's just all the fucking pollution.
Yeah, well, Silver Fox said street parties today were to remember Joe Cox, the MP who was shot last year.
Yeah, we got shot, by...
Which had absolutely nothing to do with Brexiteers basically screaming about there being Muslims going to kill us all. It had nothing to do with it. It had absolutely nothing to do with the rhetoric that was being pushed out there. That would be wrong. to suggest it.
Yet you have the same pundits now jumping on the whole shooting that happened a few days ago in the baseball field. Like, yeah, this is all Bernie's fault somehow.
Yeah, well, this is why I don't, I look at this lot and they're just basically,
I mean,
I'm glad I'm not part of that anymore. I tried my best, when it comes to sort of like trying to help Sargon out and trying to sort of like, dude, come on. And it doesn't listen. It just doesn't listen. So eventually you start doing exactly what he does to other people in order to convince them, which is mockery and asking questions. Didn't happen.
I mean, speaking of mass shooting, you know who Tariq Nasheed is, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that.
So you remember when there was a one of the mass shooting in America, and then it was an Indian guy that did it, and then Tariq Nasheed used Stormfront, like literally Stormfront, to try to prove that Indians are white people and that everything is white supremacy.
I mean, he just went off just today on
with cosplay. I mean,
cosplaying Diva from Overwatch, and he's like, no, these guys are just, what did he call them? Bedwenches.
Bedwenches, yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's basically this is why or what happens when you redefine racism. Racism beforehand was like kind of going, why do you like mock somebody for why do you need to exclude or include people based on race or whatever like that? Why have you got to be a dick about it? Now it's like, well, yeah, but racism, no, racism, you have to be a minority in order, I can get away with it as long as I'm a minority.
Minority divided by pi.
Yeah.
Power plus prejudice.
Prejudice and privilege, though. No, it's just prejudice.
No. It's square roots, and they're all like divided by privilege. I don't know. It's a complicated formula, dude. Like Einstein was quite baffled with it. Would break.
Well, you don't need
physics.
to worry about it. You're a minority. You're wrong. I've been experiencing a lot of keltophobia recently.
Well, with the DUP and everything like that, yeah.
They are not Celts. They're not true Celts. I refuse to accept them.
No true Celt. Hashtag not all.
True Celt.
But, can I ask you?
I get called a racist all the time. No, not a racist. I get called an Uncle Tom because I'm still friends with Current T. Somehow.
I got called a sellout by Kuwaitis. So.
What's like an Arabic way of saying uncle?
We don't have it. We don't really have.
You don't have the word uncle.
No, yeah. I mean, I'm a Tom.
This is why your civilization needs to be destroyed.
No, you just like those terms of describing different strands of racism. We just don't have them here because.
No, I'm talking uncle.
We're more
as in, you know what an uncle is, don't you?
Yes, like I said, we can say I'm me Tom, but it makes no sense.
Who cares? It makes no sense calling somebody an Uncle Tom as it is.
Good point.
If you're going to bring sense along to the table, mate, I mean, we might as well just close everything down.
Well, yeah, I have to make sense with things, I mean, I'm trying here.
Bakura asks, Robin, what is your current opinion on the election result? I can give it to you in 3 words. There you go. I'm elated at the election result. I'm a big fan of hung parliaments. I've always been a big fan of hung parliaments, and everyone goes, yeah, but the majority government can't do anything they want to do. And I go, exactly.
Or as
that's
we call
what
it in
I want.
Italy, normal parliaments.
I want them to have to reach across the aisle, reach around on the aisle. Whatever they need to do, they need to actually, work for a living.
The government to reach around?
Yeah, well, they already do that as it is, really. But that's usually just to get them into Parliament.
Let's face it, they just fuck you on the ass and they don't even reach around.
Well, there's 2 of the oldest professions in the world are prostitution and government, and you get fucked either way. You pay a lot of money and you get fucked.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, we just call it Congress here.
So yeah, I was going to ask subjects. You're from the island of Ireland.
I am.
And you're in the northern part of the island of Ireland, yes?
I am not.
You're in the south.
Yeah.
So you don't speak like this.
It depends now. If I'm with a few lads up north, I tend to
The
pick up their accent.
A-R-E.
Nay.
Nay.
Calm down, Brian K.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nobody understands the Northern Irish. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Not
I
even
do,
the Northern Irish.
sometimes.
Do you know what? If you get somebody from South Carolina talking to somebody from Northern Ireland, they have no idea what each one. They just can't. It's like some sort of speech problem that they can't actually. That none of their vowels are compatible. You know, so they just don't understand what either one is saying.
Yeah. I mean, the southern dialect in America does suck. It does.
Yeah, I have a few friends up north, and they don't seem to think anything like too bad has happened.
They never had a unification.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the Troubles and how this is going to be playing with, say, the Sinn Féin, for example, how they're going to play with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, it's sort of, if you imagine, it's doing a deal with the enemy, as far as Sinn Féin is concerned, isn't it?
Yeah, it kind of ruins the neutrality of the purpose of Westminster, basically.
Certainly does, yeah, and that's really one of the more pressing issues for them, I would say, is that you know, we're now in that bizarre state where people who are supposed to broker a deal between those that wish to be loyalists and those that wish to be Republican in the Irish debate. And if anybody doesn't understand that esoteric terms, did you want to explain it, or shall I?
I'll give it a go, and then
give it a go. See what happens.
Republicans are people who want Northern Ireland to be part of the Republic of Ireland, while loyalists are people who want Northern Ireland to stay within the United Kingdom, and then Sinn Féin would be the Republican kind of party, and then the UP would be like the loyalist unionist party.
And said at an actual volume that people will be able to hear.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's best to think about the Republicans as basically people who want to, you know, unite Ireland under one roof, whereas the Unionists wish to keep it disjointed. I know it seems a little bit sort of back to the frontier, but yeah, the Unionists or Loyalists are loyal to the Crown and to the UK. So that their idea of unionism, of course, is to have Northern Ireland still in the United Kingdom.
It's basically like the era, the RDA and the RFA-ism during the Soviet Union, like the Democrats are the Soviet Union during the Cold War, and that the Democrats are the Soviet bloc. So it's kind of funny.
I'm not quite sure where you were going with that one, but I'll just go. Sure.
I was pointing out the contradiction because I know in French, in French we call the two blocks of the Cold War there's a federal bloc and there's a Democrat bloc, and the Democrat bloc is used to designate the Soviet Union. So that's where I wanted to go with the Unionists and the other ones.
I'd like to apologise to anybody watching this right now.
Sorry about that.
Apart from the lack of sense coming out from Nihilist here, it's also for some reason or another the heat is playing up a bit with equipment. I've still got it in winter mode, so it is actually sort of like things are slowing down. It's been a bit of an issue, and I'm trying to resolve as best as I can. But yeah, I'm hoping the animation and whatnot isn't breaking up or anything.
Can I use heat as an excuse for my lack of sense or not?
Worth a shot, mate. Why the hell not?
Okay.
Could you guys put in your Twitter feeds in the side chat there, please, guys?
Okay.
Is it me, or is Twitter running really, really fucking heavy these days?
No, it's just you. It's running fine for me.
It must be me. I think it's the fact that they also put all this live feed stuff in the side as well. Yeah. It's really sort of annoying now.
I mean, I use TweetDeck all the time, so I don't know.
Right. Okay, that probably helps. Get you guys down here. Let's get you on the guest list. So if you'd like to, just chew the fat for most of the year, really, like I said, nice and open. I'm not trying to be all that specific. You can pretty much pick whatever the hell topic you like and come in and tell us all about it.
Not?
Sorry?
Does Milo count or is just social media?
Does Milo count?
Yeah,
that's a question of 2017, indeed.
Does me finishing my A levels count?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about your education.
It's more or less irrelevant right now.
Yeah.
To the point.
Whatever the point may be.
Is Trump gonna get how fast do you think Trump is gonna get impeached?
Here's one. Obviously, recently we've had a little fire, and I'd just like to say to all my Facebook fans and friends, yes, I'm safe. I don't even live anywhere near Kensington. Chill out, okay? I didn't even report that I'm safe, and Maggie. People are worried about Maggie and stuff like that, and it's kind of go. We are well away. Don't worry. London is a big place. Believe it or not. It's about the size of a county. Yeah, it's just really bizarre how, I can understand everybody's sort of upset with all of this. But
Well,
at least
the reason why I got upset with it is that, there were reports before that, yes, that building was a fire hazard.
yeah,
And there's been complaints over and over and over again, and they were just kind of ignored. So
Yeah,
the whole thing could be
random.
avoided if
Yeah.
someone actually acted upon it.
well, there has been some conflicting information out there. Originally, there was reports that there was 8 people had died. Some people have been saying up to 100 have died. There's all kinds of people missing.
No, here's the thing. Right now, because at the beginning it's the confirmed dead, and there's people who are missing. Now, if you're missing under rubble of a building that's been burning for more than 20 hours, I am sorry to be this heartless bastard, but yeah, just declare them dead.
Yeah, at this point I would.
I mean, right now, the last thing that I heard from the police is 50 something. I think 52.
Yeah, I'm looking at
confirmed
about
dead.
58 here
About 50
from
people
the Sun.
Still.
Yeah, the Sun's saying 58. CNBC is saying 30. Lily Allen's saying 100. Metro saying between 30 and 28. So nobody seems to fucking know a goddamn thing.
The police, last confirmation from the London police was over 50 dead, and about, I forgot the figure, but 40 or 50 missing.
Well, it's kind of like a few days after an earthquake. You never know for sure, isn't it?
It is a bloody mess. From what I understand, and from what we can see, it's difficult for anyone to jump out and say, yeah, this isn't the cause of it. When those panels on the outside there, there's basically 2 types of panels that they could have used for the outside there. Yeah, there's the supposedly expensive one, which I think was about £28 per panel, and the cheap ones, apparently cheap, £26 per panel. So if they'd gone with the expensive ones, they would have cost themselves
per panel.
a £2.5 million project or something like that. Yeah, they saved £5,000 by doing this. just let that sink in for a second. For £5,000,
Talk
that's
about pen pinching.
yeah. So if you're wondering how much a life costs, it's about £10. No, sorry, £100.
That's
Yeah,
just-
it's about £100. About £100 per
That's
person.
just,
If you're poor,
I
you're
don't
about £100. Yeah.
like, I don't know. I don't even find it funny or something that I want to mock or anything. Like, I don't even know how to react to this. It's fucking disgusting. That's what it is.
Just laugh about it. It's a good stress reliever. So.
It's pretty
No,
tragic.
I'm blaming you for chuckling a little bit. Like, it's fine. Maybe it's a reaction that you got, but I don't know. It's just bizarre. It's It's just such a waste.
I mean,
Whenever I hear about a tragedy, like let's say a natural disaster or a terrorist attack, there is some reasoning, there is a purpose behind it. There is like, oh, the storm came in, or a terrorist, and you know where the terrorist came from and what their mentality is. And yeah, it's mindless still, but there is a strand of logic there. But this is just fucking stupid.
Oh, this is criminal negligence, mate. There's no other way of saying it. It's criminal negligence.
Yeah.
You think anyone's going to be prosecuted?
No.
No.
Nope.
I mean, it's big companies, so yeah.
Everybody's denying liability. It'll be basically swept around for a while. Nobody knows. It'll be like
Is there an equivalent of a class action lawsuit in the UK?
Yes. Somebody can do that. They will obviously win that case, but there won't be any liability. They'll win that case outside of the court. Everybody knows this. There's going to be a public inquiry about it, but it's just going to be, all the laws are in place, just nobody really paid that much attention to them. That'll be about it. That's how it works. But like 50, 60 people died. Yeah, sorry. They were poor, so it doesn't really matter that much.
In France there was an event that came recently. Well, it's not a grand event, but still important, maybe, in my view. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there was a child murder case in the 80s, and they never found the culprit. You know, the Gregory case. The Gregory case. Some people seem familiar with that or not?
I'm not familiar with that.
So it's basically in the 80s. They found a little boy in a plastic bag on a lake, and they never found the culprit. And this week they just arrested 4 suspects. So.
Well, that's a good thing.
30 years later.
Yeah. The wheels of justice turn slowly.
Yeah.
And finally crush you to death. Oh, they do turn slowly and expensively these days as well. In order for you to actually have like a lawsuit against somebody or whatever, like that, if there's somebody's done you damage like that, you don't get any help. If somebody breaks the law, if your landlord fucks you and you can't actually afford to have a lawyer, tough.
But if you punch a politician, you will get arrested immediately. Like justice gets really fast in those days.
Well, if you punch anybody, you get arrested.
Yeah, but politician is faster.
What? What are you talking about, man?
No, because
Well, they're usually surrounded by police.
Oh.
That sort of helps. If you're gonna assault somebody, try not to have somebody who's usually surrounded by authorities.
Yeah, of course.
So we've got somebody who says, on June 7th, 2005, Jeremy Corbyn voted to exempt tower blocks built before 2007 from requiring sprinklers. Here's 9/11. Let's have a look at this. Did that seem strange? Exempt tower blocks built before 2007. 2007?
Jesus fucking Christ. When was that tower built anyway?
Holy.
Regulatory Reform Fire Safety Order 2005. That doesn't make any sense then. Why would it be 2007?
It's like, anyone who lives in a building that's over 10 years old, you don't have to be safe. Your life is kind of, doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I mean...
I understand if they... Okay, here's the thing. I understand if the... I don't know, maybe we need to read it in detail to know this little detail, but sometimes, like when it's old buildings, they give them a little bit of a longer grace period to get renovated, because it's kind of harder to get renovated. And I can understand that, like, all the other buildings, you have at least 6 months, and anyone who's, older than this date, you have a year or 2 years. I understand that, at least, it gives them some chance to.
Well, here's the issue.
But to be completely exempt is fucking stupid.
Well, here's the issue here, more than anything else, is that you'd think, well, they've got a grace period, it costs money to renovate these sort of places. Fair enough. And I'm sitting there kind of going, so instead of spending, say, a couple of £1 million on actually building sprinklers, You decided to spend $2.5 million on a facade that will make it burn quicker. That's the thing
exactly.
that doesn't make any sense to me. They've kind of gone, this building is a fire hazard, and it's ugly. What can we do? Let's make it less ugly. and by they just made it an even worse fire hazard. That's the freaky bit of it, is that they had the money to spend on renovation. What they did was they basically just painted the outside.
But here, Robin, you don't understand. They're trying to make it look pretty so they can sucker in people and just, well, it looks pretty on the outside, so it must be beautiful on the inside.
It's not even on the inside, it's in between the walls. Like the wall is like 3 layers. One outside layer that's never changed. The inside layer never changed. That goes in between the walls. So that's the insulation that they installed.
No. It wasn't an insulation. From what I understand, these panels were basically just make it look less shit. And there's this plastic insulation.
Even worse than I thought.
Yeah, there's this plastic insulation that basically, pretty much holds it to the wall without it being like solid aluminium, basically. So it's just there to protect the wall and the aluminium from scratching up against each other and damaging each other. And that plastic in the inside there was basically 2 types. One of those types is non-flammable. The other type is not as flammable. It's flammable, but it's not like flammable.
And by the way, it happened before, and we had 2 fires because of such panels in Dubai. We had one in a tower, ironically named the Torch.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Me too.
I remember because there was
and the other one was the Address Hotel. The Address Hotel is in downtown Dubai, one of the most expensive and luxurious hotels in Dubai.
Next to the Burj Khalifa.
It's burnt down during New Year's Eve.
I remember that. I remember we were talking about that, weren't we?
I was downtown. I was I was a few meters away from the thing. It happened.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you thought. What was it? Fireworks that started it, or something, wasn't it?
No, it was some idiot inside that dropped his shisha.
You're fucking kidding me.
Yeah,
Oh
he
my
was
God.
smoking shisha in his room, dropped it, caught the curtains, and here's the thing though, because the design of those, yes, they did use the cheap panels in the outside facade, but the interior of the building was so insulated that you look at the building from outside and you're like, oh my God, this is a huge fire. But inside, it was quite insulated, and the only, I think, if I remember correctly, from the Address Hotel, there was only 1 fatality, and that was because he was trampled on the stairs while running away, and he fell down the stairs.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to know the irony, my father was there a week before with the sort of committee of the railways.
It must be actually quite amazing to be indoors as well, just watching the whole place surrounded by flames. I'm surprised nobody's designing a building to do that, In Dubai, you'd think that they'd give it a shot,
Oh, don't give the Dubaians ideas. They might go
No,
ahead
yeah,
and
you have glass panels, and you basically have a very, very thin bit of glass paneling in there, yeah, and it just basically has fire sort of all around it. That'd be awesome. Let's propose it, Habib. Let's be millionaires.
Oh boy, I can just see the investors from the Khil or the
Let's do it. Let's go see them. Fuck it.
That's a good idea.
These people are idiots. They've got money. I've got an idea, and I'm poor. Let's do this.
If you're gonna put a ski resort in a mall instead of fucking town in the desert, then you're gonna build something like that. Like if you're that crazy.
Okay, the latest project that I got invited to check out, because they still have my number. They still think I'm an investor in real estate for some odd reason. But I got invited to this thing, and I was only able to see the schematics. I haven't seen the real thing yet, but it's basically like a 3-story villa in the middle of the sea, where you get a parking space for your own yacht, and it has a pool.
Because we can. Because we can. That's Dubai in a nutshell, mate.
And it has 2. Not 1 pool. It has 2 pools actually. And the
Dubai
master
in a
bedroom
nutshell.
is underwater.
Yeah.
It's you have a basement there, and it's all glass. You can see a 360 degree old glass all around you.
And who's living there right now?
No, just like they take
Nobody's living there, are they, Habib?
They usually fill up pretty quickly, actually.
It's like,
No, they get bought. But I don't think anybody
yeah.
lives in these places most of the time. I swear, like it basically Dubai is just basically a ghost town with
here's the-
investors buying everything.
In Europe and parts of America, people would have summer houses, and here people would have weekend houses, and that would be a weekend house for them.
Fuck.
yeah, that's normal.
Yes, people have that much money to spend here. Like there is a project by I don't know if it's Nakhil or the other guys, where they have like these super luxurious houses that when you buy one or put a down payment in one, they would give you a Bugatti for free.
Well, that's nice.
Fuck.
That's nice.
And the Bugatti goes with the same color scheme as your house.
That's lovely.
Oh, yeah,
But
I remember watching that.
But yeah, I think all of us combined, with all the income that we generate our entire lives, we wouldn't be able to pay the minimum down payment for that house.
You wouldn't be able to pay the insurance for the Bugatti.
Yeah, Dubai is kind of ridiculous sometimes.
I do
Well,
want to
I
actually
lived there, so
explore.
I know what
I
you
do
mean.
want to go there at some point and just sort of like just wonder at it all. It's a shame that thing fell through for us.
Yeah,
time.
yeah, that would have been nice. Like,
Yeah, no,
those
come
who
on.
don't know,
I lived there.
I was commissioned to shoot this wedding. Well, not shoot with guns, but photo shoot a wedding. And it was a royal wedding. It was a prince from Qatar marrying a girl that I knew. But she broke up with him because, I don't know, reasons. Don't want to disclose that. But yeah, I knew that girl, and
So you
yeah,
have to
she was
see
like, yeah, look at you as a
Bradley
photographer. And I'm like, yeah, we're gonna ask for a huge commission. And she's like, oh, he's a prince.
Okay, we're gonna a fuck huge commission then. That's how it works. But yeah, never mind.
Yeah, how much did we agree to pay? Was like did
I
was
think
gonna
we-
give
I think
Robin,
we-
like
I think we
$1,000
lowballed.
down payment or something.
Yeah, I think we lowballed.
No, that was just the down payment. I was gonna charge for editing as well,
Nice.
so that didn't go through.
Never mind.
It's fine. It's fine.
So yeah, obviously the Express is blaming the EU for these panels apparently.
Some people are blaming the EU. Some people are blaming
They didn't
the.
have sprinklers.
Here's the thing. I've seen people blaming the EU. I've seen some people blaming the conservatives.
They didn't have sprinklers.
I mean, people are throwing blames all around, and I'm just saying, hey, blame the fucking landlord.
Yeah, I mean it's that simple. The landlord is the local council.
Yeah.
Well, blame him then. He has double the blame then.
Well, there's no him.
I mean,
That's the thing.
Didn't Imam of Peter try to blame Muslims in it?
Yeah, because there's one Syrian refugee that lost his life.
Oh.
Be him.
Well, there is some people basically saying that this was some sort of conspiracy to get the building and the residents in it.
Yeah. I mean, if you go to the subreddit R conspiracy, they have the funniest conspiracy theory about it.
I mean, that's a stupid. I mean, I don't know, because in Hong Kong, basically, when the building is just not up to date, they just demolish it and build a new one. That's it.
Yeah, when it comes to, like, someone in the chat said that this building was built in the 1970s. When it comes to buildings that old, it's cheaper, much cheaper and more efficient to just demolish them and build a new one.
But then you've got to move out and rehouse all the people that are already there, you see.
Yeah.
And that's where
here's what
things
you
start
do.
getting problematic.
When you're a smart landlord with, I assume, like a landlord that can build buildings that tall and that big, they have enough money to build another one right aside and be like, let's shift all the people to the other one, build a brand new one, charge them double for the rent, and it'll be filled in no time.
Charge them double for the rent.
No, charge because here's the thing: the old tenants are already relocated. Now you build a better one, like in the old location, and be like, "Hey, this is a better one, and I can
Nice.
charge you
Just
more,"
gentrifying the place, yeah. Nice. Just yeah. Fuck the poor.
No, it happens all the time. Like, okay,
That doesn't make it a good thing, dude. It's like, people used to kill each other over land all the time. That doesn't mean it's
No. You don't get my point. Like, even when you go, like, I want to save money, by not doing it, it doesn't make sense, because they could have done it by investing in a new building that would generate them more money. They could actually go ahead and build the same kind of building, and instead of making, let's say, $50 million a month on rent, they would make $100 million, because right now they have 2 towers in the same area.
Well, 1.5. So I'm just having a look at this. You've seen this business with Dave Rubin recently. Somebody's made a meme about it. It says, someone called me right wing. What do we do? Threaten a lawsuit? Say I'm gay over and over again? Or refute his arguments on the merits? Not going to happen.
It's fun that people hijack the hashtag I stand with Rubin now. Now it's filled with people criticizing him.
Well, this is the thing, you see, that, this is what happens when it comes back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
I mean, the very idea that people like, say, Kazinovich even understand what centrism is.
What? Wait a minute. Cernovich thinks he's a centrist?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, I had only one interaction with the guy, and he tried to convince me that Dubai is built on the shoulders of Cuban slaves.
Cuban slaves?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's going to be a few slaves in there, mate, but at least pick the right fucking the right slave. I mean, that's well rude,
I was just like, what Cuban slaves? I've been here for 4 years. I haven't met a single Cuban. What the fuck, man?
Okay, that's the bizarrest thing I've heard. Labour won Kensington by 45 votes. This fire moved 600 poor people. What's that supposed to mean, Sita? Come on.
I was accused today that I was a Labour voter, and I was like, what? How? Who?
It's like... I don't think he has much of a right to vote in the UK elections, to be frank.
To be honest, before this election kind of aftermath and seeing what people were shouting, I didn't even know the platforms of each candidate. So even if I was in the UK, even if I had the right to vote, I wouldn't vote for either of them, to be honest, because Corbyn, as much as I like him, he's way to the left of me. Way to the left of me. And May, she's a bit of a nutcase.
He's cuckoo.
I'll basically vote for Lib Dem because, you have nothing to lose, right? So why not just vote for something you like?
I think the problem for Mrs. May is that she's not actually showing her cards to everybody. And it's somewhat backfired on her with this. She was doing pretty much the same way that David Cameron was trying to do with this referendum in the first place. He wants to shut up the crazies in his Conservative Party. There are some crazies out there that basically want to, I don't know, restart the fucking empire as far as they're concerned. It's like I don't know how they're going to do this. They're going to go, we're the 5th largest economy in the world. We can we're the 7th and losing that number by the minute. Sorry guys. You're done fucked up here with
and
this.
And also, try going to India that has nuclear weapons and say we want to roll you guys again. They're gonna just nuke.
Yeah, that's gonna harm relations. Let's say that. There are these crazies that are completely sort of like anti-European. For example, they don't, they're not interested at all. They want to turn the UK basically into a tax haven. I don't think that's going to work out particularly well for the UK.
For the financial sector, it would be nice, but it wouldn't really trickle down to anything.
Yeah, only for the financial sector, in fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
And tomorrow is the general election.
The bottom line for most politicians is going to be what's the GDP. The GDP is going to be increased. The financial sector over there is huge. So it's a nice thing to put in their resume to be like, look, we had the economy at this, and now it's this. But in reality, when it comes to like jobs generated, to wealth generated, to standards of living, it's not going to change much.
Yeah, it'll increase a very small minority of the country's richest people's standard of living.
Yeah, but remember, Brexit is for the people.
Yeah. Anyway, back in a second, guys. Just gonna have a cigarette.
Just saying, tomorrow is the second.
Flux a link because he just showed up in the chat.
Oh man, but Yeah, I mean, the funny part is, there's the tram line that goes next to the torch, and the funny part is, I used to take that to go to school, and every time I used to pass next to it, I always used to look up and see like this black charred part of the torch. I'm like, huh, it's kind of like you just see that part, you're like thinking,
you used to live around Marina?
Yes, that was the place. And then I just took the tram, went up to the Norwich village, because that's literally the only route it would go.
The tram. So you were here quite recently, because the tram was open just recently.
Yeah, before I used to just... Yeah, I lived there since 2005.
Okay, sweet. No, okay, do you mean the metro or the actual tram? Because we have a metro and a tram.
Yeah, the tram.
Okay, good.
Before I used to take the metro, but it would take too long, and it's kind of like, ugh. Then I have to take the taxi to go to the village, but then they opened up the tram, I'm like, finally.
So
I've only been on that tram for like 3 times.
It's not that bad. I mean, it's a bit slower than the metro, but yeah.
Yeah, it's slower, it's fewer people, and everybody's staring at each other, and it's like uncomfortable and weird.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah, that's probably transport everywhere.
At least with the metro, it's too crowded, so it's like I don't know, you just melt into the crowd.
Yeah, the worst part about the metro is between, I believe, it's between the Dubai Mall station and the one before it, going towards Ibn Battuta. That's like the worst one because
I used to live in Discovery Gardens, but now I live close to the financial center, or what they call it. I live in the Mayor's Towers, so.
Yeah, hold on, I'm just. I forgot the name of the station, but hold on.
Emirates Towers is like I'm like 2 stations away from Dubai Mall.
All right.
So I'm not
I
far
remember that.
downtown.
So yeah, tomorrow there's an election in France, but nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, well, you already had the Le Pen versus Macron thing.
Yeah, but this is the legislation, so normally it's more important because you elect your deputies. I mean,
yeah, it's like
it's like the UK system, but with two turns, and that the executive system is just mostly for the show. So.
Yeah, I mean,
I get it, but you know, it's always about the president or the prime minister. Those are the things that about.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Business Bay metro station before Dubai Marina, before Dubai Mall, and then you have Noor Bank in the middle, and then you have the other one called First Gulf Bank. I mean, between Noor Bank, First Gulf, and Business Bay, there's such a long time to wait. And when you're standing up, it's just painful. It's just
okay, just 1 second. Hi guys. Determined Lad and Random Stuff. Yes, you can join. Just send me a link on either Minds or Twitter. Just say hi, and I will send you the link that away. Only 50.
I mean, I really liked it in Dubai. It's just that, yeah.
Well, right now, I mean, I like living here. It's fine. I just got bored of it, you know. It's been 4 years.
It's just skyscrapers and sand at that point. It's kind of like, I mean, the only...
I was out last weekend, and I'm just like, people are like, "Oh, it's kind of exciting. You're living in Dubai," and I'm just like I met this British dude, a guy from Canada, and I was hanging out with this Kazakh girl, and they're all like, they've all been living in Dubai for less than a year. They're all excited about it. I'm just like drinking my beer, and I'm like, stop. It's just a city.
Yeah, I mean,
get over
it. Well, it is somewhat of an impressive city by comparison to most. You know, whenever anybody thinks about Dubai, they think about these ginormous buildings that are just like, you know, steel vanity projects, really.
I lived in big cities ever since I was 19. I lived in Hagbard, which is like the 3rd largest city in the Middle East. Now Dubai, and before that I lived in Vancouver. And with all the travels that I did, you know, I stopped through a lot of large cities as well, and they just melt together into this samey kind of thing.
I mean,
it doesn't impress me anymore.
The big cities, they definitely look a lot.
I mean, the one thing about
villages.
when people used to tell me what's the most exciting thing to do at Dubai, well, watching a new skyscraper being built. That's the. I mean, I used to go to the mall a lot, but then after a while they kind of all melt. They're kind of all the same. It's kind of the same shops.
Yeah, I was.
The beach, you can only go to.
I mean, as an engineer, you know, if as an engineering feat, you look at the Burj Dubai, for example, and I remember basically following it being built. So, you know, it was a very impressive building just from the outset, and to actually have it finished like that. You know, yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I'd probably, you know, be very touristy if I got there and just kind of going, oh, wow, for a while. And it's like with anywhere.
My favorite thing to do whenever I'm in that part of town is, and I know that those who are in Dubai would kind of relate, I would go to the Dubai Mall, and that's right next to the Burj Khalifa. And when you walk to the back, you just go into this big artificial lake, and that's like separates the mall from the Burj, and on the other side there's another mall. And that's where most of the tourists just gather around, because on the other mall, on the other side of that bridge, there's a lot of like fine restaurants and a nice hotel. And you just see, because most of them would just go out from the mall, and that's the first glance at the Burj Khalifa, and they're all like, oh my God, this is impressive. And they start kneeling into the floor trying to get a photo with their little phones, and to get like the entire tower in one frame.
It's impossible.
They can't really get it.
Yeah, possible.
I mean, at one point, there is a restaurant where you can go up with the elevators underneath the Dubai Mall. We actually went up there, and it was so hazy, you couldn't see anything. It's like, why the fuck would people want to live on the top of the tower? You can't see jack shit. And it was so hot.
I did have a job interview in the Burj for a photo job, and it was this executive that wanted some photos of her for her Tinder account. I kid you not. She hired a photographer for that. I charged her some obscene amount. She paid it happily. And I'm like,
Holy shit.
Fine. I don't mind.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Abib, it's an impressive tower, but living on top there and it's just always hazy, it's kind of like, what the fuck would I want to live here? I can't see anything out there. There's always this weird haze during the summer.
Like, during the winter, like, sometimes it gets so clear and you can see as far as the eye can see. It's kind of impressive.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Hey, have you guys ever been to the CN Tower?
The what?
It's in Toronto. It's the second tallest building in the world, and they have this floor at the top where it's just made out of glass. And you can see all the way down.
Oof.
I've been to the Russian one.
I've been to the. There is something similar in the Twin Towers in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. I've been to.
There's something similar in Macau too. So
there's something similar in Moscow as well. And when we lived there, we actually went there. It was just really weird. It's just, where's the floor?
I spent most of the time in Moscow on the Red Square. I love the Red Square. It's just a weird kind of like, this is old Russia. This is the USSR and pre-USSR Russia. And next to it, there's a McDonald's. I loved it. Yeah, no, we lived there just a few years after the wall fell, and they were trying to modernize, but it was such a poor country even back then. So it's kind of like, it was kind of sad seeing all the poor people outside, especially the children, especially during winter.
And we have Harmless Critter saying, "Oh my God, I found a box of dates in my parents' house. Yes, yes, yes." That's.
But yeah, one thing I really liked about Moscow was the metro system. I mean, it was really nice. You just see all these nice mosaics everywhere.
Oh, you do know why they built it, though?
Well, bomb shelter, you know.
Was pretty much a project that it was a cover-up project because they wanted to build their secret bases underground. And yes, part of it was a bomb shelter as well. Like all those bunkers underground, they were building them on the guise of, we're just building a metro system. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we went to Red Square and saw the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. I mean, this was before the Putin era. I mean, this was still when Yeltsin was in charge. And it was such a nice place. I mean, for my grandfather was really communist, and he also went to Moscow when it was still the Soviet Union. And seeing it after, the collapse of communism, it still looked nice. It still looked impressive. Like, I'm thinking this is a country that still has balls to some extent.
Okay, I've just seen possibly the most impressive golf shot ever. I'll just send that to you there, guys. Check that out. That's amazing. The guy is literally hitting the ball at a 90-degree angle from where he wants it to go. That is impressive. Quite amazing.
Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me.
Dude knows his shit, man. Obviously. How are you feeling about the new Twitter then?
I will get used to it. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Same as the old Twitter with just different icons, as far as I'm concerned. It's about it, isn't it?
Like,
it's like when the star became the hottest, and like people bitched about it at the beginning, and now nobody seems to care.
Yeah, it's just you know.
Change of design. So.
Yeah, I don't.
Here's the thing. Like, what annoys me about it is that we have a lot of things that we need Twitter to fix, like an edit button.
No, that would be abused like you wouldn't believe.
Nice.
Look, if you want to,
make it available for the first 30 seconds at least. I think that's a nice compromise. 30 seconds.
Or just fucking delete your tweet and retweet.
It's annoying.
It's that simple, though.
Yeah, it is annoying.
I just think it's the same thing happens on. I've seen it before, where somebody will delete a tweet, and then you're basically stuck anyway. I mean, I see a lot of people who will post like docs and things like that, and then delete their tweet. Well, rude.
Yeah, that's.
So the thing is, whatever happens, there's all kinds of shit. And imagine somebody's answering somebody's question or whatever like that. And you know what Twitter's like? It's like near instant a lot of the time. And if you're, say, a figure that's got a lot of people following them or whatever like that, you say something, and then you've got all these people answering you. And all you've got to do is just change it. And then they're answering a question that isn't even there at that point. Or, you can now claim that somebody is misinterpreting you.
Yeah,
so,
like I said, if you make the edit button to be available for only 30 seconds, and
that's still enough.
Anywhere else, you have like this little tag next to the tweet going like, "This is edited," and it'll be fine.
Why do I follow people who drop dogs? I don't follow people who drop dogs, but I've seen it pointed out by other people, which always makes me laugh, really. But what I mean is that somebody will dock somebody and then they'll just delete the tweet. So they've got the information out there, somebody's seen it, or like that, and that's enough. But, there's a story. I don't think there's any perfect system when it comes to this sort of thing. And that's sort of the issue, because whatever you're going to give, you're going to take away from somebody else. Whatever you take away from somebody else, you end up giving somebody some new issue. If you want to have a look at that shot there, there's it popping up on Twitter there for you. That's quite the amazing golf shot there. So, how are we feeling about? Are we taking bets on how long before Trump is impeached at this point? I think it's
by 2018, mid 2018. Give him a year.
You reckon it's going to take a year?
Yeah, because the U.S. I mean, here's the thing: the case is going to be built in no time, and it's being built right now. But the way the U.S. the bureaucracy in the U.S. takes forever to take action.
Because he's just actually had that. They've actually decided to actually start an investigation on him now for obstruction of justice.
Even with that, it's going to take about a year. That's my bet.
So he wasn't being investigated before, and because he basically tried to jump in and stop people investigating people around him, he's now being done for obstruction of justice.
And and all the fucking Trump fans are going, "Oh, this is treason! It's the fucking establishment trying to take him." Sorry, he's fucking. He did something wrong. I'm sorry.
Even his cabinet, they're. I like how they. I forgot which article it was, but the Washington Post. They interviewed some of them that they didn't want to be named, and they were like, "So what do you think?" They were like, "We just want to get him away from Twitter."
Just stop. Just delete his Twitter now.
That's his direct link to the people, though. Which is...
I mean, even the people around him now are going like, yeah, just get him out of Twitter. And yeah, by the way, Silver Fox, I did hear this a lot from people. People going like, but Hillary. They still are using it like, but Hillary. And I'm like, this is not but Hillary anymore.
There is no Hillary to butt.
If people were telling me like, but Pence, maybe we could have a conversation.
But now instead of but Hillary, it's now but left.
No, here's the like. If even the left has no power at all over there. Like I said, if they were coming at me with like, what about Pence? Then yeah, we would have a conversation there. And I think in a lot of ways, Pence can be more dangerous because imagine with all that narrative, with all that rhetoric, you have to deal with someone who's an actual politician. It's going to be 10 times more dangerous.
Oh well,
yeah, we
he's having to get his own lawyer now, and it gets even weirder. Trump's lawyer has now commissioned a lawyer.
Did you know that,
I shit you not, guys. I shit you not. Yeah.
Spokesperson.
Yeah. Trump's lawyer now has a lawyer.
7 of the biggest law firms that he approached refused to take his case. Like, when did a lawyer refuse to take a case?
Well, from what I understand, they were saying that a lot of them are basically saying they don't trust him and they don't think he'd pay.
Exactly.
No.
So, in other words, they don't expect him to tell the truth to his own lawyers, and they don't expect him to pay his own lawyers. That's why you get, all you're going to have is chances. That's the only people who would want to represent him,
Definitely what ifs.
Yeah, I mean, I do call him the skeptic community's favourite thinker, for good reason.
Well,
yeah,
what is it at this point? Infinitum D chess?
It's just
Do we go beyond infinity now?
Well, this
is chess. I mean,
this is what happens when you. Yeah, I'll say it before, and I've said it again. But there's a few skeptics out there that seem to basically kind of go, let's have a look at what the consensus opinion is. Oh, right, okay, I'll not say that then. They literally just look at the, kind of going, oh, what? All these people agree? Well, they must be wrong. It's got to that point now. It's like it's like this. It's almost like an anti-fallacy. In the sense that they're basically kind of go, well, people agree on something, so, we can't have... That's a fallacy, isn't it? Appealing to the majority. It's like, but appealing to the minority isn't any better either.
Yeah.
It's like you're committing the fallacy then.
Yes. There's a lot of people committing fallacies these days.
Yeah.
Especially a certain someone on Brexit who thinks that we should just ignore soft Brexiteers and anti-Brexiteers and just focus on the hardline tiny minority that are crazy.
Yeah. I mean, before I went for my cigarette, I was sort of mentioning this, so I'll really just lay it down. A lot of people have been saying that the reason that Theresa May wanted her a larger majority was basically, because then she can get away with murder, she can have the hardest possible Brexit and all this sort of thing. I don't actually agree. I think she's playing a slightly longer game here, in the sense that I suppose probably the better way to describe it is it's almost like a punishment. It's like kind of go, oh right, this is what you want. Okay, then we'll go for it. We'll go full on. This is how it's going to feel. And what it's done is it's sort of playing a bluff game with her most extreme members, and then of course she's going to the electorate and saying, I need to get more people here, because at the moment I'm at the behest of the very, very craziest of my party. Now she's even more at the behest of them. When you've got that tiny minority, they were small beforehand. Now they're big because there's less members of the Conservative Party within the House. So now those zealots now have an even greater say within the Conservative Party. So her only options for her to have, just a sensible Brexit. Forget hard, soft, white, green, slack, loose. I don't fucking know. It's just stupid fucking buzzword names, really. But having a Brexit that makes actual economic sense, all that sort of thing. You've obviously got all these hardliners that are basically kind of going, it's we've got to cut the cord. All this, it's like, guys, you really have no clue as to what the relationship that you have here. I think Theresa May realises this, and I think she was hoping to get a majority so that she didn't actually have to listen to these crazies. Now her only option is to go across the aisle and talk to people like Jeremy Corbyn.
It's the side with the yeah.
She has to now.
But then there's crazy. But then there's crazies in the Labour Party too.
Absolutely, yeah.
They're calling her to get her out. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Well, look, it doesn't really matter who at this point. Thanks for coming, Boris. Yeah, it's at this point, whoever goes to I'd throw it if it was me, and somebody's kind of going, you're going to be responsible for sorting out a divorce where you've had basically about 30-40 years of stable relations. You've been able to cut down your administrations a lot by not having to worry about, say, agricultural policy. If you have a look to, say, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, which is now called DEFRA, I believe, they have cut a lot over the last 30 years. A lot of administration, because they don't need to, because you've got the Common Agricultural Policy. Now what's going to happen is that you now actually have to employ a buttload of people in order to do a UK-wide only cultural policy. And this goes across almost every single department within the UK as well. Anything that we could actually defer off to Europe, we didn't have to spend money on as much. So now we're basically going to have to double up on our administration within the government. So it's going to cost a lot more money to just run government.
Sovereignty. But remember, put more sovereignty.
Somebody's saying I'm giving her too much credit. This is somebody who managed to basically claw their way to the highest echelon of power within the UK government, mate. I think you might want to think that this person can think past a couple of moves. She wanted to get voted out because she doesn't want to fuck her own country over. No. I don't think she wanted to get voted out. I just don't think she's a particularly good. What's the word? I think she's better in her own party, but she's not so much better outside of her own party. So she doesn't do criticism well. She's been somewhat coddled through most of her political career. So she doesn't really do campaigning particularly well. Corbyn, however, is a seasoned campaigner. He's very good at
career politician.
If you want to call it that. I mean, most politicians are career politicians. It takes a long time. Politics is for politicians. I mean, look at, say, Trump, who isn't a career politician. This is what happens when you decide to vote for somebody you want to have a drink with. You end up with a fucking drunk. But when it comes to Theresa May, I don't think she's necessarily all that big on a massive, heavy Brexit where everything just throw it all away. This whole business of no deal is better than a good deal. I think she's bluffing. I think she's just bluffing that in order to basically look as if she's going to be really strong in the thing. And when she gets there, I think it was.
And the EU is calling the bluff.
Well, I think it was Paxman who said it best. He kind of goes, the Europeans are just going to look at you as though you're a blowhard that's just going to basically, run at the first sign of fire. So. No, I don't think that's true, Sita. You say that if they won by a landslide, there would be a more Eurosceptic pro-hard Brexit. I don't think that's the case. I think that at the moment, because she has such a slim majority, she was at the behest of a small minority who could just rebel at any point. There's sensible people in European British government. There are, but there's also these crazy hardliners who just aren't quite crazy enough to be UKIP. That's all. They're just that hard line, but they just think, the UKIP as a basically xenophobic racists. So, you know, they just can't necessarily go down that Kool-Aid drinking session. But they're still in the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party is not a monolith. Far from it. They are a very disjointed bunch. They do very well when it comes to showing a united front, but behind the scenes, yeah, they're very, very disjointed. The Labour Party are much more publicly disjointed.
Yeah.
I find.
Yeah. What do you think about Nigel Farage going back into politics? Because he said he might.
Well, what, him going back on another promise?
Seems like a normal day in politics to me.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the guy's, you know, he got what he wanted. I mean, you know, I'm not quite sure where he's going to go. It's I think the last time he was running, he ended up getting voted out. So, what are you going to do? They were under investigation, the people who actually did this, but they have been exonerated. So a lot of these cases against the Conservative Party have been dropped. I'm not 100% sure as to why, whether there wasn't enough evidence, or they've managed to excuse said behaviour, or I don't know, some dealings. Don't know. Simply don't know. But yeah, he didn't win his own seat. So this isn't somebody who has necessarily got the will of the people on his side, to be honest with you. He tried to pick the safest UKIP seat that he could get. He couldn't get that. So. Sturkor!
Hello!
Good morrow.
Hello.
You're all very quiet.
Well, it's because I've got my microphone in an awkward position. That's all.
Minecraft, mate. Minecraft.
There we go. Is that better?
Nope.
Yep. No reason to use F5 yet.
It'll come. It'll come. Just give it a minute.
Yeah, just give it.
Yeah. I was going to sing "Everything Is Marxist."
Have you got the tune done?
No.
Everything is Marxist. Everything is postmodernist. To the west.
We'll have to work on the lyrics, yeah.
Everything is Marxist.
Bring back the
Everything
patriarchy.
Was mocked so much, I don't remember the original lyrics.
So if you have any lyrics that you'd like to bring to the table, at RSOLGTP, you can come on and talk to this stellar cast and tell us about your day and how hot you are.
I can formulate the chords whilst you write them. I'm not joking, I could.
Yeah, because
He can formulate chords on the fly.
Yeah.
Ladies, my eyes are up here.
Yeah. This is what he says when that's his chat up line. That is.
Avert your gaze from my guitar.
You bring it to the club?
Yeah. I'm the one playing.
You wear it on your back, don't you?
He's a one-man stand.
You're just walking around town. You're right, like, darling. I got a guitar. I can play it as well.
Would you like to string my chords? Boom.
So Habib, don't you find this whole like climate change versus ISIS thing to be quite amusing?
Very quiet. Now you're very quiet. Anyway, you can put your mouth like next to the microphone so you sound lovely like me.
Hello. How's that?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome, isn't it?
Again. What was that?
So what was the question?
So I said, Habib, isn't it quite amusing, to put it lightly, about the whole climate change versus ISIS debate, which is more serious?
Yeah, I mean, I got into this though. I mean, it wasn't really a debate. I was just having a talk with Fox. I was more amused with the kind of people that kept on commenting on the thread. And his premise is that when it comes to immediate threats to the West, ISIS is more serious in the short run than climate change. And I'm saying that no, because climate change is on the increase, terrorism is on the decrease, and ISIS is on the run.
I don't understand the zero sum argument here. It's that somebody saying that one thing is more or less important. It's like kind of going, well, can't we like give them both equal importance here? They're both situations that need to be dealt with.
Here's the thing, Robin. No one was talking about what is like we're going to focus on. He wants to focus on them both, and I don't understand why he is making the argument. To be honest, I don't even know why, but
I think I brought it up ages ago.
What is more likely to kill you tomorrow? In both cases, it's a very minuscule thing. But yes, when even you go into the minuscule numbers, there's a
dangerous driving is a greater risk at this point. If you're going to be talking about immediate death,
other than terrorism and climate change, and I'm just presenting his point here, and I think Fox is going to join us soon because I did shoot him a link, but he didn't come. He can present it better because it's himself. And
it does seem very low tier worry, though. If you see what I mean. I mean, like if we're talking about immediate danger, to who exactly? To the nation? To
to the West in general.
To the West in general.
Yeah.
Oh, focus back. I've got a really cool Habib. I've got a really
F5.
Here it comes.
It's about time.
Here we go.
It's about time.
That just always happens.
Hello. I'm back. I'm back from my brief hiatus.
Come back.
Your brief F5.
My brief F5.
I'm fully refreshed. On the list. Let's get Sturcore on the list. Sorry about being delayed, guys. I had a bit of a nap, and I woke up and I wasn't in the mood. Slightly drunk. Maggie bought some rum back, and I went a bit over the top. And I'm sorry, Maggie. We were going to have cocktails, and it's my fault. But
correct.
It was spiced rum.
But I've noticed a pattern with loads of richer YouTubers' narrative of saying there's something threatening the West, and then they've got shitloads in their Patreon. Like everyone uses that narrative to push some sort of like agenda to get their point across, rather than debating the topics.
No, being an alarmist, here's the thing about being an alarmist, and I don't think like most of the YouTubers are in there just to be like, I'm going to be an alarmist just to fill my Patreon. I think they're more likely to be victims to the alarmist narrative that's been woven by
the big alarmists
or whatever. Oh no, they are being an alarmist, but they're more like being a victim to that by someone else. They're not weaving that narrative out of nothing and be like, I'm gonna be an alarmist so people can give me my Patreon money. I think most of them are.
I think it does play a part in people's thinking. I've often, people when somebody says, they're sort of like fighting the good fight and all that sort of thing. I remember seeing this within very untalented people. And it works something like this. Did you want to go into fashion? Yeah, but I can't sew. We'll say that it's feminist fashion then. Instantly, you've suddenly got this extra little chunk of what's the word? No. It's not so much money. It's more along the lines of suddenly you've got a little bit more credibility.
Capital.
If you will,
it's more social capital, let's say.
In other words, if you're just basically a talentless twat who doesn't really have anything to do or say, you can just parrot a particular line of thinking from, say, CNN or MSNBC or Fox News, depending on whichever political persuasion that you'd like to pick, and just parrot that shit, and then just say that you're fighting the good fight.
And that's what I think most YouTubers are doing. They're parroting some shit, and some of them actually believe it. Some of them don't. I'm not gonna sit here and judge people. I'd be like, okay, if you're gonna present me with whatever argument, I'm gonna assume that you believe it. But there are some of them that I interacted with a little bit longer than just watching their video, and I don't think that they believe in the shit that they say.
Oh yeah. Well, you and me both. I mean, we've frequented a few circles now, haven't we? And I can tell who's the most obsessed when it comes to what their rhetoric is about, and most of the time, and I've seen this from a lot of you, you know who you are, kids. You know who I've talked to. I've listened to you lot talking. Didn't say much. I say a lot more on the outside than I do on the inside because I lurk and listen. And one of the things that I've noticed from you lot is that you're too busy working out what to do for your next video. And, you know, you keep on sucking the cock of anybody who's got more likes than you, more subs than you. This is your way of clawing up the ladder.
Yeah,
Don't hang around people with 500s. No. Hang around with people with 20,000s. That's how you grow your channel.
yeah, and do collaborations, and then you know, do response videos and blah blah blah.
And then
You have to be current, hip, and trend.
But it's just that I noticed that one saying it's something a threat to the West. It seems to be a common theme between people who are trying to grow their channels. It's like Islam is a threat to the West. I'm not denying them, but like it seems to be that in a microcosm to them. That in context
Only
with every
that.
other thing that happens as well.
Yeah. It's another argument that I got into today, which is, you know, I think it stems from, you know, followers of God Sut, mainly when he went after Bill Nye. Bill Nye made this argument that the instability in Syria can be attributed to some part by climate change. And, you know, when you look at the numbers, when you look at how a lot of the farming areas around Damascus were just decimated by drought throughout the last decade, that's a result of climate change. And that led to the destabilization of the nation in some way. Now, and no matter who I talk to when it comes to climate change scientists or climate change, anyone who is more informed about climate change or activists, saying that that's the only factor. They're not saying that, oh yeah, climate change makes terrorists. They're saying it's a factor that would lead to instability, and unstable countries.
Yeah, but if you're trying to fill YouTube minutes, you don't necessarily take what somebody says in its most nuanced form now, do you? I see a lot of people do this. Is what they'll do is they'll take the words that you've said, and then what they'll do is they'll just either just throw a few out, or just rearrange them slightly in their own minds, and then argue with that. You know, they're just basically a little bit of semantic rearranging, and then they'll argue with a point that you never really were trying to make.
Yeah, I mean, to
you
the
make
point
a whole
where
video out of that.
Even today, when I was discussing this, I mean, it kind of stemmed from my argument. Wasn't even a debate. I was talking back and forth with Fox, and I mean, if you look at the thread, we were not even being serious about it. We're not like looking for gotcha moments or anything. To the point where we ended up talking about video games in the end. Sega CD. Like, that was not a serious discussion at all. But people got so heated to the point where ours was called pretty much an Islam apologist over it. And I'm like, what? Why?
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem that you have, Habib, is that you're going with all this sort of, all this wacky idea of kind of going, maybe we need to understand the problem in order to find the solution. And that would require sort of like, you know, a long drawn out thinking process, you know.
Asking questions,
trying to find answers, and it's all very boring. Whereas, turn the Middle East into glass. It's simple to understand. You can do it in one tweet. You know, it just makes sense, you know?
It's not that. It's not even like turn the Middle East. People were looking for an actual bloodbath between me and Fox in the West, and I'm like,
oh well, there's that as well, of course.
What the hell, man?
The WWF wrestling fans that have just recently found out that it was fake. Now, you know, they're now, you know, they're just kind of sitting there kind of going, really? What? You mean the Dukes of Hazzard isn't real? And now they're on the internet and they're looking for something to watch. So, you know, there's going to be these people. I remember this. I mean, I you know, used to like be outdoors and all this. You know, you'd have a group of friends or whatever like that, and they'd try and start fights, not with each other, but they'd get you to start a fight with somebody else. They'd say, oh yeah, he was sort of talking loads of shit about you. It's like, well then, fuck him then. And then I'll go over to the guy who never said a fucking word and kind of go, yeah, he's saying fuck you. What? Fuck him then. And then you just go back to the other guy. Yeah, he's saying fuck you. And it's like, well, fuck him, fuck you, fuck you. And then it's like fight, and they're all just sitting there giggling to themselves. And this is now it's manifest on Twitter. It's really sad because
Twitter,
most people are in your 20s and 30s. What are you doing with your lives?
Twitter is serious business, yo. If you like a tweet, it's guilt by association already.
Yeah, apparently I'm an SJW because some SJW retweeted me.
Whatever it is, I'm gonna like it.
Yeah, you know, if you like tweets these days, that's akin to you endorsing someone.
Oh yeah, Ralph, how is the fugitive doing?
But Habib, I wanted to ask you about the Gad Sad thing. Do you think Gad Sad strawmanned Bill Nye then?
Yes.
Do you think he strawmanned him in terms of saying that
Yes.
he thinks it's the only cause for...
Yes. I watched a couple of videos where he was discussing whatever Bill Nye was saying, and yes, he's strawmanned him.
Yeah, because some people have strawmanned Bill Nye on his stance against holding corporations accountable to be fined for like their offences against contributing to climate change, and they misconstrued that to something else that made him look out to be even worse just because he had a bad TV show.
What I saw, I mean, his okay. When it comes to his stance on policies, the last time I saw him, it was on his appearance on Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and the way they were discussing the whole carbon tax thing was like, hey, as the role of the scientist is to be like, hey, this is what's going to happen. Whatever comes to policies, what we can do is suggest policies, but it's not for us to decide them. It's up to the politicians. We're not politicians. So for him to suggest like this is one of the solutions and this is another solution, but whatever you're going to find a solution is up to you. What scientists should do is highlight the problem and be like, this is an issue.
But they're not, because they're politicizing. And the moment they highlight a problem, you see, there's somebody out there who doesn't like the fact that that problem is being highlighted, and then they're told to shut up and stay out of politics. That's the thing.
But
I mean,
like,
you know, it's a conspiracy theory by, you know, this is a conspiracy by so many sort of people in government hire, and they're just doing it to keep their jobs. Remember?
Okay, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the I don't know if you're familiar with it, but that's I don't know. I mean, just watch any documentary that would explain it. The thing about the lead industry.
Yeah.
And how you know, I don't remember the name of the engineer that found out that lead was poisoning the entire nation. And yeah, everybody was against him for quite a while. Yeah, what are you talking about? How about we give you this grant and you research this other thing that doesn't matter? Just shut up. And it's the same now. Like the whole thing about climate change, it comes with smearing. It comes with denying the
misunderstanding of facts as well, massively.
Oh, well, it's not a misunderstandanding. It is a purposeful refashioning of the information in order to propagandize. There's no getting around it. This is the well, they are using not only the same tactics as the smoking lobby, but also the same people. So this is, you know,
yeah, they're using the same people as, but you know, there's no one alive from back in the lead industry and the lobbyists, but yeah, they're using the same tactics, the very, very same tactics. And it's a little bit disheartening to see some people I would otherwise consider smart falling into it.
Yeah, but the things with climate change myself is that I understand that it's a thing. I understand the contributing factors, but I don't understand all the ins and outs and the details. And when you get to the nitty-gritty of the details, trying to debunk people who have misconstrued those details is a very long and arduous process, and it's very difficult to discern the two sometimes. Because if I saw like Pothole of 54's latest video, and if you didn't check all the things that this guy produced, like he had like something saying that it's the world, I think you guys probably might have seen it, but like there was a graph saying that this is the history of the world with climate change, and then at the top right hand corner, instantly he spotted that it was just Greenland. And it's stuff like that you need to be very careful of, and I think most people would just accept it as fact. And I think it's difficult to communicate the facts of climate change and and represent it fairly without having a massive background in it.
yeah, it's not something that you can explain in a tweet. It's not something that you can explain even in a 5-minute or even a 10-minute video. And I'm not going to claim that I know all the ins and outs either, but I've read about it quite enough to be able to at least debunk almost the idiots that pretend to be pundits about it.
Sure.
Like, Steven Crowder, I could debunk that guy in my sleep. But when it comes to someone in, let's say, who's a lobbyist, then yeah, I might just take his argument and, like, I would spend a couple of days researching it before I come up with my, with my whatever I'm going to debunk it with my argument. But yeah, the resources are already there. It's just about being able to power through it and read it, because let's face it, scientific papers are boring as fuck to read.
They're not computer games.
No. I mean, I'm reading this book now, and I haven't read any academic book in quite a while, and it's called the Quran in its historical context.
Oh wow.
And dude, like, like, I don't know what they call them in English, like, the bottom of the page when it gets cut and it's like the references like 1, 2, and 3 and what it's referring to. What's that section called?
What, the citations?
Yeah, the citations. When you have the citations under each page and the text in the citations is longer and bigger than the actual text in the page itself, you know that you're getting yourself into a deep, deep rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, I've got the same thing with my music psychology and performance book. Every chapter has got 3 pages of citations.
But yeah, the book discusses all the historical context of the Quran, including how it was written by multiple people, and how some of those people who had a hand in writing the Quran were Jewish. Like, not like Muslims, like not Jewish people by race, but Muslims, but no, actual Jews that follow Judaism.
I didn't realize that people had historically verified the Quran yet. I thought that was kind of taboo and hadn't really been done.
No, it's there's been a lot of studies on it.
Oh, cool.
It's just this is one of the books that are, by the way, banned in most countries in the Middle East. So there you go.
By the way, Yale has 2 absolutely incredible courses in regards to the Bible and the New Testament. So if you go into YouTube, you type in Yale Hebrew Bible or Yale New Testament, like there's an entire series that goes via the historic accounts and gives you what you need to know from a historical point of view.
Cool.
Yeah,
I heard from
F5, please.
Oh god.
F5 circle, please. But what's so interesting about this book is just I mean, I've studied the Quran all my life, and I still read it every now and then. Just I don't know, some parts of it kind of still fascinate me. And one of the things that this book brought my attention is an author centric called Ibn al-Arabi. Now, this guy, he wrote these 4 books where he argued that we exist in the imagination of God. It's not really a reality, and it's all just like a weird matrix, and God is the computer in the middle of it all. And, they just reference those books, but I put them down on my reading list. I want to read those now.
That reminds me of recently when I was watching the Magic Sandwich Show, and I was watching one of the videos with Saiten Brudencape, and he was talking about being red-pilled as, someone who is an evangelical Christian using Christian apologetics and presuppositions, and he was basically saying exactly word for word what being red-pilled about, but being an evangelical Christian. So it puts a whole perspective on being red-pilled for me. Every time someone says they're red-pilled, I just think of that now, because that was way before anyone was making the red pill thing popular.
No, Ibn al-Arabi wrote another book called Al-Insan al-Kamil, which translates to the perfect human being. And he read a lot into philosophy and even into science, like the early science of biology and what it means to be a perfect human being. And then he went around into reading scripture and theology and trying to attribute every single trait into Muhammad himself. And that book reads like a weird theological sci-fi from the 11th century, and it's fucked up and amazing, and I fucking love it.
It sounds so weird. Like,
I know. Hold on, someone knocking my door.
all right. So Pascal, I watched your video recently. It's pretty good.
Yeah, thanks. I put in a lot of time and effort into it.
Mm-hmm. Animations and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't checked out Pascal's video, you should, and it's under the name Pascal Leroux.
You don't need to show my video, buddy.
Oh yeah, dude, you're criminally undersubbed. This guy only has 58 subs, and he talks more sense than people with 600k subs. You should sub to this guy. This guy has got my endorsement until he does something stupid.
By the way, hit F5, buddy.
Oh god. So yeah, Pascal's video is really good. You should check it out, and it's in response to Armored Greg, dear old Gregory.
I actually like Greg as a human being.
Yeah, sure, he's not so bad. But except for the one thing that I don't like about Armored Greg is that he said that he won't engage with people smaller than a certain amount of like subs.
Yeah.
So he's a sub snob. He's a sub snob.
Who's a sub snob?
Armored Greg.
Who's Armored Greg?
Armored Gregory, Armored Skeptic.
Oh right, yeah. Well,
he did announce that on his Dave Rubin interview, saying that I don't engage with people like less than like 30k subs.
Yeah. I think that's somewhat of a strategy for a lot of these guys. Is that they're only looking up.
Decided it.
Yeah.
They probably decided it as a group thing, sort of like, what's the point of engaging under the 30k sub mark?
Yeah. Well, this is what happens with populists. You know, this is the only way that they're now insulated. They've now insulated themselves from the people that they supposedly represent. And this is where you end up, I'm afraid. I mean, it goes in. Carry on.
I was just shilling Pascal's channel because he's only got 56 subs. He deserves a lot more for his content.
Well, I can, it's up to the audience here. There's a few hundred of you that watch these videos regularly. Pascal is terrible at animation, but he does actually have at least a decent script.
Yeah.
How is that animation that you were trying to do? I think you're trying to make a plane go across a star field, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I mean, to me, that's conceptually just an abortion already. But that's up to you. I mean, that's what planes do. They fly in star fields. It makes so much fucking sense, doesn't it?
It's the Avro Arrow. I was addressing another Canadian. I thought it would have been funny.
Such a skeptic, very wow.
It's a subtle joke.
Skeptic TM.
No one on the left calls themselves a leftist. That's right, it's a pejorative, and people who are not on the left to lump all the left with extremists.
Oh, have you heard of the term rightist?
Rightist?
No, I'm just saying in comparison, you haven't heard of the term rightist, have you? No one goes around saying, "Oh, you're such a rightist."
Yeah,
they get a free pass.
Well, I've often said this. There's a lot of cuckoos in the nest running around here, folks. A lot of people who say, "Oh no, I'm a left-wing person. I just don't like all these cultural Marxists running around on the left." And it's like, really? What now? Now you're upset. It's like, they've always been there, mate. I don't know if you noticed. They've been there pretty much since Marx. And yeah, so you are now upset that a right-wing talking point is now your talking point.
Do you remember like everyone's going under the banner of free speech, but then when there's someone like Amos Yee who's so pro free speech, and everyone was supporting him because he was fighting his oppressive government, but then he comes out as someone who wants child porn legalized, and everyone's like, whoa.
Well,
so like you gotta. I would be like that as well, but like I'm just saying, everyone seems to band together with the wrong people just because of free speech.
Well, that's the thing. Free speech is the new punk. It is always the place to go if you want to have your idea pushed. If you're not in, if you're not in the free speech game, then your idea will never get anywhere, because that's where the defense kicks in. You need people to defend your idea, and the only way to get people to defend your idea is to have it oppressed in some fashion or another. So when somebody says that's an abhorrent idea, somebody doesn't counter it by saying, no, it's not an abhorrent idea, it's actually a lovely idea and here's why. No, they kind of go, well, he has the right to say that. And it's a complete negation of even really logically sort of countering. This I call it the Israeli defense. And it's like kind of going, yeah, Israel, do you want to maybe treat Palestinians a little bit better than you're doing at the moment? What do you think? What, Israel shouldn't exist? It's like, no, didn't say that. And if you keep fucking asking me that, eventually I'm probably going to say no. Because I'm starting to get bored of that.
It's also because of like, it seems to be like anyone's a good ally if it's under free speech. But then what happens when those people, when you've given the platform to these people that are full free speech but have really backward views on like anti-vaccine and climate change and all these other things that are detrimental to society, what happens when they get in power because of your platform? And that's my that's kind of like the argument that I would put forward, and no one else is seeming to go, hold on, wait a minute, what happens when these people actually have a bigger platform? I'm okay for people to debate things, but when you give people like bigger platforms, like to say like Milo, who's been to stardom, but his views are fucking abhorrent, and just because he's a bit of an anti-SJW,
that's enough. That's all it takes.
And he's for free speech, it seems to be like, oh, we're just going to ignore his views on how he thinks about like gay people, trans people, and how he views women and how he views his own sexuality, as well as his views on religion and how atheists are somehow stupid.
Satanists, I believe.
Yeah, it's like you'd let all that fly just because you're for free speech. It's just a bit stupid in my opinion. I think like if people should assess what people actually stand for before saying you're for free speech, so you're on my side. They should be going, well, what do you actually believe? What beliefs do you hold? And where are you going to go later on?
Well, the thing is that everybody's on your side when it comes to free speech. There's a very limited amount of people in the world that do not want you to speak, but they don't actually represent the whole in general. When somebody says you can't say that, there's hundreds of people who are going to say, yeah, you can fucking say it. It's disgusting what he is saying, but that doesn't mean he can't say it. And that isn't a defense of what he's saying. It's just merely a defense that he can or cannot say something. That's fair enough. But like I said, it's the first sort of wedge, if you will, of how somebody. And I mean, this is the same thing when it comes to, say, Anita Sarkeesian. The same thing was being said by the left when it came to Anita Sarkeesian. A lot of people on the left were not happy with how she was representing gaming, for example. Yeah. However, all of these people picking on her. So now they have to basically make a choice. I now have to defend somebody that I think their views are ridiculous and stupid, but I'm defending them, the person, not the ideas.
Yeah.
And it pushes people into these corners, you see. This is wedge issue politics right there. I mean, this is Sarkeesian's playing that game. Just like Sargon is, just like fucking V is. They're all playing this game of wedge issue politics. They're splitting people up into herds that they can exploit them for money, fame, whatever.
There's one thing that I found interesting is that people will discuss beliefs when it comes to, like, say, Islam, and they'll recognize the fact that those beliefs can inherently influence a person's paradigm and decision-making process. However, when it comes to Catholics of the West, that doesn't seem to be a factor anymore. Like, I don't hear people talking about that, how like somebody who has a religious predisposition might not believe in a certain idea because it goes against their religious beliefs.
Yeah, but they're not bombing buildings, mate. That's the argument, you see. They're not bombing people.
Yeah.
That's
but
it.
They are hiding paedophiles from church to church.
But that's fine because they're not exploding the children.
They are in one way.
Just rectally.
Yeah.
I think that's
one of us had to go there, mate.
I'm just in a relaxed mood. I'm kind of chill right now.
Rectal explosions.
I think that's coming to a head with the traditionalism that's being pushed right now that you've seen from people like Jordan B. Peterson and Lauren Southern.
I think he's trying. Yeah, I think he's trying to sort of corral the. I don't know if you've noticed this, but this is he does come across as basically just a clever Kent Hovind.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, he's just basically a smarter Kent Hovind. So he is the 21st century Kent Hovind that will be able to get away with it because there's enough credulous idiots out there that are going to buy this bullshit. Beforehand, he had to go to the deep south, and find the most credulous, basically kind of going, I believe God made me into, all that sort of thing. It's the sort of people who sponsor, bill posters that said, the Big Bang? Yes, God said bang and it happened. Crap like that. That sort of moron. You can't... I'm not talking about you, Ryan. It's all right. Hello, mate.
It's okay,
that sort of moron. Oh, hi. No. Yeah. It's the fact that nowadays you need to up your game when it comes to credulous. It's a good thing. It gives me hope because it means that you can't necessarily be that stupid and get away with it nowadays. You've got to dress it up a little bit more, which is good. That just means that we're moving on a little bit. Our idiots are less idiotic. They're having to,
Jordan B. Peterson is enshrouded by his credentials, so people will always appeal to authority when it comes to Jordan B. Peterson because he does have an authority in some areas, but the thing is, the way he decides what's credible is mixed in with all this woo that you can't really tell the difference.
Yeah, isn't he like some sort of, isn't it like religious psychologist or something like that?
No, he's a psychologist that deals with the extremes of psychology. So someone who deals with
clinical psychologist and professor of psychology at the University of Toronto. His main areas of study are the psychology of religious and ideological belief, and the assessment and improvement of personality and performance.
Yes, so basically advanced brainwashing then, if that's the case.
Yes. So in other words, he knows exactly how to do said advanced brainwashing. And has studied up on it.
And he gets paid for it.
Yeah.
And he's got tenure for it.
He's got 50 grand coming through on his Patreon too.
Every month.
A month. $50,000.
What's that times 12? 5 times 12, that's 600,000.
Yeah, I'm going to let you fucking work that out, you lazy fuck. You just asked me what 12 times 5 is.
That's 600. I'm not a mathematician, mate.
You're a fucking musician. You're supposed to be a mathematician.
It's a body. It's a
Shut
body
up!
thing.
Shut up! You've basically ruined it.
That's 60,000.
Don't go and learn music off this man. He doesn't know shit.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm like an anti-shill.
It's more of like, it's with music. It's more like using your body to determine mathematics.
So what is 12 times 5 then?
It's 60.
Okay then. What's 12 times 50,000 then?
It's going to be 600,000.
Yay! Well done.
He's earning,
Jesus Christ! You've just managed first year GCSE maths.
Then he's doing like and then he's got his job on top of that as well.
Yeah.
So he's probably earning close to $1 million a year.
I wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, maybe not quite that close, but close enough. Close enough for us to kind of go. This man is basically making some serious bank. Based on what? Based on the foundation of him, like sticking up to SJWs. Well, this is. This sort of flies in the face of when people think that religious people have some sort of problem when it comes to the wider world. I mean, can you imagine somebody pushing that sort of thing on atheism and getting away with it? Never get that sort of money. It's the religious that are giving him all this cash. What's this campaign? The Indiegogo campaign. I saw something in that. There's an Indiegogo campaign that raised 195,000. Jesus fucking Christ, man. The guy's obsessed with cash. You got 50 grand coming through the fucking door every month, and that's not enough? Fuck me. I saw that on the Wikipedia page that you're scrolling through.
It's like maybe I won't have to produce this. Let me ask my dedicated followers to see if they'll shell out a few bucks. Man, this is what I mean. It's like everybody was sitting there sort of like going on about Sarkeesian sort of milking money out of credulous fools. But it's really about the left and right. It's got nothing to do with the actual behaviour. This is the thing. I was discussing earlier saying that it's probably not such a thing as a centrist. I know you call yourself a centrist, Robin, but like when you go to the ballot, you don't go, I'm a centrist. Where's my party? There is no centrist party, no. Yeah. So when I go to the ballot, I go, let's have a look which one of these people are friends of Israel. No, and oh right, so I'm left with this one. That's pretty much how I vote. So is your voter then? Well, at that point, there isn't really much. It's a sticking point for me to have one particular nation lobbying my own. It seems like treachery to me. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like we don't have friends of Spain. We don't have like friends of France. We don't have friends of Russia. We have, well, unless you're in America. But we do have the friends of Israel, and it just seems somewhat insidious to me. That's all. Chicken and chips. Hello, Reformer King. I'm sure Madagascar could use a few friends.
Yeah, why haven't they got friends of Madagascar in the UK? This is my point. I don't like that, and that means that any policy towards Israel is always going to be suspect. That makes us that puts us in the line of sight for religious fundamentalists. That puts us in that thing. Oh, well, you're siding with them, and you know what? We are. What can you do? So we're all we've done is side with one type of religious fundamentalist over another type of religious fundamentalist. That's all. And that's why I consider that to be a terrible, terrible policy. Yes, somebody says, well, Israel just has an outreach program. Yes, they have an outreach program which basically says to their students, if you want to have your college paid for, all you have to do is go on social media and propagandize the rest of the world on our behalf. Yeah. That's some severe outreach there, guys. And that's your tax. Yeah, that's American tax dollars paying for this. That's the bit that nobody understands.
They reach out to Palestinians with bullets.
Yeah. Well, there's the thing is, it's not just a one or the other. I used to be quite pro-Israeli when it came to this whole business. PLO, Hezbollah, Hamas. All of these different groups are not doing themselves any fucking favors at all. So, take it from me, I'm not keen on any of these people. However, that doesn't mean that I don't think that, say, what the fuck is what are they called again? Israeli Secret Service, Mossad. That's it. Yeah. When somebody asks me about whether I think Hamas is sort of like a terrorist group, I say they're no more of a terrorist group than, say, Mossad. Bombings, assassinations. Yeah, that's pretty much how they roll. So it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, in my mind. However, one of those people has got the bigger stick.
I was just going to mention something about...
F5!
F5!
Do I have this robot voice as well?
You don't know.
No,
But that's good.
I was going to mention something about centrism because of what it actually translates to me to, like the actual meaning of it would be, can't there be a party that just centers around my beliefs?
No, centrism isn't really that. Centrism, as defined by me, which is the only real definition.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, it works something like this. Oh, look, these lefties are making this proposition. Oh, look, these righties are making this proposition. Let's have a look at what they've got to say. Okay, righty, you're correct. Lefty, shut the fuck up, you're wrong. And then a centrist will say, oh, look, a lefty has made this proposition. A righty has made an antithesis for this. Let's have a look. Oh, look, the righties are wrong this time. And then we'll have another situation where you've got lefties and righties making their propositions. Centrist looks at both of them and kind of goes, will you two shut the fuck up? You're both wrong. You both suck. Get out of my face. That is centrism.
Sure,
in other words, I'm not
pretty
beholden
gross.
to these
Actually.
twats. If the problem,
but what I would say is though, when you go to vote, you have to make sacrifices. You can't.
No, you don't.
can't
You
be-
just it's a short walk. It's usually about half an hour. It's hardly a sacrifice. And and also you've also got to remember that your vote doesn't count that much. I find this really sort of like weird that I voted Green this year, okay, because that was the only person that wasn't a friend of Israel. Okay, so that's like I said, that's my sticking point. Yeah, I literally asked her about this on Twitter, and she's kind of going, "No, I don't really do those sort of groups or that sort of thing." And she's kind of go, "Well done, you just won by default." And that is, I'm afraid, that is how people vote. You don't get to choose who you get to vote for. You only get to choose who to vote for. That's it. They're there in front of you. That's the selection. You can't just kind of go, "Well, I don't know none of them. Can I have a different one?" Nope. That's what you got, kids. And that's all that it has. Your tiny little vote is just your tiny little vote. You make up, say, a constituency of a few 100,000 people. You're going to basically be, 0.001% of a vote towards one particular person or another. That doesn't mean that your vote is completely meaningless and counts for nothing. Doesn't mean that if I vote Green, suddenly the Greens are going to take over the country. It just isn't that big a deal. Yeah,
it's like having pennies to the pound.
It's like I said, a lot of people seem to make a lot of hay about when it comes to voting. The people who don't vote at all basically just want a guarantee. They just want a guarantee that their vote absolutely won't count for shit. That's it. That's all that really matters to them. They keep saying it. My vote won't count anyway. It's like, well done for guaranteeing that. Anyone who basically votes for whatever their party is, they seem to think that whoever's voted against them is basically about to destroy the country, or voting for some third party. Well, you're just wasting your vote. And it's like, well, if I vote for somebody that I don't want, isn't that a waste of a vote? Doesn't make any sense, does it? But yeah.
A waste of a vote is not voting.
Yeah, that's the best way to waste a vote, really. What we got? AIU, Dave Rubin and Sam Harris would like a word with you about Israel and Palestine. I bet they would. They just so happen to be of Jewish descent. That seems to swing them a little bit.
Do you make the distinction between Israel and the Jews?
I can. I'm not quite sure about how many Israelis or Jewish people can.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was asking you.
Israel is a country. Yeah, Israel is a country. Judaism is a religion. I think we can all get that one. We can all sign up for that one at least. However, there are a lot of people who. The problem I think with Jewish religion, certainly for a lot of Jewish people, is I meet Jewish atheists. Have you ever met any of these people? Jewish atheist. So it's almost as if they've basically kind of gone, yeah, the whole religious bit about it. No, I'm going to get rid of that. But the religious bit about me being a completely separate race and tribe from the rest of the planet, I'm going to keep that bit. It's like, dude, you may have some tiny bit of genealogy that meant that you were Middle Eastern once. Dude, get over yourselves. You're no different from anybody else. And if you have a look at sort of Judaism has been around for about 2,000 years, and they've been pretty much traveling all over the world. So they've pretty much sort of like, I'm probably more Jewish than some Israelis. What are you going to do? Judaism is also a culture. No, it's a religion that thinks it's a culture. But yeah, like I said, I can separate the distinction. But there's a lot of people that think that I've asked people this before. Do you think Israel is a Jewish state or a secular state? And I've had people actually argue that it's both. And I'm sitting there kind of going, you don't understand what secularism means then, you know?
Well, the state of Israel is actually just a very conservative place, so it's to say that it's secular is kind of a misnomer.
Not all religions are the same. You were shouting at me for implying that a couple of episodes ago. Right. What has that got to do with what I was just saying? I was actually being very quite specific. I didn't say it about anybody else, did I? It is a religion that makes itself out to be literally God's chosen people. You know? Christianity basically opened up and said, yeah, we're all God's people, not just the Jews. And that obviously pissed off a few Jews by the looks of it, you know. Jesus, not a happy figure in the Jewish place of worship, I find. Not all religions are the same thing, yeah, I know. I'm quite aware of that. I'm speaking specifically on Judaism. Did you want to maybe add to why that makes no sense to you? Israel is more liberal than Palestinian. Hamas enforce Sharia law. Well, there's a lot saying there, Sita. But fuck IDF over reaction. What's it? It was my specification to previous message. I sent it seconds after it. It was the character limit and... Character limit? What are you talking about? Conservatives won gold as green by 16,000 votes and 100,000 people voted for green. That's right, yes, and I was one of those 1,000 people. Wasn't expecting to get in, but that's the thing. I don't actually vote for who I want to win because I'm not placing a bet. It's a vote. You're supposed to vote for who you want to win, not who you're expecting to. That would be weird, wouldn't it?
Hello, Paulus.
What's going on, man?
How's it going? We haven't hung before, I don't think.
No, not unless you were here last time. I don't think you were though.
It might have been. Like we weren't.
We were well hung last time.
Yeah, our dukes were swinging everywhere. It was just great.
I actually just came from Fox's stream.
Yeah,
getting a bit autistic, if I may say. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but
I saw he's doing a stream with Angry Napoleon. The guy who spammed my Twitter with like.
Oh, that's been over. Now he's streaming with Crowd, I guess it would be Crowd and that girl, and basically a bunch of other plebs that nobody cares about.
Wow. If that's the case, then I understand. I understand why I've got that. I understand why I've got messages from Fox telling me that girl says go fuck yourself, and Kraut says ching chang ching chong. The thing is, it's funny though, because Kraut says, "Oh, I'm not a racist," but he says shit like this.
Yeah, Kraut wanted to relay the message that Robin gets a job. That Chinese spaceman quote, "Ching chang chong, ching chang chang." That girl said, "Go fuck yourself, stir." Asked Stir who the fuck he thinks he is.
I love it. I love it when people talk to self-employed people and say, "You need to get a job." It's like, what are you doing, Kraut?
Maybe he's just looking out for you, you know.
But I just find it funny how Kraut says he's not racist, but he says shit like that just because. And then and the reason why he got banned off Twitter again is because he was spouting like some bullshit to do with the Holocaust. And then he wonders why he's like called a Nazi by some
well, this is
right.
what
I see your point of contention, but just because someone says something like that, you know what I mean, doesn't inherently mean
it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that at all. But what I'm saying is, if anyone,
I can understand your perception.
If anyone saw that on the outside of it, not knowing who he is, does it matter?
No, I agree. Yeah. I totally agree.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Wait, what did Kraut exactly say about the Holocaust?
I don't know. I didn't care.
It was probably right. It's time to get myself banned from Twitter again because fuck it, you know. It tends to just do that. I've noticed this a lot. People do this whole banning from Twitter thing. I've never been banned. Never been suspended. Never had any. I just say what I say. But for some reason or another, people can end up getting themselves banned from Twitter. You've got to really try to get yourself banned from Twitter. You don't just walk in and just kind of say, you know what, I disagree with what you've just said there. Banned. Just doesn't fucking happen.
It's the same tactic that Milo does when he says bad shit about Black Lives Matter, and he says, "Oh, I've got a black boyfriend," and then he goes, "Oh, I really hate gay people, but I'm the biggest gay out there." And then he says stuff about like other groups of people, and then he uses some sort of like thing to weasel out of responsibility.
Well, this is why I think he's a bit of a cuckoo. I'm not actually altogether convinced, because he is literally doing things like trying to link gay people to paedophilia. Milo.
Well, you got to classify that with Milo, right?
Yeah. Well, he's basically mentioned this numerous times now, where there is some sort of problem within the gay community, and it's like, dude, you weren't you the one who said that you went to parties with very young boys in it?
Well, yeah, but what
very young.
That's the other
difference. He went to
that
those
he
parties,
uses.
then how could you not believe his thoughts that there's, I'm not saying a direct correlation or whatever, but in his view, there's a link between pedophilia and homosexuality. So for him to get caught saying that he was at these parties where it was happening and he didn't do anything, to me at least, I'm connecting those two as maybe he's right, not 100% right, but maybe there's at least something to what he's saying. Because from his own experience,
he's a complete libelous waste of everyone's mental effort, and is just there to basically say whatever the fuck in order to get himself some notoriety.
Yeah, I mean, like he uses the whole like, oh, I was abused as a child, therefore pedophilia is like passable.
Right.
Like that. Like he uses like, oh, I'm okay against black people, but I've got a black boyfriend, when you never see his black boyfriend.
Well, apparently he actually hired somebody to be his black boyfriend. The guy came out.
So because of that, he has all of the ways to weasel out of personal responsibility, and he shirks it off. Like I was just making the comparison between when Kraut does his actions but doesn't own up to them, or he owns up to them after the fact before thinking about doing it because he wants to be the bigger dick. That's what he says. That's the way he deals with it. And now he's calling me Ching Chang Ching Chong. I mean, like, and he doesn't get why people call him racist. And I'm not even Chinese, so it's kind of funny to me.
It's bizarre, yeah.
Well, I'm actually Chinese. Well, half Chinese anyway, and if someone goes like that, if someone does go ching chong to me, I'll probably just simply ignore it and walk away. Like,
yeah, because you're a nice cultured individual.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Well, more so.
Did you just assume his culture?
Yeah, pretty much. Like if you said the N-word to someone who was black, they would probably lamp you. You know, it's a difference.
I think it depends on what country you live in.
But when I look at Milo is that I look at him as the he's no champion of free speech. He is the champion of Milo. That's all. There's
no right-wing conspiracy to deplatform him after he found out that he was supporting paedophilia.
Yeah, for some reason or another, they weren't interested in listening to that anymore. You know, and it's like I was saying this to everybody in Gamergate: choose your allies wisely. You know, you don't. This is the bit that none of these lot got. They kind of go, yeah, but he's a mainstream gent. No, he's not. He was he basically the guy started out as some second-rate fucking theatre critic. You know, this wasn't anybody, but he's made himself mainstream through Gamergate. He wasn't mainstream before. What, a place called Breitbart said something in favour of Gamergate? Oh well, then let's take them on board. No, you got to keep people at a distance. Otherwise, you end up having them you end up having to answer for them later on down the line. And lots of these anti-SJW YouTubers have now put themselves into that position where they now have to answer for all kinds of horrible shit that other people are doing. Simply for the fact is, well, yeah, but it's free speech. Yeah, you don't have to be on somebody's side to say that they can freely speak. That seems to be the moral sort of line that people can move themselves across without realizing it. You know. I think that's where we've got. I mean, I did this. I did this sort of like video, and I explained this many times. Is that there's groups of individuals out there that know that you can't necessarily just move everybody. It's the incrementalization of discourse, and it's to do with taking it in a mile an inch at a time. You can't do it in one big fell swoop. You've got to just sort of nudge your way in there, nudge your way in. But he's free to say whatever he wants to say. And so, well, yeah, fine, but I don't give a fuck about what he's got to say. And he's not an ally of mine. This isn't somebody that I want to stand next to and kind of going, yeah, this guy. But it seems that but he's for free speech. You're for free speech, so he's one of your people. And this is the same fucking rhetoric that you're hearing from feminists. Do you think that men and women should be treated equally under the law? Yes. Well, then you're a feminist. I would reply with them, well, that also makes me a men's rights activist too. Do you think that do you think that people should be
myself as an egalitarianism?
Yeah. Do you think that people should be treated equally? Well, then you're a Christian. It's stupid, but people get bought down this way so fucking easily. They're so easily suckered into this.
Yeah, no, I went to a few bars and I was, chatting up a few people and they go
with your guitar on your back, yeah.
Thing, pretty much. And I was just chatting them up and they were just like, oh, I'm a feminist. And I was like, well, I'm not. And they go, well, why aren't you a feminist? Because don't you believe in equal rights? And I was just like,
5. Normal service will resume.
Sorry.
Now, there, carry on, mate.
But yeah, I was chatting up this girl. She's quite cute. And then I basically was discussing with her feminism. And I was just like, well, she was saying to me, like, are you a feminist? And I was like, no, I'm not a feminist. I wouldn't think of myself as a sexist.
Well, you really know how to date the ladies, don't you?
Well, it was like she asked the question.
Ladies man.
She asked the question. And basically, I said to her, well, what was I going to say? I said to her, no, because I'm not a sexist because I believe in being an egalitarian. She goes, well, you don't. What does that mean? And we went down this whole rabbit hole, and I had to explain to her what an egalitarian was because she was so bought on the narrative that being a feminist means you're for equal rights. Everyone's that seems to be people's default position these days.
Did you tap really that bizarre. Afterwards, mate?
I'm not telling.
You didn't, did you?
I'm not telling.
You didn't, did you?
I swung it around. But... I'm not telling.
She didn't consent every 5 seconds, obviously.
I need to get the consent forms out.
I'm going to consent the shit out of you.
Let's just ask the opposite question. Are you for men being, predominant to women, or are you for women being predominant to men? Like that's stupid. That's asinine. Nobody's ever.
I think. I know this is hyperbole, but I think most feminists are wannabe dominatrixes.
Dominate. Wait, I can't even say that. How did
dominatrix
you even say that?
Is dominatrixes.
Is it dominatri?
Probably, because of you see the guys that they make be male feminists just to date them, and they just look so cringy.
Femdoms. It's the femdoms, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so.
I honestly don't think they do. I don't think they want male feminists as boyfriends. I think they want male feminists for the same reason that females like to have gay friends.
Yeah. That's a good analogy. But you see these guys that are unwillingly feminist just because their girlfriends are, and they stick to their girlfriend's corner every 5 seconds. It's just so pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, but there's women out there that want to be told that they're right all the time, and then women out there that want a guy to turn around and call them on their shit.
Yeah,
and I prefer the other.
They respect that.
I prefer the latter on that front to be.
Yeah.
I think most women want, when you're out or when you're with their friends or their family or whatever, that's when they want to just have you agree with them. You know what I mean? Just smile and nod. But when it comes to
not mine, mate.
Especially in the bedroom.
Are you saying most women are bipolar?
I mean, I could make that argument actually.
Oh, little sexist.
Based on my experiences, which has been with, not to sound like a misogynist or whatever, but many women.
Many women.
By
Very
and large,
many women.
Actually, no. Honestly, not even like dick wagging or anything. Just very many women. They're definitely bipolar. They want you to agree with them in public. They want you to treat them nice in public. But once it comes to once you get in the house, you have to take control. They want you to take control.
Can I ask you? I prefer to measure somebody's what's the word? Sexual prevalence on how many diseases?
0.
Yeah. You're not all that then, mate.
I don't think it correlates just because you've had a lot of sex with a lot of different women.
There's
that means you're irresponsible.
Yeah, there's basically, sort of like, I'm thinking of a measurement from Virgin to Charlie Sheen, And, I mean, you've got Charlie Sheen, AIDS, or you've got Virgin who respects women at all times,
No, I've got nothing, and I got no kids.
Yeah, I
do respect women.
Oh,
let's
God,
not,
why?
Let's not throw that out there.
My mum said to me that the only people that respect women are virgins and old men. Virgins because they're trying to get.
That's kowtowing to women. I respect them. I don't kowtow to them. There's a difference.
Oh yeah, well that's the thing, you see. It depends on what somebody uses the word respect in. It seems to be sort of like just to defer to somebody no matter what. And
whoever is submissive is the one who's respectful.
I remember a girlfriend who used to say, "You're not listening," and it said, "Yes, I am listening, but I'm responding."
I am listening. I'm just not retaining.
Yeah, but no, I'm listening. I'm listening to what you're saying, but I do actually have a retort. Sorry, listen. For some women in this world, you're not listening to me means you're not doing as I'm telling you.
Very true.
Yes.
Oh, so that's what that means.
That's exactly what that means.
That's
Otherwise,
exactly what that means.
Say it.
Yeah.
Because they know you're listening. You're standing right in front of them. Oftentimes, they're talking much louder than you are. So
they just want to go, yes, yes. 3 bags full. Oh.
But yeah, women, huh?
Oh, pain.
Oh.
I mean,
bless their little heads.
Biologically, they're more emotional creatures. Sometimes you just got to let them vent. That's where most of that comes from.
Yeah, you got to have an argument once in a while. Helps them out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way,
I think there should. Oh, you go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, by the way, Porpoise, you know that group that I was in that I left.
Yeah.
It just became too counter.
I agree. I totally agree. I even was talking to somebody from there about that.
What's this?
Yeah.
Tell the class.
This group in this Facebook group that I built up, it just became too much cancer, so I just left. That's the Che cum sluts thing. And I just left because I also wanted to burn every single bridge so I've been just trolling everyone all day today.
Okay.
It's probably where all those questions come from, to be honest.
What questions? Oh, yeah. Give me the dirt.
Fox wants to know who you think you are.
Yeah.
Whiskey thinks that says that you're being disingenuous. Kraut obviously ching chang chong ching chang ching. Nazca wants to reply, "Me love you, wrong time." And that girl said, "Stir, go fuck yourself."
Yeah.
So because I've been trolling her about how she's a Christian, but she rails against Muslims when they're against homosexuality, but given the historical context of being a Christian, she's a bit of a hypocrite.
Historical?
No,
they still do. This is still a belief of theirs.
Not all of them.
Yeah, but in comparison, I don't think. Yeah, exactly. One, not all of them, and same with the Muslims. But in comparison, if you were to do a side-by-side chart, I feel like there are definitely more accepting Christians than there are accepting Muslims.
Well, they won't kill you. I mean, they'll believe that if you're their son, they'll just disown you and kick you out of the house.
Oh no! You're Christian honor killings. There's plenty of
that does happen in certain instances. And it sounds terrible, but like you said, at least they're not throwing you off a building.
Oh well,
there is a difference.
Like I said, mate, there are Christian honor killings.
Oh, there.
It's happened plenty of times.
Hardly talked about, though.
Well, nobody does, of course. because they're not interested in Christian honor killings or only interested in Muslim honor killings. Tell you what, mate. I mean, if all I have to do is basically go on and on and on every fucking day about, say, car crashes, and I could basically paint this narrative that the car is the most dangerous fucking thing in the world. All you got to do is basically make hay about every single incident. That's all you've got to do. And if you ignore anything that may be counteracting to it and just keep concentrating on that, you basically you're able to push a narrative that something is so. But yeah, as far as religious honor killings, Christianity, Hinduism, none of them are exempt. None.
Okay.
I'm actually going to go Google that right now.
What, the Christian honor killings? Because no one hardly talks about that. That'd be a good topic.
Yeah. So Circle, is that basically like link? I basically did a link to like start that Twitter spat you had with that girl over Christianity, like.
Yeah, like, I didn't really care too much. It was just a bit of fun.
Just basically just trolling her. Like I just thought that you're just going to sit. At first, I first saw it on my work and I haven't looked much into it. I thought that you just simply said something about like Christianity and basically like that girl said, and you pulled a crowd.
Okay, just one second, guys. Kabuchka says, not all Christians, not all Muslims, but definitely all friends of Israel. If it was the friends of, say, Saudi Arabia, I wouldn't vote for somebody who did that either. I will make this point incredibly clear just for you, mate. If I'm going to be voting for a member of my parliament, yeah, I'd like them to actually represent my country, not somebody else's. Does that stick yet? Do you understand what that means? Yet.
Sounds a bit nationalistic.
Well, what, voting for a member of parliament to your own country? It is a touch, yeah. But, you know, if you're basically at the behest of somebody else's country, yeah, I'm not too keen on that. It does sort of interfere with foreign policy now, doesn't it?
Ryan, could you clarify what you were saying earlier? Sorry.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, actually, I was looking at my cell phone, but I was doing at work, and I thought it was something similar to, like, Kraut with that Not All girl, and that you were talking about, like, Christians and about some of the things they did in the past, and then like, that girl just simply said something similar, and you just simply flipped, and you just simply pulled a Kraut.
What do you mean, pulled a Kraut?
Yeah, you just simply, like, flipped over one tweet and had a big spat with that person, like.
Oh no! This thing has been going on for a while because like she was in this group that I was in the Twitter chats. It's all like Twitter drama bullshit basically, and she was in the chat and she was saying like how I'm not self-aware and stuff, and then she started saying stuff along the lines of, you know, if you don't pay attention to my opinion, then you know, she's basically using the argument of respect my authority. And then I was like, I pointed that out to her, and then she left. And then she came back, and then I left. And then I said the reason why you left wasn't the reason why you left this group, was because of, you know, the argument that you put forward, which is respect my authority, because I'm an authority on something.
Tip-top stuff, guys. Tip-top stuff.
Yeah, I know, it's boring as fuck. And then we went on this tirade of like how she got fed up with me, and I pointed out because I said that she was railing on Muslims, yet she's a Christian herself, and because of the context of what that brings, it's a bit hypocritical. So, and then she starts saying that she said I'll be completely honest with you, I'm still figuring that out in regards to where she stands on religion. She said, I'm anti-organized religion, I know that for sure, but how can you be anti-organized religion if you support the biggest religion in the world?
Well,
organized religion.
What do you mean?
You can be a Christian without going to church, mate.
You can be a Christian.
Yeah, and there's like about 100 different denominations of Christianity as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I should point out that I'm also a Christian as well. Like,
sure, I don't have necessarily an issue with things, but like if you're going to start, the only time that I'm going to have issue with religious people is if they start spouting things for policy changes and then they start talking about subjects which they could be deemed as hypocritical.
Well,
Reformer King has a question to you. Robin, can you please ask the Chinese avatar dude about his intimate experiences with Eastern European gentlemen?
That's a very specific question.
Well, seeing that I'm actually Chinese, he could be talking about me, like.
No, that's east of Europe. He's basically asking, have you ever been with a Polish guy? It's really exotic and everything. He's just decided to, dress it up a little.
So Ryan, if you're Chinese, you probably might know who this character is that I've got as an avatar.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm guessing it's based off like a character from a kung fu movie.
No. Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't watched much kung fu movies in a long time.
Do you know how much Chinese history there is, mate? It's quite a lot.
Quite a few, but this is a big figurehead in Chinese philosophy. So.
Oh, that's Sun Tzu?
No,
Confucius.
No, it's close. Huh?
Confucius?
No, close. No cigar.
Are we just playing guessing games here at the moment? Come on,
list of countries.
Help us out.
Or the list of countries where it's honor killing is essentially legal. As long as you follow the rules of whatever law for whatever country.
Honor killing, do's and don'ts.
Algeria, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Jordan, Syria, Tunisia, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen.
How are they on pork?
Probably all have, I imagine, similar laws on that as well.
Well,
that guy wasn't joking.
I'm trying to find the statistic of by religion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing is that you're not really going to hear much about this. I mean, for example, in Indian culture.
No, I typed in Christian honor killing, and there was 2 examples on the first 5 pages, just repeat articles.
Yeah. For example, one of the things, for example, in say Indian culture is arranged marriage.
Mm-hmm.
It's so ubiquitous that I mean I know of people who have been living in Europe or in the UK or whatever like that for donkey's years, and then when they're old enough, they're literally sent home to marry some guy. And if they don't, they get kidnapped. Some of them are even killed because they're fucking up with the family.
Episode on how they have arranged marriages agencies, and they hook them up, and they stalk them and they spy on their partners, and they hire spies to find out if they're actually legitimate partners for themselves, so they're cheating the system a little bit. They actually do that in India. They get PIs to investigate their other partner to see if they're any good before they get married. It's
specific
really
triggers of honor killings: refusal of an arranged marriage, seeking a divorce, allegations or rumors about a family member. Wow, that's wow. Victims of rape. Wow, and homosexuality are the main reasons for honor killings. Victims of rape. That
is pretty fucked up.
Yeah, that's super fucked up.
Yeah, it's taking blaming the victim to a whole new level, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. To say the least.
It's it's your own fault for going outside without a male escort. This is why they've got them. A lot of when it comes to these sort of repressive regimes, they do put people into severe tension because of all of this. This is what happens when you let religion take over countries.
Mm-hmm.
Every year in the United Kingdom, officials estimate that at least a dozen women are victims of honor killing, almost exclusively within Asian and Middle Eastern families.
So yeah, it's just not really a European thing, to be honest. It's just not part of our culture, is it really? I mean,
No.
we'll kill somebody for having the wrong football team, but when it comes to love,
killing and trampling are a little different.
Well, it really depends on what part of Millwall you come from, mate.
Did somebody recently get killed for wearing like the wrong colors, essentially?
Let's say this: a Millwall fan ended up being one of the heroes of this this business with these London attackers. He took on two of them, barehanded.
Yeah, I saw that. Do you want to see the most funniest part about that? When he went to the hospital.
No, I want you to say F5.
Fuck.
No, that F5, not fuck.
Do you want to know the funniest part about that?
Loud! F5 again.
What?
You're really loud now. God damn it, man.
Hello?
Thank you, audio professional. Carry on.
Do you want to hear the funniest thing about that? Is that he went to the hospital and his friends bought him the book whilst he's in hospital recovering, and the book was called Learn How to Run. They left that on his hospital bed whilst he was trying to recover from being hacked with a blade to his face and his head.
Jeez.
He actually had the cleaver axe stuck in his head.
That stopped them from attacking anybody else.
And actually stopping people, like.
Well,
yeah,
if it's in his head, they can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, once it's in his head, he can't they're not going to be able to use it on anybody else. So
I'm gonna need that back, please.
it's like, come fucking get it. That's probably what he said, actually.
Do you know what he shouted? He said, "I'm fucking Millwall."
Of course he'd say that. That's what they do on the train.
I'm fucking Millwall.
I used to
full on football hooligan.
Yeah, I used to live South London, Peckham, and basically took the train to London Bridge. And yeah, now and again on the train, you just get these Millwall fans, and they literally are just walking down the train screaming, "I'm fucking Millwall!" Literally to your face, not just like walking past, just chanting away or whatever like that. But they'll just look at you, and it'll be like, you look at them, and then you look away, and they're just right in your ear. And it's like, what the fuck do you want from me, kid? Like 15-year-old kids. Yeah, you know, as far as terrorism is concerned, yeah, they certainly met their match. When the West turned into Lebanon with huge Muslim voting population, I wonder who will debate secularism in Parliament. Really, Sita?
Oh, you're doing the West is under threat thing.
I'm gonna head out of here, guys. It's been fun. I'm gonna go back and pester Fox and all them.
I have returned.
Enjoy your trollery.
Do you have any messages you want me to send, or are you guys taking the high road?
Just say, Kraut, you're a Nazi.
Okay.
What did you expect with the way he behaved?
Yeah, you hang with Nazis. I call you a Nazi. That's how it works.
Fair enough. All right, guys. Yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
If you live in Austria and your best mate is an ethno-nationalist, yeah.
All I'm saying is, if you voted for Hitler, you might be a Nazi.
Well, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck.
He's a nationalist. He's a socialist.
I don't have any problems with anyone, really. I just like to make a bit of fun because I was bored.
Yeah,
How you doing,
Hi.
Have you come back?
Hello. Yes. I had my housemaid just like knocking on my door. Like, there's this like.
Oh, how inconvenient of her.
Yeah, they knock on my door and they're like, "Can I borrow some cigarette?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And they're like, "Hey, we've got a little bit of a party going on. Would you like some drinks?" And I'm like, "Sure." So I went and party a little bit with them until two of them passed out, and I was like, "You know what? This party's dying, so I'll go back to my other party."
You killed it.
I always remind people when they say they borrow something like cigarettes, I'm saying, no, you're not borrowing them, but you're taking them.
Yeah.
And then when they do that,
cigarettes, they're not going to give the cigarettes back, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I want really this. Not going to want it back.
I want this butt returned to me in its previous condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did score half a bottle of vodka because I was like, you're not drinking the rest of this, and I'm going to party along, so I'm going to take the bottle with me.
So yeah, this is the year that was, where the wheels of the Trump train are now it's basically just grinding metal. It's the only way to describe it at this moment, isn't it? Really.
Has the impeachment started?
Well, yeah, they've now, because of him trying to basically get in, because he was not being investigated, and decided to get in the way of the investigation. Now he's in trouble.
Ching-chang.
There you go.
I don't even know how that applies because I'm not even Chinese.
Poor kid. This is what happens when you lose your shit.
Yeah.
Keep yourselves together, folks. That's the thing. This is the lesson from that. Is that
Crouch just came on and then left. Just.
But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
And he wonders why I'm burning bridges.
There's no bridge to burn, I'm afraid, mate. There's a lot of them out there. Basically, you're just a tool, and if you're of no use to them, then they'll just burn you. Because fuck it, you're of no use to them. But anyway, So we're living in a world where I'm actually I was saying I think we probably remember this discussion a long time ago where I was saying that he was going to get himself done over. He's going to do himself over in some fashion, Nixon style. I didn't realise he'd get that fast. I thought he'd at least sort of like ease into it. This is actually surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, here's a fun fact. Nixon at least completed his first term. Trump might get kicked out halfway to his fucking first term. Even before that.
I'm placing I'm placing bets with myself on whether he'll actually last the year at this point. I really don't. I mean, Habib, you were saying probably the whole sort of process may take a year. However, Nixon resigned because he was going to get impeached. This is where I'm seeing this, and the thing is that you've got all these people surrounding him that are looking for lawyers at this point. It's getting mental.
So, like, everybody's like, we don't want to be associated with that guy, so we're just gonna cover our ass.
Yeah, I kind of doubt it's gonna be done within this year. I highly doubt it not because the process is not gonna start soon. It would, if things continue as they are. But I know that any bureaucratic process like that in the US is designed to be slow as fuck. So
yeah, I'm not thinking that so much as this person gets themselves into so much trouble that they have to jump out themselves. Basically, he is now from what I understand, he is now trying to obstruct the obstruction of justice thing. So, I mean, if you're under indictment, or at least somebody is looking to investigate you for obstruction of justice, the last thing you'd think to do is try to obstruct that, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there is a case being built against him now, and the case looks pretty strong, but...
And he seems to be the chief architect of that case.
It's not... I'm not doubting that at all. I'm not doubting that the case is going to be presented or built pretty soon. What I'm doubting is that what I'm saying is that the incompetence of the legal system in the US is going to drag it on for more than a year.
Yeah, and I'm saying that I think he'll actually produce even more rope to the point where even he notices that he's fucked and then bails. I mean,
I don't really see Trump as a guy who bails. No.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No. Here's the thing. It's all about persona to him. It's all about him and his image. And him bailing on a presidency is not good for his image. He's not going to bail away from that.
I'd use the fact that he's been at the golf course like pretty much every weekend as a counter-argument.
You'd think he'd want to keep that one quiet.
No, I mean, he can spin that. And he has been spinning that to be like, I'm still doing my job, and I'm doing it so efficiently that I still have time to hang out at the golf course.
I don't know. I don't necessarily buy that, but I think historians...
I don't buy it either. I don't buy it either, but it's just he can still salvage that and keep his image up, at least to his base.
Well, which is about 30% of the American people at this point in time.
It's all that matters to him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you seen his cabinet meeting?
I don't really pay much attention to Trump other than...
His latest cabinet meeting was all of them just sitting around and raining praises again to him. Like, I am so honored to serve the United States of America under your wise leadership, oh Master Trump. And then the next one starts speaking, and it's the same thing in different words over and over and over again. I've seen less contentious stuff from Kim Jong Un.
Yeah. Oh, do you know what's funny? Kim Jong Un. Okay, Kim Jong Un came out and said that him pulling out of the Paris Accord was a bad idea.
Yeah. It's akin to me as Al Qaeda when they say that ISIS is a little bit too extreme.
I think historians are going to look back at this time and demonstrate at what the worst case scenario for democracy can be.
If anyone would argue against democracy, if anyone would be like, I mean, there are some arguments that people go like, maybe democracy is not the best idea because a lot of idiots get to vote. And I think the case of Trump is going to be a very viable case for them to present. Like, look, democracy leads to Trump, so democracy is a bad idea. Let's not let the people to vote. I mean,
would you say democracy is populist then?
Very much so.
Mm-hmm. So this is why I made the argument in my video about like the open marketplace of ideas, because it's a populist system. Because you're going to appeal to ad populum every time to get the best idea on top. So it's the same with having like your politicians as well, because if it's a glorified beauty pageant on steroids with extra like issues that are more important than the beauty pageant.
There's actually psychological papers that back this up. Essentially, they took a group of people, right, and they flashed up portraits of the candidates for a fraction of a second, and they could predict the election to about an rate alone. It's entirely, up to the human psyche to make a snap decision. If you don't have any a lot of information about the candidates themselves. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Fox. How's it going?
Hi.
And here comes the climate change denier.
Actually, I just want to, before you say anything, I just actually want to make an interesting point because I'm no,
it's not interesting at all. You think it's interesting, but it's not.
Yeah. Now that you've prefaced it, mate, you better be good. F5, by the way.
I left a comment on Pascal's. I left a comment on Pascal's video about
Good
making
evening,
Kelly.
ladies and gentlemen, and by ladies I mean Habib also. I'm just commenting. It's all right.
Good day.
But how are you gentlemen doing?
We are awesome. I was just listening to what Ryan had to say, actually.
I'm actually thinking of having a pizza. I'm just thinking.
Good idea. Good idea.
Have a pizza.
But anyway, Ryan.
Does anyone have some pineapple though? I can't have pizza without pineapple.
Kill yourself.
I'd actually.
No, seriously, kill your fucking self.
I'm tempted to go full fucking Trevor Phillips on this.
Habib, that's what I need the pineapple for.
Terrorists to kill you because they're around every single corner.
Welcome to the Talking Over Everybody's channel.
That is what I need the pineapple for, Habib.
Well.
Anyway, welcome, kids. Let's listen to Ryan for a second. It's a struggle for it to get it out. So let's let him go.
Give us your very interesting point, please.
Yes.
I've heard this guy's interesting.
It better be good. Pressure's on.
Okay, basically what I'm saying is. Okay, so. Well, basically what I'm saying is that. What? Sorry. I left the comment.
This is very interesting.
Sorry, give him a chance.
Okay.
Give him a chance, kids. Give him a chance.
This is boring. Robin, can I ask you a question?
Go on then.
Damn.
Why do you always treat everyone that disagrees with you the same way?
I treat everybody the same way.
So you're basically, when you're talking about the free exchange of ideas, you're very much a communist in that regard.
What? Well, that is a bit of a stretched metaphor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, this might be why I treat you in a particular way.
No, that's how you treat.
How dare you How dare you look at what I've just said and treat it with disdain? You're a commie.
No, I'm not saying that you're a commie. I'm saying that you treat everyone in the same way, regardless. Like, there's no.
Yes, it's. I treat everybody equally. How dare I?
I think it's not that Robin is treating everyone the same way regardless. It's that he's treating himself with the same vaunted esteem every time.
Yes, I'm always right. You know that.
Yeah,
but anyway,
always are.
Ryan.
Okay.
Go for it. You've just got to shout over these fuckers. That's the only way it's going to happen.
Silence!
Not that loud.
Okay. All right. Anyhow, what my point was that I am all for the free marketplace of ideas. However, for it to work in the original way it's intended, it should be challenged. Challenged to actually try to determine which ones are good and which ones are bad. Like that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
but it's like
pretty simple. It's pretty simple. I mean, every idea that I have is good, and every idea that Fox has is bad.
Well, no, that's what Robin believes, because I'm actually willing to self-doubt myself.
Are you sure about that?
It's like creationists saying, teach the concept.
I mean, I might not be that careful. Perhaps not, you know.
Or sober.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm not.
Wait, so hang on. Let me ask you, Ryan. You saying that in relation to what? You saying that we should all be like trying to take climate change deniers seriously?
No, we should actually. We shouldn't like try to silence them. We should actually try to challenge them.
Who's tried to silence them?
Oh no! Actually, I was talking about. Actually, I was thinking about like Megyn Kelly's interview with Alex Jones and the controversy.
Even when I make a slight point with regards to, in the next 15 to 20 years, Islamic extremism might be more of an immediate threat. Apparently, I'm saying that climate change isn't a problem. You know that's.
Yes, you're saying that. You're saying it has nothing.
People are trying to make it out. I'm fucking saying it.
No, what I was talking
Not
about
you,
this.
not you, Heavy.
No. Fox. I was talking about the conversation earlier, and what astounds me is that we were just talking on Twitter back and forth, just talking, not even debating. And we ended up talking about video games on the Sega fucking CD. On that thread, by the way, spurging out. Until now.
I'll tell you how it started. It basically started with Fox making the claim that the biggest threat to Western society is ISIS, and then I said no. It's
well, I would explain. I would preface that. Let me preface that.
Let me finish. And then I said there wouldn't be a bigger change. There wouldn't be a bigger problem to Western society than climate change. There won't ever be.
Let me preface that, because I'm talking. I said currently. I'm saying in the next 15 to 20 years, and I'm saying when I say ISIS, I mean all Islamic attacks inspired by ISIS. So, for example,
you mean radical Islam? Well, Islamization of the Western population is the biggest threat to Western civilization. It's not necessarily the biggest threat to the survival of whatever happens to be there.
Yeah, but that's what I said.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
But then I brought up the facts of, in 10 years' time, according to the WHO report, that 250,000 people a year could die because of the increase in climate change.
But this is the thing. This is the thing with regards to climate change is.
But you said
people are going to die anyway. So many of those people are going to die. Like climate change really is.
But you just said that ISIS is going to be the biggest problem in 10 years.
What was the number you just said?
I would have
50 people. What?
250,000 people a year. It's on the WHO.
Do you realise how small that is?
No,
you don't have any concept of these numbers you're talking about, do you? Do you know about 150,000 people a day die?
Yes, but
even with 250,000, even if 250,000 is comparatively a smaller number, just look at the number of fatalities in the West from terrorism.
Yeah,
they don't even reach that.
Well, this is the thing, and I've talked to a few people on the. How dare I talk to people on the right about this? But I have talked to a few people on the right about this. But the difference between climate change and terrorism is that when people die as a result of climate change, which is debatable because they often die from other circumstances such as dysentery or
no, it's not
malnutrition. Debatable. Yes, it is, because the climate in Africa, the climate in Africa has always been shit. People have always been dying.
People are talking about this, Fox. It's additional deaths as to what is the norm.
It's about 150,000 people die each day at present.
Yeah, but how many of those would be dying if not for if climate change wasn't a fact? I wager that there'd be a lot. There'd still be a lot of people dying.
Let's just approach this from a logical perspective. Okay, so what you're saying is that these reports at the WHO they're just reporting on the deaths that are still happening due to natural causes when they're claiming it's climate change. Does that make sense to you?
Well, climate change is sort of a natural cause, if you see what I mean.
No,
I
just want to point out that I was able to, in a flare of spurgness, just rattle off 150,000 people a day without looking it up, and then Robin checked, and apparently I was right. And I just wanted to point out that I am the Prince of Spurgundy.
Or
you said more than 250,000 were dying in a day. So you
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I said 150.
Like, I'm not saying that climate change isn't contributed to it. I would wager it's probably about between 10 to 20%, in my opinion. I mean, I don't have any basis to back that up. That's just a hypothesis in generally.
Here's my point of contention of like the entire discussion that I had over on your channel and previously. It's that individuals are looking at things that are reported and they are misrepresenting them wholeheartedly. I had this in the comments section. I had this, over the discussion itself. It's as if the science is not a quantifiable truth.
To be honest, most of my comment section was just people shitting on Spino. To be fair.
Yeah.
Not so much you. There are actually people complimenting you.
And this is another factor that when I was speaking, a lot of people would just hop on like you just did and interrupt me.
Oh god.
So I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Hey, Fox.
Hello, Luca.
Which is incredibly
you okay?
irritating when I'm trying to...
Have you got a hernia?
Can I just say something to Luca? Apparently, to a lot of these social justice types, I'm now the retrograde right that I used to criticize, apparently.
Fox, dude, come on. I learned from politics that when you're on one side of the spectrum, you always see the others as the extreme. Like, even if they're to the left of you, it's kind of like you're a fascist. You see a nationalist as a fucking...
Yeah, people are fucking saying that I'm some kind of retrograde right now. It's hilarious.
Welcome to the Overton window.
Basically.
Everyone says
it's
there is no
not double glazed, is it?
Yeah. A lot of people to the Overton window, but there is no the. There is your. You have your Overton window. I have mine. Everybody does, and some people are insane.
Yeah, I mean, for example...
Well, this explains why you call yourself a centrist.
Let me just say this, the danger is not terrorism or climate change. I think social justice warriors kill people.
Yes, they are the greatest threat to Western
let's
civilization.
Fight the culture war, and it all starts by, that dinner party that I mentioned earlier, that's going to destroy the West. We need to stop...
the moon has a population of 0. The Saturn has a population of 0, but Earth has a population of like 8 to 10 billion. So there's SJWs that we need to fight.
Habib, what happened was, it all started to go downhill when people decided the Dreamcast fate and just let it die.
No, I think,
here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Hear me out, mate. Hear me out. I'm taking my show. Hush.
I don't care. It's
okay.
My point now.
No, somebody was saying basically that terrorism is destabilizing and destabilizing the world. And in a stable world, then climate change can be tackled. I would say that the problem with that is, of course, terrorism isn't going to go away ever. It either is up or it's down. That's all. There's always going to be somebody who wants to use terrorism as a way to further their goals. You can get rid of it. That's all you can do. That's right. That's all you can do.
Here's the thing: is there any terrorists in Vienna?
And that's what we're trying to do. We're not going into this expecting that all terrorism will just suddenly vanish.
Well, what would be really good is if we just stopped wanting oil from Saudi Arabia and therefore stopped kissing their ass and actually held them accountable.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, as you know, Russia is by no means fucking perfect. In fact, Russia has done a lot of despicable shit. But I would rather work with Russia than I would work with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but Russia's more rational than Saudi.
Yeah, it is a bit like saying, you know what, I want to work with that person who only fucks 14-year-old boys rather than that one who fucks toddlers.
Oh, he's angry Napoleon on.
So, you know...
Oh, Fox, how did your conversation go with that dude? He fucking spammed me for a whole week about incest.
Well, Kraut
yummy.
joined. That's all you really need to
Why
know.
was he spamming you about incest? You're not even related to him.
Here's the thing: there's this guy who's angry in the chat, going like, "Yeah, Fox, you're the only redeeming factor here." I mean, don't get me wrong. No one here is saying that terrorism is not a serious problem. No one is underplaying the threat of terrorism.
Yeah, and I'm not.
But there's
underplaying
plenty
the
who are
threat of climate
overplaying
change.
it. There are plenty that are overplaying it. That's the thing.
Yeah,
And
okay,
you're
but
actually... People that overplay terrorism are actually part of the scheme of
They
said terrorists.
themselves are the terrorists.
No, I'm not saying that they're the terrorists. What I'm saying is that they're actually
Well, I'm
playing...
going to say that you're saying...
Okay, then fine. But they're playing... Yeah, you're playing a part in their little play. That's the only thing. If you make these people feel as if they've actually done something...
What I'm doing is I'm specifically outlining this is Salafi, Wahhabi, and Deobandi sects of Islam. I'm saying that these are the certain sects of Islam that are causing it, and these are the ones that need to be dealt with.
Yeah, there's Shia terrorists as well. There's Sunni terrorists as well.
New ones. I can't take it anymore. Why is there any new? By the way, okay, since we're talking about Shia Muslims and Sunni Muslims as well, what do you guys think? What do you guys think about what's his name? Imam of Peace.
I don't know much about this guy, so I can't really comment on
Jeremy
that one,
Corbyn?
The guy, he's kind of interesting.
No, it's Imam something like Imam.
Are you gonna have to look it up though?
Do you mean Imam Tawhidi, right?
Imam Tawhidi, yes.
Yeah, he's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I don't mind him. He's
I don't really trust the guy. He rubs me in the wrong way. Because here's the thing: the more I look into him, and to be honest, like I don't want to be misquoted here or anything. Oh, I'm going to be misquoted anyway.
Well, to be fair,
I don't know about the guy. I haven't read his. I know that he wrote a couple of articles on Huffington Post. I haven't read those. I've only been following him on Twitter and reading his posts here and there.
By the way, I'd like
to replace one Sharia law, which is the Sunni Sharia law, with a Shirazi Sharia law. He's just another kind of fundamentalist, but not a Sunni one, just a Shia one. He's like, yeah,
I will say that the current zeitgeist within Islamic extremism is very heavily Sunni biased against the West, whereas, for example,
you know what's the Shirazi believe though? You know, he has been challenged on this point quite a few times, and he avoided to answer. Since he advocates for Shirazi Sharia, and the Shirazi Sharia is one of the few Sharias in Shia Islam that advocate for taqiyya, which is lying to your enemy's face, and he's always avoided the question.
Well, isn't lying to your enemy's face kind of a practice in all wars? Like, do you just give your enemies, here's how we're going to attack tomorrow?
If he is talking to people now, and he is lying to their face, and they're like, are you practicing taqiyya? Do you support the practice of taqiyya? And he always avoids the question. Doesn't that raise a few flags?
Yeah,
I'm not saying that. I'm not going to dismiss the guy right away. I still follow him, and I'm still.
I thought in that particular thing, the full context of that was depended on whether your life was in danger.
No, but with the Shirazis are different. The Shirazis are.
They're doing it in a slightly broader fashion. Then is that what you're saying?
Yes. And since he advocates, he is a sectarian Muslim pretty much. He keeps attacking other reformers and going like, yeah, you're just a Sunni Muslim. Your ancestors and your idols killed al-Hussein 1400 years ago. You shouldn't be trusted.
It sounds like
a guy that I would support.
It sounds like the skeptic community keep calling people SJWs.
Yeah, he is attacking other reformers by what other Sunnis did 1400 years ago.
I'm gonna let this sort of topic play out, but once that's done, I actually want to ask Robin something.
No, I just wanted to know, because here's the thing: I don't have a final opinion on the guy. I haven't followed him.
Yeah, I don't have enough information on him either.
I thought that you guys have followed him a little bit longer. That's all.
By the way, I'd like to apologise to anybody watching the stream today. There is a little bit of a technical issue here. The heat in this place is hot, and my computer is basically blowing warm air over its components right now. So we are having yes, climate change is affecting this stream.
Man, you should liquid cool that thing. You should use some liquid cooling.
Oh yeah, I should. Great. That's gonna solve my problem today.
But seeing as we've sort of changed the topic, like Robin, like this is something I was talking to Spino with yesterday actually, and I was explaining to him like, and I'm gonna tell him the same thing that I told that I'm telling you now. Like, why do you act as if everyone who disagrees with you is somehow, you know, in the wrong? Like they must be in the wrong.
You fucking lying bullshitter. Almost every fucking thing that I say to somebody and they disagree with me, they call that of me. And then you're turning around and me saying that I'm doing that to other people?
You have pretensions.
Horseshit, boy. Fucking horseshit.
That's not horseshit. You have pretensions to righteousness.
I'd just like to, referee interruption for a moment. Robin just said boy.
Yeah, because it's fucking childish. I get people going on this fucking bullshit with me all the fucking time. And what, I'm not allowed to retort?
Yeah, I'm not saying you're not allowed to retort. That's why we're having this stream right now.
You've just muted your point at this level here.
No,
I'm the only one who's not allowed to have a go at somebody. I'm the one who, if I disagree with somebody, I'm not allowed to say that they're wrong. You're basically saying that to me. No, I'm not. You're saying that I'm doing that of everybody.
No, what I'm saying is that you treat every single person.
Every single person, right? I treat every single. So you're basically right now, all the time, every day, watching what I do and say, yeah?
No, I'm not.
Then what the fuck? Where do you get this every single person business?
Because this is how I've seen you treat
That's how I've treated you, perhaps. Maybe you think that you're everybody, but I'm not that pretentious.
No, I'm not everybody. I'm saying just about everyone.
So what, so just about everyone. So we've now whittled it down to just about everyone.
Oh my fucking god! This is.
Well, this is the point. This is the point. Well, yeah, because you've basically just said that I am treating everybody like this. Yeah, and you don't have any evidence to suggest this. You've just basically just said, well,
let's break it down. You know, do you want to break it down? We can talk about.
Break it down.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't want a WWE reference.
Embrace the meme, boy.
This is such a bullshit argument. You're basically trying to say to me that I treat everybody who I think is wrong by saying that you're wrong, and you think that this is somehow a bad thing.
You do condescend, Robin, often.
That's so.
You don't really ask them, okay, why do you feel that way? Why have you got these certain positions? Like,
I don't need to. A lot of the time, it's pretty easy to spell out. That's the thing.
There you go. That is
again. That's the pretension. That's your pretension.
No, it's not my pretension, mate. I know that there's plenty of pretentious people out there that are bullshitters. They are liars. They misconstrue facts for their own benefit. They have a little agenda.
Like in each individual case.
You don't realise that you do it too. You know, and I'm not fucking.
No, you. That's not a fucking argument, kid.
What do you mean, no, you?
Okay,
you're basically kind of. Well, you do it. No, look, listen. When I'm talking to somebody who I think is a fucking idiot, I'm gonna say to them, "You're a fucking idiot." When when I think somebody is an idiot, I'm going to say, "I think you're an idiot."
Robin.
Is that a bad thing?
Let me bring up an example. Do you think Aethrin is an idiot because you disagreed with him on? I remember that whole sun conversation that you had with Aethrin the other day.
The what conversation? Sorry.
It was about when you were insisting that Jeremy Corbyn could not have dealt with the media differently.
I don't think he could have, no, because the media wouldn't have cared what he'd said or done in that particular case.
Do you think Aethrin is an idiot because you disagree with him?
No.
Well, you certainly treated him like that.
No, I didn't.
How's that
yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
And I think you did.
No, you are just saying I am, is not me saying that it's happening. You're just saying.
Robin, you recall that I got angry and shouted at you.
Yeah.
And that was because every single time I tried to actually address your point, you would interrupt and start talking bollocks whilst I was talking.
Oh,
You're so
well.
inconsistent.
That's your idea. This is the argument that you're having that I'm
I didn't treat Aethrin equally. I didn't treat Aethrin equally.
What are you even talking about at this point?
I just want to point out I'm not the one complaining here.
I know, I know,
But
but
that is an example of what he's trying to talk to you about, Rob.
well, you are incorrect as to assume that the Mirror was going to change their tune. You are incorrect in the idea that the Telegraph or the Times or
I
the.
didn't assume it, Robin.
Honestly,
No,
do
I
you
think
really
I
honestly believe?
You're going to tell me what was going on inside my own brain. Thank you very much,
I'm
Pascal
not.
Inquisition.
I'm asking you. Do you really?
Robin.
Do you really honestly believe that, say, well, it's not the news of the world anymore. Say the Sun was going to say anything other than he's a cultural Marxist?
Robin, you don't remember. Apparently, my entire point was that it didn't fucking matter until he made it matter. That's why he became the leader.
You see, that doesn't make any sense to me. How can you assume that the press has no influence at all?
I didn't assume.
Why are we yelling?
I don't know either.
Because Robin keeps insisting.
I understand. Come on,
This is what you do. This is my point. This is my fucking point.
You haven't made a point so far. All you're doing is basically just making. You've made a drunk point.
We're now currently in the phase where Robin tells everyone what their position is.
Why not? Why not? If you're going to tell me mine, I'm going to tell you yours. You can't throw it at somebody and expect it not to come back.
No, I'm not expecting it not to come back, because I know that's what you're like. You love to throw it back, but you're not willing to accept genuine criticism. Because you think that
I am, but I'm waiting for the genuine criticism here.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Every time anyone criticizes you, it's not genuine.
Well, I'd like.
It works wonderfully that way, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. Because it would require it to be actually genuine.
3 times now, you.
Hey! I've made a criticism. It's not genuine. Well, that's just you saying it. What the fuck, guys?
Robin, when's the last time you've actually accepted genuine criticism?
Simply assuming the media or something about the media 3 times now. You've mentioned the word assume with regard to my position.
Okay. Then let's have your position then, because you haven't clarified it with me. Then.
Hang on, Robin. Can I just ask
Hang on, no, Fox.
I
Hush.
was quite clear that.
Then be clear. Clear with me now. Say it now. Say it again.
I was criticizing Jeremy Corbyn's approach to the press.
Right, and his approach to the press was, wrong.
Necessary in order for that to actually be a criticism.
Yes, and your idea that somebody approaching the press would have changed anything about how the press approached them?
No, it was about the fact that it was an incorrect strategic position for him to take.
So,
he was wrong. He left himself vulnerable, and I tried to explain that, but you wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise. You have been more silent now than you ever were under that whole stream.
Well, you need to calm down first of all, and I'm trying to explain to you, and you seem to just dismiss this point completely. You're talking about some, people who are basically combative against the guy. There's nothing he could have done. That was what I was saying. You would whatever play you would have, whatever you play. Mate. I just listened to what you just said. Let me fucking retort. What I'm saying.
Retort once, Robin.
Okay, so you're just going to interrupt me when I'm trying to actually see. This is the thing.
I gave you plenty of time to make a point, and
I'm not even going to. We'll just talk over. We'll just keep on talking over each other and just talking over each other and just talk over each other.
Talking over each other.
Yeah, that's all we can do.
We noticed, Pascal.
Shut up.
Thank you.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up, okay? Robin, continue.
Right. Thank you for moderating my stream for me.
No, fuck that.
Okay, we'll talk over each other then. I'll just keep on talking over you. I can be talking over you, talking over you, talking over you, talking over you, talking over you. We can just talk over you while you're talking over what other people are doing. So we can just talk over and talk over and talk over. Oh, I'm fucking with my own stream, am I? Yeah. I'm the one doing this.
Isn't that wonderful? Look, Robin, you made a point, and I started responding to that first point, whilst you continued and made a second point. Why on earth would you be entitled to make several points in a row and then dump it all on me?
Mid-sentence. Are you this fucking retarded that you can't like
Prince of Spurgundy, mate. Prince of Spurgundy.
No.
Prince of Spurgundy. Prince of Spurgundy.
Robin is not being magnanimous towards Aethrin.
You know, if somebody's talking, what I do is I look at what they're saying and I put it in my head, and then I do a response.
Yes,
it doesn't.
You are so well renowned for your eloquent ability in debates, Pascal.
You are always
should be taking
interrupting
your
people,
advice.
Ethrin.
Yes,
You
I
always
am.
talk over
I'm
people.
often
Everything's
interrupting
going on
Robin
behind
because
your
Robin
screen.
talks
You just open
continuously.
your fucking gob and you don't stop talking.
Well,
this is why people have to treat you like this. Because
They have
you have
to
this
treat me like this.
self-important attitude, and you think you have something like over everybody.
Oh no!
but
Well, come on. Look, I accept valid criticism. It's just
no, you overestimate your own fucking importance, dude.
What? What? Are you saying Aethrin does that?
Yes, he is
really?
saying this.
I'm pretty sure. Aethrin is willing to accept criticism.
I know exactly what shit
Robin, who I honestly think is one of the people that's not willing to accept criticism, he always treats it in a sort of condescending manner. You know, I actually think Aethrin is one of the few people that actually accepts it.
That's what you can never get a word in edgewise with Aethrin. He's always talking. He's going on this long tangent talking about it's fucking verbal diarrhea, dude. Like you make these long-winded points and you say absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but he is saying something here. So let him finish.
He's not.
Let him finish.
Absolutely.
Thank you for telling me that, Pascal. Thank you for telling me that, Pascal. I will take your criticism on board.
Well, let him
your criticism on board.
Let him
Pascal.
finish.
Like, I'm so fucking tired of this shit. Like, you have absolutely no idea what you are doing. And you're taking it out on Robin for like whatever fucking reason, and you have no examples to this point of yours.
I think I'm providing
I'm letting Aethrin voice his own opinions. I mean, I have examples. You know, I have my own examples, but I'm letting Aethrin finish his point.
Then bring them to the fucking table, and when Robin is responding to him, shut the fuck up and let him talk.
Before you decided
you're
that
doing
you
this
had to be the
again.
moderator
Like,
of
I'm
the
just
entire
talking
world.
to you.
Why on earth do you have a right to continue talking for more time?
You have been going on for 5 fucking minutes without saying anything, Aethrin.
Pascal, when
You've
are
just been talking over
when
Robin
you are talking,
all this
then
time.
you are the one who is continuing to talk, not me.
Yeah, but I wasn't
hell?
talking before this.
You understand there are smaller units of time than 5 minutes.
How long?
Right?
How
You
long?
understand that there are smaller units of time than 5 minutes.
How long were you going on with Robin about absolutely nothing?
I will keep talking to Robin until he stops trying to railroad.
Robin is actually buggered off.
Are you fucking 12?
Look, how long
is he 12?
have you been
How
talking?
old are you?
We're criticizing what we're doing. What me and Aethrin are doing is we're criticizing Robin, and you know we're trying to offer criticisms to Robin. Robin is trying to act as if he's doing his genuine condescending shtick that he always fucking does, and somehow you think that's he's in the right here.
I have seen this criticism of yours, and I do not see your point.
Well, of
This
course
is
you
from
don't.
somebody who's only come into the conversation after about what, a couple months now? So how about you start by presenting your argument properly so people can address it properly. And when they are talking and trying to give you their point of view, you don't talk over them.
But who are you referring to, me or Aethrin?
This was the same. Everybody. This was the same shit I had on the climate change stream.
Pascal,
I couldn't get a word in edgewise. It's fucking annoying.
Pascal, does that apply to Robin? Pascal, does that apply to Robin? Look, if you continue to not acknowledge me, well, no wonder I don't respect you. Because that's the reason why I treat you like shit, because you're a fucking moron.
Cool.
Well, the first time we ever even talked to each other was when you decided that you were the judge, jury, and executioner for a comment I made to Sturko.
Yeah, that's because you were being a condescending
literally
prick.
10 seconds after he'd already been given the answer to his question, I said, no, I'm not just going to sit here answering your question.
No, you were basically...
And then you decided to take it personally and forgot, half an hour of spurging out in that chat.
You were basically
And you seem to have refused to acknowledge that you could possibly have done anything wrong there.
You were basically trying to act as some sort of superior authority, you had. Yes.
Was I just on fucking Twitter? Could that have been a possibility in your tiny mind? That I was on Twitter talking to perfect strangers when I have shit to do.
Okay. That's overestimating your own importance, buddy. If you don't want to.
No, he's not. He's
go
really
do
not.
your shit and shut the fuck up.
Why
No,
should
he's
I
really-
not shut up when you are talking, you fucking retard, Pascal?
You're really just being unfair. to
Some
him
random
now.
guy
when I am speaking to other human
me on
beings.
Twitter, and I owe him some kind of lengthy time sink of
No, but you can
explanation.
fucking paraphrase at least.
Or maybe I could do whatever the fuck I like without you accusing me of having some moral justification for why I don't need to. How about it doesn't fucking matter because it was a conversation on Twitter? What is this projection where you insist that I'm somehow arrogantly condescending, that I'm somehow better? Or maybe I just didn't want to talk about it.
Because that is the impression that you gave off to me.
And your impression of it is false, so you'll continue to state it as
Still going,
a
huh?
fact, despite my protest.
Still going, huh, guys?
Generous of you. Correct debate tactics, I'm sure.
Hold on
Lovely.
a second. Hold on a second. What's the point of even mentioning anything then in that chat that we had if you're not going to actually explain the
Because
position of
people
why I'm wrong?
talk to each other, and that's fine. And sometimes they don't want to respond at that moment because they don't have the time.
No, that's not what you were saying at all. You were basically saying I'm not going to explain this to you if you don't
Right,
put
guys,
in the effort
guys.
yourself.
Yes, because why should I if you won't? Why should I trust some random stranger that they have actually committed to a good faith approach to the discussion? When I don't know them.
Number one, you're under the impression that you know better, which you don't.
I don't know better. That's my fucking point, you retard. I don't know. Why should I trust it? Why should I speak to a perfect stranger and commit time?
Atherin's on
and effort?
11 today.
Yeah, no
It's
shit.
just so fucking obvious to me. Why do you
Well,
think?
he's not wrong. That's the funny thing, is that he's not wrong.
Well, he is.
No, he's
Of
not.
course
don't
I am.
think he's
Thank
wrong.
you for telling me that,
What?
Pascal.
Okay,
Now, if
okay,
you can
guys,
finally come up with a valid
listen to the
argument for it-
moderator. Listen to the moderator. Okay, guys, what is Pascal?
Who's the moderator here? What?
That is actually me.
I do not
I just
recognize
went.
the authority of this court.
I can bin you if you like. But anyway,
was your
yeah,
cigarette,
I just want to get to the bottom of this. Pascal, what was this particular issue?
Well, it's just a culmination of his behavior over time.
Pascal
Okay,
doesn't even seem to understand what was happening in the conversation. But
I'm wondering exactly what this particular argument you were having.
Well, I can explain it.
basically about
No,
10 different people were privately laughing at Pascal's stupidity because of how obvious it was.
Right, Pascal, I'm asking. Pascal, could you explain to me what point you'd made that others had said was retarded?
What point I made? No, it was Sturkor was having a conversation with Atherin, right?
Is this during his bridge burning campaign?
No, it's not today. It's not.
All
today.
right, okay, carry on.
This is a while back.
Okay.
And my first impression of Atherin was basically that he was a pompous asshole because he was trying to assert his air of superiority and the fact that he knew better. Let
him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish, Atherin, please.
I'm being convicted of a thought crime.
Well, could you at least hear the charges before answering them?
I've heard them several times.
Yeah, I'd like to hear them. That's all.
I haven't brought this up since that incident, so I don't know how you've heard this several times. This is the first time I bring it up.
Get on with it then.
I'm still none the wiser here, Pascal. Help me out.
Well, I can do it if you want.
Well, I think we need to take 5, and Atherin needs to calm the fuck down.
Okay.
I'm being quiet. That's what's happened to me. I'm not even being quiet.
Okay.
I'm being quiet.
Okay, everybody calm down.
Robin, do you see the problem here? Nothing
Well,
I do will cease its conviction.
Atherin, I'm seeing
This is
several
why I call
problems
him
here,
the
to be honest with you. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment. Sturkor, do you want to give it a crack?
I'll give it a. Right, so what happened was we were talking about science and the legitimacy of it, and how discussing the scientific methods and stuff. And then Atherin comes in and explains how I was wrong and then fucks off.
Yeah, I explained how you were wrong, and then I fucked up.
No, you didn't explain at all. You just said, "Oh, because of X," and then you didn't give
do you
an
remember?
explanation.
No, Sturko, do you not remember the closure of that conversation when I clarified that the reason why I hadn't gone into extra detail is because Gabriel had already, literally that fucking second that I responded, already given you the answer, and so I was under the impression that you had it because you did.
Sturko, can I just ask you something briefly? Are you willing to make any content?
Am I willing to make any content?
For my channel.
For your channel? Well, I did say, like, I don't know, I'm kind of like umming and ahhing about content right now, so I'm not too sure that I want to do. Not because of your channel, because of, in general, I wasn't thinking of doing any more. I'm not too sure on it. That's my answer on that.
But Sturko, do you recall that conversation that the answer to your question was to look up scientific realism, and that would give you a far swifter and far more complete answer than I could?
Yeah, I did, and I remember.
You understand how, because it's like you haven't even read the first page on Wikipedia, that I might be more interested in doing my homework for a degree. Which doesn't mean I'm better, it just means that I have a legitimate, more important thing to do than hang out on Twitter.
Sure, but it's just like cut and run.
It could be perceived as cut and run.
I stayed
Okay, so
until
we've got ourselves a bit of a misinterpretation of what somebody's doing here, I feel. Okay, I can understand that. You know, people. I've seen this before, where you'll say something to somebody and then get on with your life, and then like maybe come back to this particular thing maybe a day later or something like that, and somebody's made a retort to what you've said, and then they're kind of going, "What? Why haven't you answered me?" And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, well, I do have other things to do than just sit here waiting for your response. I get that. So I don't necessarily, I think there's room for forgiveness here, guys. Okay.
Is there a clique going on that's coming in and out? Because I see the same familiar people that are in a clique of their own coming in here. It's interesting.
A clique?
Yeah.
Like what kind of?
I just see a clique of people that often talk to each other and often have the same viewpoints and then make prejudgments.
So why is it a clique?
It's an echo chamber.
I see the
I'm interested to know what you mean by clique. Is there an implicit accusation in there?
Okay.
No,
let me just say this, because I've been quiet for quite a while, and this conversation is getting more and more retarded by the second. If the accusation of Atherin being condescending and feeling better than anyone else is just because he started an argument on Twitter and then he buggered off mid-conversation. Hold on, let me just continue. Shut up, Atherin. If that is only crime, then I do that with every single conversation that I have. Because let's face it, there are some people that actually live on Twitter, and I have better things to do all the time. I start a conversation and then it gets boring and I just bugger off. So what? It happens all the time. Do I feel like I'm better than some people? Actually, yeah, I do feel like I'm better than some people.
There's plenty of people to feel better over.
I'm fucking better than you.
It's only natural because if there is so many idiots in the world, and I consider myself of average intellect,
calm down.
I am better than the people. Statistically.
I am okay with
statistically or
that they're better than other individuals
Both.
if they can present themselves as somebody who's intelligent.
Calm down, Antisparian. Calm down.
Well, I don't really care if they're better or worse. Sometimes I just bugger off in the middle of the conversation because it's just a Twitter conversation.
But really, this first impression of mine was just that. It was like
Prince of Burgundy. Prince of Burgundy, mate.
In the wall.
Well, so what? It's Twitter.
That's the prince.
What about it? It was like a couple of months ago.
Of a Twitter conversation, then I'm sorry. If that's the extent of your worry when it comes to your life, then I'm sorry, you don't really have much of a life to speak of.
If you're under the impression that this is the only thing that I'm basing this on, then you'd be wrong. Because
But you said it was. You said that this was the first impression of me. That is implicitly to say that you did make a judgment.
First impressions do last.
Yeah.
No, sure they do. But what he is saying explicitly is that he formed this judgment of me based upon that one instance.
Well,
Otherwise,
to be honest,
whole
here's the
concept
thing,
of the first
Etherin.
impression
Here's
is
the
a
thi-
nonsense.
Yeah, here's the thing, Etherin. The first impression that I have of you has actually stuck with me my entire sort of knowing you, and that is that you have a terrible icon.
Yes.
And
well,
that's never
Robin,
changed.
you've
That's
known
never
all of
changed.
this time, Robin, you have known exactly what to do about that. I know perfectly well the sheer amount of artifacting in that terrible blur. It was free software.
It certainly was.
Yes, it was. You can tell, can't you?
So you want me to do something about your icon?
No,
You
no,
entitled
I don't,
git.
Robin. I'm saying that if it's a problem for you, you know how to solve it.
Yes,
It's not a problem
I
for
say
me.
change your icon over and over again.
Well, there you go. If that's a satisfactory solution for you, then fine. I hope that makes you happy. I don't care.
I don't think it's really a path to happiness. I prefer a hobby.
But what is happiness, Robin? What is it?
What is it? It's in the eye of the beholder. That's what it is.
Well, I don't. I have
good
not
dick and good drugs.
scooped anyone's eyes out.
Oh yeah, very
so-
good drugs. That helps. Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
So I think you guys are under the impression that I'm just making a snap judgment regarding the first impression. No, this
We're all just shit posting in verbal form, mate.
okay. This also has to do with the fact that I've been on the house and you've been on the house and I've interacted with you, and pretty much every time that somebody is talking, you're always interrupting them and you're always putting in your 2 cents, which is a long-winded diatribe of nothingness.
Yeah, and has anyone ever interrupted me and said, "Why do you do that?" And I say, "Because I'm better than them."
But
Or
that's the impression you give off because
It's the impression I give
what
off.
you have to say is more
Robin.
important than the person talking.
Robin,
And this is how you were dealing with Robin.
Robin, is your impression of me that I think I'm better than people, or that I can't keep track of a conversation and I just yell anyway?
At economics and yes.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters.
Perhaps are not gay. Yeah. I mean,
I'm being harassed online now.
All right.
Oh, by the way, Etherin.
Go ahead and cry to fucking go ahead and cry to Anita Sarkeesian and talk about, bitch about your online harassment. Go ahead.
I will.
And the only reason I said any of this was because you were having a conversation with Robin for like the past 5 minutes, and I wanted to put a stop to it.
know we were having a conversation, and
if you call it that.
I had no problem with the yelling.
But you were talking over
Take
each
it easy,
other.
Darth.
Yeah, we were. Welcome to the open house.
So Robin was like trying to say something, and you were interrupting.
Look,
and
Pascal, this is just what we do.
This is what you do.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Robin.
And
I
then
have to
you
stop you
also
here.
did
I have to
the
stop
thing
you.
you were doing.
A lot all the time too. So
Well, yeah. Begging your pardon, but somebody has to shut you guys up at some point. Yeah.
No,
I mean, it's gonna have to. Yeah.
Someone making a point.
I mean, who's in
time.
when you're live streaming? Who's in charge of your live stream?
I knew who a lot of the people in the open house were at this point, except for the one with the icon with the very smug ass looking guy, and I'm rather appreciative of it. I do know that it's Pascal at this point. Then, I'm glad you're here. I'm sure
I'm here. I'm loving all of this passive aggressiveness going on at the moment.
Well, Robin's Dixie is Robin, that's going to end.
I'm not passive aggressive.
I said it was going to end now that you were here.
Well, Ruffian, you're Scottish. You're not passive aggressive.
How much whiskey have you had?
Very little. Actually, none that
how
I think
much
about
booze have you had?
Significant amounts of vodka.
There we go.
Ruffian has had very little whiskey, extreme amounts of vodka, straight.
I've had 3 cans of cider myself.
Oh, Ruffian, you're that fucking psychopath who decided to tell David that you wanted to kick his teeth in.
Yeah, that's
on
by
Twitter.
that.
Remember that
Wow.
again about taking people too seriously on Twitter.
Yeah, man.
For you, Pascal. Why does wanting to kick in David Schrott's teeth automatically make him a psychopath?
You don't.
Why would you start your first conversation with someone that way?
But that's not my first conversation with David. I've had many conversations.
No,
with him.
not you.
Yeah, it takes most Scottish people a couple of conversations before they want to kick your teeth in.
I just found that interesting for somebody who wanted to like make an appeal for conversation and in the same breath.
No, I was
make a
actually
threat to the
before
guy.
that. No, it was actually before I made several open offers of conversation, which he rejected, and then he started really getting up my snout. Sorry, the guy's a cunt. Don't like him. Don't like his attitude. You don't like me. Don't like my attitude. That's fine. I don't care. I am one of these really, it doesn't faze me. Whatever. I was trying to be reasonable, and I actually apologized to you, and I said I had no problem with what you said or your stances. David Surratt is a disingenuous little cunt. He will twist and what about his entire way around any subject because he has got no beliefs other than what people tell him to think. Really? Okay,
I don't see that. I don't see
Do you
that. I'm
remember
sorry.
that EU treaty? Was it the Prague Treaty or maybe or Istanbul? I think Istanbul. Maybe I might be getting muddled up. I've been reading a lot of them, but he kept boasting about how he'd read all 25 pages of it. He hadn't quite noticed the fact that all of the bits that he and his bum chum, what's his name, Tory supposed men's rights guy, that he was defending in his video, he claims to have read this treaty and then apparently come to the conclusion that it's like man-hating or something, but actually, although the preamble is dripping with quote-unquote feminism.
Feminism.
Yeah, that's exactly the effect I was going for. Thank you.
How long ago?
Although the preamble was utterly dripping with Robin.
Feminism.
Oh, there we go. The actual legally binding part of the treaty had fuck all to do with any of that, and it actually appears to be an anti-Sharia law. But apparently he didn't notice that, and just kept going on and on about how he had read and understood this treaty. Like I would not be mentioning it if he hadn't been boasting about how he had read and understood this thing that he clearly misunderstood. Or lied about, I suppose. Maybe I'm being too charitable, but I'm gonna say misunderstood.
I just think he's absolutely horrid.
If I have to be honest here, Ruffian, at least in terms of how when it comes to David, you are the type who would say that you kicked his teeth, and that's a little aggressive. I will admit that, but at the same time, at least it has to be understood that I wouldn't go so far as to say that I would kick his teeth in or anything. I would much more prefer to actually rape him, because at that point maybe he would learn a lesson and get a little pleasure out of it.
I was about to make a crack about thank you from the Church of England, but actually that turned a bit Catholic in the end.
So you're going more towards the positive reinforcement.
In a certain respect, yes.
Look, Pascal, at the end of the day, right, I don't believe that all this crap about, and a lot of it is crap as far as I can tell about climate change, because it is a propaganda machine, which is set up by people.
Let him finish. Let him, guys. Let him finish.
This is why this channel is getting called cancer.
Science is a propaganda machine.
Right, guys.
Climate change is
all of you shut the fuck up. Right.
Chinese.
Okay, you're all going to be muted. All right, I'm muting all of you. Right, if you're not going to fucking listen, right, you're done. At this point, nobody can hear you speaking. If you're going to basically just mock someone straight away, that's not really very fair now, is it? So let him finish. Let him finish his point. Doesn't matter how wrong. Let him finish. Carry on, Ruffian.
Thank you. When you have a bunch of people working in the climate change industry telling you that climate change is all of these, it's all real and all this kind of stuff, you couldn't go to wonder if somebody with Exxon was telling you this about oil and oil was great, would you entirely trust that? Also as well, I haven't had any concrete figures on how much of this is definitely caused by man. I actually agree there's climate change, but when people say that terrorism is minor compared to climate change, anybody that says that, their head is so far up their ass, it's frightening. Simply because, and I can already account for 2 million deaths out of 2 conflicts without even looking hard, and climate change causes an estimated 70,000 per year. So already it's got a better death toll. And just before you all jump on me and start like spanking each other off and tugging, Here's a thought for you. Do you think climate change is actually going to be a big issue on people's minds if we start ending up going into more wars? Because wars tend to take people's mind off climate change. The only way you're going to get climate change agreements is when there's this period of stability. Terrorism threatens that. Therefore, it threatens climate change.
That
It also
is-
directly causes it to some extent.
That is one interpretation. I would say that if you're looking for a
One little
time
thing, the last
of
little thing that
stability,
you said about the agreements was the Paris Agreement not made during the time when terrorism was actually a threat.
The Paris Agreement was
Paris
not
Agreement, I mean, let's look at the Paris Agreement unbiasedly. Like, it's a hot mess.
Yeah, it's non-binding. It doesn't.
Regardless of
It doesn't do anything.
or
It's
not,
hundreds of billions of dollars for a fraction of a percentage change over the next 100 years. It's
I
garbage.
never said it's good or not. It's not about
Okay,
it.
yeah, fair enough. I'm just saying, like,
what the argument was is that there's not going to be action when we are busy with war. Yet there was action.
No, but that example doesn't work. That's what we're saying. There was not action. The Paris Agreement is not action.
well,
I see what he's saying.
I'd counteract. I'd actually counteract that a little easier, guys. Yeah, it'd be easy to counteract that with there is no such thing as a period of stability within the world. There's always going to be something going on.
Here's what I have to say in regards
but it needs to be
to.
understood that something like the Paris Agreement is it's basically if you really kind of break it down, the Paris Agreement is kind of like one international virtue signal. That's what it is. It's not anyone particularly certifiably dedicating to anything. It's just hey, maybe you should do this, maybe you should do that. It's no one actually.
Well, it's everybody agreeing that they're going to try. Really, that's about it.
Which they probably won't.
Let's try to achieve that goal. And I know that the agreement itself, in its text, is not enforceable. It's not binding in any way. It's a toothless agreement, but it is something.
Right, Habib.
No, I just want to put a break on
curiosity.
this and
If you
respond
were
to
to spend-
comments, if that's okay.
Yeah, let Pascal have a go, mate.
Yeah, I've stopped. I've shut up.
That's all right.
Really?
Yeah, carry on.
So here's the thing. Science deals in quantifiable truths, right? This information is brought to the attention of the public via a peer-reviewed system. Doesn't matter if there was financial motivation. If you wanted to disprove climate change, then what you do is you go to university, you get yourself a degree, okay? Then after you get your degree, you specialize for 10 years. After that, you look at the peer-reviewed information, and then you agree with the scientists because it's a quantifiable truth.
Right.
This is not some sort of a conspiracy.
Who said
and
it's
anybody
conspiracy?
Yes.
I would say that you implied that, yeah.
It's not
no.
You implied it as though it's some sort of industry based solely on basically scaring the bejesus out of people.
I am implying
It's not that there's any kind of irrefutable proof about human impact on climate change. That's completely understandable. Because, of course, anybody who looks at the actual scientific data can understand that there is a human impact on climate change. This is certifiable evidence based on the science. However, the problem being is that once you begin to politicize it, is the minute you can begin to generalize. And that's when people can begin to push very dangerous kind of scare tactics.
Yeah, no, the scare tactic, the problem with the politicization is people who are in denial. Either they deny it exists entirely.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Or they deny.
Guys, shut the fuck up and let him finish.
Or they deny. Or they deny that it's man-made.
This is the inherent problem with the climate change debate, is that
there is no debate.
There is
absolutely no debate.
There's argument, but there is no
the inherent
debate.
issue with the climate change debate is that people tend to look at it in a black or white kind of issue. And what people generally tend to completely disregard is that climate change is a naturally occurring concept. However, there is a human impact to a certain degree.
Not to a certain degree. The reason that we are experiencing the absolutely unprecedented amount of rise in temperature at the moment is because of man. This is scientifically proven.
Right,
It's
right,
backed up
which
by
is
science.
actually congruent with what he said if you pass the grammar.
There you go, Nethrin.
I said that that is in fact congruent with what he said if you pass the grammar.
I disagree because he's leaving a place for doubt that it's not entirely caused by man. Which is
Because most of this is still theories or hypothesis.
This is inherently the point. Is that climate change? I personally would argue that yes, climate change is of course a fact. There's no doubt about that.
Okay.
However,
Do you believe?
If you look back into the hundreds of thousands, millions of years of history of the Earth, is that climate change is a fact regardless. The world continues to cool. The world continues to warm up. It's a cycle. However, when it comes to human activities, when it comes to industrialization and the effects thereof, is that human activity does.
Nask, I just want to address what you've just said there about it going up or down or up or down. It actually depends on what's happening. It may go up depending on what's happening, and it may go down depending on what's happening.
It doesn't.
There isn't necessarily. There isn't. There have been cycles. Hear me out, mate. Hear me out. Hear me out. There have been cycles, certainly over the earlier part of the Earth's history, where it has actually gone back and forth in cycles. But then once you've actually got things like oxygen-producing plants and things like that, they created their own climatology. Then you've obviously got animals and things like that. You've also got volcanoes that are counteracting that as well. So they're not necessarily cycles. There is cause and effect going on here. You take in all. Hear me out, mate. I haven't quite finished yet, so bear with me. If you take in all of those factors, and a lot of people seem to think that scientists aren't, that if you take in all of the factors that have been, there's like the rotation of the Earth around the sun, it wobbles a little bit. The actual wobble of the Earth itself. These are all taken into account. When you take all of those factors into account, there is a leftover sum, and that leftover sum is what we are contributing to it. It is a provable fact of how much.
It's the difference between hypothesis, theory, and
my point, Robin, is that I am not in any way denying whatsoever that human activity has a significant effect on climate change and the way the atmosphere interacts with all sorts of different
dude, can you speak louder?
Yeah, we're having a hard time hearing you, mate. You need to get a little closer to that mic.
I am not in any way denying that human activity has a very definitive effect. I am not denying that.
Okay.
Of course.
You understand the tip of a scale, though, yes?
I do, yes.
So you don't actually need to, if you get a lot of people sort of like, they get their doubt gland going by basically saying, well, we don't really produce that much. I mean, look at a volcano. I mean, there's a lot going on there, yeah. But we're doing our stuff as well as a volcano. Also, you've also got to understand that the crap coming out of a volcano is mostly attached to dust. Whereas when you burn fuel in a car very, very efficiently indeed. They've spent decades trying to work out how to burn fuel as efficiently as possible. This produces a perfectly refined carbon dioxide.
Primarily, my point, Robin, is that while human activity does absolutely have a very significant effect. It does absolutely have a significant effect. I do not believe, even based on the information that's been provided, that it is a majority effect on the current levels of climate change. However, I do believe that it is a significant enough effect that such mitigating factors as looking into things such as clean energy and reducing carbon emissions will be beneficial both in the short and the long term. I'm absolutely not.
Let me ask this.
My contention primarily comes with.
I'm gonna just ask this because we all laid our beliefs and where we stand, but
I didn't.
My main contention, and I'll let you answer. Do you think that humanity is capable of lowering that bar to 3 degrees less than what we have now?
Yes.
Do I believe
why
that?
Why are we not pursuing it?
What was the question?
Because the solutions that are being brought forth aren't the right proper solutions.
So many people hate nuclear.
What solution? Okay, you obviously consider the solutions that are presented right now as wrong. What would you consider to be the right solutions?
Whatever actually works and currently works. Instead of developing a new technology and all this stuff, why don't we actually, in the interim, use the technology that we know works and that we have developed, i.e. nuclear power? We built. There's a new nuclear station being built.
Well, a lot of people don't want nuclear power. It's the not in my backyard aspect.
Yes, I know. But
They can live with a windmill. They'll live with a windmill.
Climate change is important.
But windmills don't produce enough. Let's
very quickly.
Enough would, but you know.
Well,
how much money is
what needs to be understood about when it comes to renewable energies is that wind power will not save us, solar power will not save us, nuclear power will not save us. When it comes to renewable energies, is that by comparison to
you can have geothermal
by comparison to fossil fuels, it is going to take a combination of solar, wind, nuclear, geothermal, etc. energies in order to compensate us properly, as opposed to fossil fuels.
Doesn't Germany burn more coal now than it ever has?
Yes, but this is the point: is that if humanity really wants to severely reduce its carbon footprint, if it really wants to help reduce the effects that humanity and industrialization does have on climate change, is that renewable energy sources will be needed, of course. But however, none of these renewable energy sources, unless an utterly significant amount of money is applied, such as say humongous
Well, here's a
solar
factor.
farms in the Sahara Desert.
Here's a factor that a lot of you are missing out. Yeah, I'd just like to say there's a factor that you guys are missing out here, and this is the libertarian angle. And one of the issues that fossil fuels actually bring, and nuclear as well, and a lot of even wind power, things like that, is that they're not particularly good on the individual scale. A lot of the electricity that we use individually, but we get it off of a very large grid. And if you look at the grid, about a third of all of the electricity that is produced by solar, wind, everything, whatever it may be, whether it's burning gas or burning coal or wind power, whatever like that, a third of that is lost in, and I quote, bent space, when they're actually moving these from bringing down. I'm trying to remember the name of it. When you change down the electricity from, say, big power plant electricity, and you bring that down to, say, God, what the fuck is the name of it? I haven't got my brains today.
Substations.
Substations. Thank you. I always get stuck on silly words. Substation to substation till you get it down to the actual home. About a third of all of the electricity produced, with it being turned down like that, ends up being lost just in the transferal process. So a third of your bill is basically just trying to get the electricity to you. With solar, for example, and with wind, this can be actually done on a individual level. Home batteries, storage in that sort of sense. This actually means that not only do you go off the grid as such, but it also means that you're not paying a large amount of money to big companies to feed you this electricity. This is actually the big economic worry for a lot of big businesses. Is that
Can I just cut in very quickly?
That is the problem.
Because I've been relatively quiet.
If I had to be generous here, then I'd say that anywhere in the next 10 to 20 years, I think that an effective
Too quiet, dude. Can't hear you, mate. Really.
An effective solution to the natural gas, coal, and fossil fuels that we currently use is, over the next 10 to 20 years, is that we could push for implementing solar panels on not only new homes, but also formerly built homes that we could put in there, as well as individual wind turbines, and not only just geothermal instructions, as well as mass wind turbines, tidal turbines, as well as, say, God forbid, if several countries in the world decided to say, hey, let's spend $20 billion on building a massive solar farm in the middle of the Sahara, is that if need be, then the world absolutely could resort to switching over to renewable energies. The problem being is that so many countries and so many corporations are just so hesitant to put down that kind of money.
Well, it's the economics of it, you see. It's economically unviable if I'm not going to make a buttload of money. Economic viability to the individual is slightly different when it comes to the big corporations. If it's not making a big corporation a fuckload of money, they're not interested. When it comes to the individual, and it says, I'm saving on electricity bills, that makes them interested. I think when it comes to energy generation, it really has to be the individual that does this. For their own sake, it does also mean that, say, corporate lobbying becomes a real... it can be at least lessened with... you've got big oil companies here that have absolutely no interest in having this change. They're not interested at all. They'll be, they play a game with it, but you've seen it with, I think it was Exxon, wasn't it? Or was it...
ExxonMobil knew about it 30 years ago.
Yeah, they knew about all of this 30 years ago and they buried it. They're hiring companies...
They have strong evidence.
Yeah, they've buried it. They've had companies... They hire companies that were there trying to basically deny that smoking caused cancer. And the same people that were doing that are now doing this with, they use things like sowing doubt. They want you to doubt every single figure, no matter what. They've got to try and sow doubt into what's going on here. This is why you guys end up people laughing at you, because you're being propagandized and just simply believing it. And it's
right. Okay, hang on. I haven't said fuck all for ages, but I've been typing because it's getting boring. Right, you do realise that nobody's been propagandized.
Yeah, you are being propagandized.
Well,
you've just been making accusations of other people doing the propaganda as well.
You said let people fucking speak. Let me speak. I'm not being propagandized. What have I said isn't true? Have I said climate change isn't true? Have I said it's not man-made? Do not tell me I've been propagandized.
You were talking about climatologists doing this as some sort of industry to save their jobs.
I am stating that people who work in an industry have a self-interest in promoting it. That is a fact.
I've just said that about oil. I've just said that about energy generation companies.
Right. And I said that about Exxon as well, to balance it. So that is not me propagandizing. So please do not misrepresent
No, I'm not
me.
saying you're propagandizing. I'm saying that you're deciding who to believe or not. And this is
I haven't
the thing.
said that. I've said I have applied. One of the things that people talk about here is a little bit of skepticism, that when somebody is paid to deliver you a message, you question whether that message is actually valid based upon their own personal incentives. Now, I am not...
You're wrong. You're incorrect.
That's where you're going wrong.
You're incorrect
wrong
there, yeah.
because you're basing.
No.
Ruffian, let him speak now, mate.
He's spaceman. Shut the fuck up.
Ruffian. Mate, Ruffian, for fuck's sake. Do you want to? Right, okay. We'll just mute you guys if you're going to be like that. There we go. It's gone. You're gone. Nobody can hear you. Start fucking and I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to actually get everybody. No, Ruffian. Nobody can hear what you're saying at this point. Nobody can hear you. I'll tell you why. First of all, I didn't actually invite you in here. Somebody just gave you a link and you came in here. Now, I've been nice enough. No, you can kick yourself, mate. But I've been nice enough to just basically just take it on the chin and be easygoing about it. I will go and talk. No. You've said something, and I'm letting somebody else retort to what you've said. Yes, I've cut you off because you were just carrying on. At some point or another. Okay. Well, all that people are listening to at the moment is me talking to you. That's it. No, that's all. If you can just let somebody else speak, that's fine. But you're not the moderator here. Nope. No, I'm not going to let you. No, I just want somebody else to say something as a retort to what you've said, and then we can move on. But if you can probably say more, mate. But if you're just going to basically insist yourself on everybody else, I'm not interested. I'm letting everybody talk. You're not letting everybody talk. That's right. Now I'm having to just basically sit here and have everybody to my voice and nobody else's. Please stop this. No. If you want to go and talk to each other, that's fine. You go and talk to each other. I'm going to listen to Stircore right now. Okay?
I know you've been having a lot of vodka this evening.
We'll just wait for this. Sorry, folks. Stircore.
I was going to say that it doesn't matter on the incentives if the scientific facts point into the correct direction. They point into the direction of climate change being an issue, and this is where people's interests stem from. It doesn't matter of what your beliefs are or what beliefs of the people are pushing for. If the scientific literacy, the scientific literature, points towards the issue of climate change being getting gradually worse over the years due to man-made efforts, then that's what we're tackling. It's not a case of incentives.
And the incentive in science is to get it right. There is no incentive in getting it wrong, because you are going to have hundreds of people that will actively disprove what you've just said.
Well, you say that.
That's their dream goal.
It is their goal. Yes, it is the goal of the peer review system. But I think, just to respond to Sturkar's point there, that that is how you establish truth. But as an individual trying to assess whether or not you believe something, if you don't have the expertise to form your own valid, separate opinion about something, you have to choose between the opinions offered to you, or none of them. You know, you can take it or leave it. But the point is, some people don't have the capacity to generate their own expert opinion on climate change, and so you have to make an evaluation on whether or not you actually believe what you're being told.
Okay, Ruffian has something to say here, mate.
If I'm not mistaken.
Well, let Ruffian basically say what he was about to say. He's typed this out here. If you can just reiterate that to everybody else, mate.
My argument is I don't trust either side on this, because they both have an agenda they are pushing. And this is why I get pissed off when people say you can trust everything the climate change people say, but you can't trust Exxon. I do not trust either one of them. They're both paid to put forward their agenda. That is all I'm saying.
I think you've misinterpreted agenda for facts. You've got to understand that people who are in the scientific community are not interested in having something that can be fucking disproved.
Bullshit. That is because people get paid grants. I know people that work in the scientific community. I know people that have worked on submarines and all sorts of stuff, and they get paid wages, and they have to look after their checks. They have to look after their research funding.
Yes, and they get if they get it wrong, and when they get it wrong, what happens?
Often nothing, actually.
Yeah, often nothing, actually. Yeah.
But the thing I was trying to say is that it doesn't matter what you believe, because belief is absence of evidence. So just to reiterate that to everyone that I come across that say belief in science, there's no such thing. It's science. So it's a case of not being like with Exxon. The history that happened with Exxon was Exxon hired some scientists who are on the books to doctor their results to make Exxon look good. And they've been trialed at court, and they've been taken to court, and they lost. Then Exxon had to come out and say that they lost, and that's why you don't trust Exxon, but you trust the climate change scientists because if they've got data to back up their points.
That's not trust, then, is it?
No.
Well, exactly.
What do you mean it's not trust?
There's no need for trust at that point.
You don't need trust if there's evidence. That's not the.
That's what I was trying to say.
But let's not get stuck in semantics.
But it is important to point that out, because that is the sticking point. You think he means something he doesn't, because you're not appreciating the actual meaning of the word trust.
Well, Ruffian was asking who to trust, but you don't need to trust.
That's not the same word as believe, is it? You can believe someone without trusting them if they prove themselves, if they prove them their point with evidence. That's not trusting them.
That's what the scientists have done. They've proved it.
Right, but do you understand the proof? Or have you just listened to somebody else who told you that they've proved it?
Exactly. I understand certain elements of it, but I don't understand it to the nth degree.
No is the actual answer to the question, regardless of what you would like it to be. But no is the honest answer, right?
Well, this is kind of exactly why I do believe that yes, the human impact on climate change is a significant factor. However, I do not believe that it is a majority. This is exactly why I believe what I do.
So
is that yes, I understand the evidence that is presented, that human impact on climate change is significant. Absolutely. Based on the scientific evidence, this is irrefutable. However, I cannot believe anybody who tries to push the agenda that human impact on climate change is the primary consideration.
So here's the thing here. We have we have two sides to this, and we have a false equivalency, because on one side you have the people who are telling you that climate change is either not real or that it's has minimalistic impacts and it's not necessarily caused by man. You have the other side, which is presenting evidence and is going through the scientific process in order to push forward that evidence. So in regards to the scientists, the climate scientists themselves, the onus is then on you to go to school, to get a degree, and to prove them wrong. And to show that their information is somehow flawed. That's on you.
What's your degree in?
Doesn't matter.
What's your degree in? Come on.
It doesn't matter.
You're telling me it's fact.
It is.
Well,
it is an
I mean, to be
irrelevant.
fair, if his degree or lack of degree matters on his opinion or / position, then shouldn't yours?
No, because it's the burden of proof. If
Yeah. Oh, so what? You are thinking it's fine just to quote other people at me and tell me I got to believe it because you're quoting someone who told it more convincingly.
No. It's not that they told it more convincingly. It's that they have done the work and they have published their product, which has been verified by their peers and is now a quantifiable truth.
Wait, I'm not sure you guys necessarily understand peer review, but it's kind of irrelevant for this. But the point is that you're still essentially giving him something that he has to take on faith. Now, that's the thing. If you do understand the evidence, if you've gone to school and you've got that degree and you're qualified to be a climate scientist, then you have an opinion on it. Otherwise, you have somebody else's opinion on it that you've read somewhere. You can look at the numbers. You can look at the numbers, and then you can have somebody explain to you how to interpret those numbers because you didn't already know yourself. Looks like you're trusting someone again.
Well, because of the peer review system.
This is exactly
which is based on trust.
No, it's based on individuals who are experts looking at the work of other experts and determining if it is factual, if it is a quantifiable.
That's not what peer review is.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. Why do you think that is?
This is exactly why I have the position I do, that yes, man-made effects upon climate change are significant. Yes. However, the problem being is that once this information is put out into the public, once this information is certified, is that it gets politicized. And my
who's politicizing it though?
Oh, what? Are you serious? Who's politicizing it? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking you who is politicizing it. Do you think it is one particular side of the fence, or do you think it is both?
I do not believe that any one particular side of the fence politicizes it.
I think they've both been very clear that they're saying it's both.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to point out. Almost every single thing will be politicized. I mean,
both ends of the aisle absolutely politicize it. But like I said, this is exactly why I take the position that
it's actually destructive. It's actually very destructive to the debate. Really,
is a significant factor. I would absolutely agree that man-made effects on climate change are significant. There is scientifically no doubt about that. However, once you begin to put it into the public realm is when you begin to politicize it, which is where you see things like climate change denial, which is where you see things like people pushing the idea that climate change is world-ending, God forbid kind of idea.
Well, there is something to be said for margins. For example, The one thing that I sort of like have trouble with is that I remember, I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm 40 now, and I remember who actually commissioned in the UK, for example, to actually find out, whether climate change was real or not. And it was very much in the interests of the person commissioning it for it not to be real. Can you guess who commissioned it?
The Guardian.
No, it was Margaret Thatcher.
Margaret Thatcher.
Margaret
was
Thatcher.
dishonest.
Yeah. Margaret Thatcher basically started.
fucking surprised.
Yeah, she started this off to try and find out whether it was real or whether it wasn't.
I used to live in one of the towns that she fucking destroyed by deciding that welfare would probably do fine instead of industry.
But this is primarily my point when it comes to climate change, is that the scientific data says one thing. However, it's when it's disseminated into the public realm that it begins to become politicized.
Well, that's the public's fault.
Which is why I don't trust anybody who tells me that climate change is an absolute imperative that needs to be tackled. Which is why I also don't trust people who tell me that climate change isn't real. Which is why I look at the actual scientific data and say that yes, human effects on climate change are significant. Yes, but I don't, based on the information, do not believe that it is the primary and majority effect.
Nobody believes that in the scientific community.
Yeah, the data says just off the top of my head, 3% of carbon flux, which is the year-on-year change in carbon, that adds up. And now, something like 40% of atmospheric carbon is originally from human industry, or at least that is the common estimate.
Yeah,
that's over like a century of industry.
Yeah, the problem
we've gotten cleaner.
Yeah, the problem that we've got in when it comes to burning fuels is that we're very good at it now. Whereas volcanoes, they're not actually that efficient when it comes to disseminating carbon dioxide and other sort of shit. Because what it does is it produces a lot of clouds, dust, nastiness, and things like that, which is attached to that. It gets weathered in such a fashion. Whereas you're talking about carbon dioxide that goes directly up, straight out of your car and straight up into the atmosphere. It's not attached to any dust or soot or whatever like that.
Well, again, this is
Robin. It's carbon dioxide is gaseous regardless of where it was emitted. It's not that the dust is not.
You've got to you do understand what weathering is, don't you?
Well, again,
the carbon dioxide will not be in the dust in any. It goes through the atmosphere.
Again, it needs to be understood that this is exactly why I hold the point that human impact on climate change is significant. However, I do believe through our own efforts, it can be mitigated.
What I will say is, at any point have I actually said it's not real? At any point have I said I do not believe in climate change?
I think what you're implying is that, yes.
No, I actually do believe it's real.
If I have to be
level skepticism.
I've spoken to Ruffian outside of the open house, and he does not deny that climate change is real. What he particularly takes umbrage with is the estimates on the human impact of climate change.
Well, I understand that. What I'm saying is that the implication is there, and that's certainly how it came across. So that's all I'm feeling from how you're actually presenting yourself here. That's all.
It's understandable in an open conversation.
Yeah.
Let me just throw out one example, right? And this is how climate change is being treated. And I was talking earlier on about the salt conveyor with NAS. So, okay, Robin, you're quite smart. You obviously know about the salt conveyor with Venice.
Not this particular thing, no, mate. School me.
The salt conveyor. The salt conveyor was basically Venice made most of its early money out of salt because they had quite rich salt currents in the water, so they could dry it out and trade salt, which set them up. Now I can't remember exactly what year it is, and I'm really a little drunk and lazy. But eventually it stopped, and I think it was around late Renaissance, but don't quote me on this. But they'd already diversified trade. But the point being is the salt conveyor was where they made their money, and then it changed. Now, if that was to happen today, people would say that's climate change. They would instantly blame that on climate change. They would say that was man-made, even though that happened in the Renaissance. They're very quick to blame everything on climate change rather than shit just happened.
It very much could be.
The rate at which it happens is unprecedented, though, and the rate is the threat as well. Climate change in itself is essentially harmless. Having a different climate is fine; we can cope with that. What's awkward is having a changing climate, in particular where rainfall will happen.
Ryan, could you mute, please, mate?
Where the fresh water will actually accumulate, where rivers will have their sources. The source of a river we can predict to some extent, but essentially patterns of rainfall is, in particular, which times of year to expect the rainfall in any given place. That's a serious concern for the viability of farmland going forward, which is a concern that I think people very rarely mention in connection to climate change. It's always some Al Gore-esque, sea levels, something, destruction of New York. At least I tend not to hear people talk about it, other than those alarmist terms.
I'd just like to reiterate to everybody, just so you know, please don't share the open house Google Hangout to anyone at all. I am in control of having people invite themselves. If you wish to come on the open house at RSOL GTP, and then you can be transformed into a internet demagogue in front of the eyes of everybody here. But please, don't fucking share it with other people. It will get you banned.
Sorry,
this is some bannable offense shit in my world. We just don't do that here. Thanks.
I don't think I'm going to reach demagogue. I think I'm more reaching pariah at this point.
Like I said, mate, I'm perfectly content to convey with you, mate. I'm not going to call you a demagogue or anything like that. My issue a lot of the time is that we tend to, especially when it comes to the skeptic world, is that we can over-skeptic to the point where we're basically just in a field of mud here.
I'm not trying to over-skeptic. I'm actually not a skeptic. I just think that there is too many people that have politicised this. And when you see, what they're doing right now is they're saying, not in my backyard when it comes to pollution. And what they're doing is they're pushing it to other locations. Here's a very good example of how they're treating pollution in Britain. They won't do fracking here, but they'll buy fracked gas from America and then cause all that pollution, transporting it over to the UK because they won't do it here, but they call it greener. I'm sorry, there's a lot of flaws in what's going on, and people need to be skeptical about the solutions they're putting in place. I have no problem with adapting towards climate change and making these changes and decisions, but they need to get their head out of their ass and stop what we said earlier. Every new house, put solar panels on the roof, put a wind turbine in the back, put the cost onto the house. Then that person will regain that money for the savings as they move forward. That's a solution I can get behind. Paint the roofs white, which reflects the energy back off. That is very simple. It is very easily done. These are solutions that are practical, achievable, and don't, it could be very easily done, but they're not doing it. Instead they're frittering around, but they're harping at us about climate all the time.
You've got an issue with that actually on a scientific basis. If you've got carbon dioxide in the air, we've got like 400 parts per million right now. It is trapping. It's not trapping air heat that is coming down so much as trapping heat that is being reflected. So if you have it reflected from your roof, it would still basically end up in the atmosphere. So that's the issue that you would have. You could probably, it would be better actually with absorption. So instead of it actually going out into the air, going out into the atmosphere, it's actually absorbed onto roofs. So having a dark roof, for example, would be a better solution.
No, but Robin, then you do have the same weathering problem that you mentioned about volcanic ash.
What do you mean?
Well, do you have matter that contains carbon and lots of water going on it? You seem to think it was very important to mention the weathering.
We're talking about roofs here.
Right, but if you have carbon capture on roofs, then you have objects now on the roof that, when weathered, will release carbon again.
We were talking about light reflecting off of roofs.
No,
we'll still improve it.
Sorry, I thought you meant having carbon capture on the roofs.
No, that would be pointless. Yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly for the reasons.
Yeah, you've just misinterpreted what I was saying there, mate. It's all right.
Yes.
I think people are.
Notice there's certain people in the room that, when told that I misinterpreted what someone said, I'm happy to accept that and move on.
I think people are under the impression that denial only means that you don't believe in climate change. I think it stretches beyond that point to where if you don't believe humans are the primary cause, that you are also in denial. Because that goes against the scientific information.
Yay, we've got someone who's coming in who has a master's in something.
A master's in something?
Is it arts?
No.
Is it social sciences?
No.
In baiting?
Guitar tuning.
Gender study.
It's not in philosophy, is it?
F5.
But here's a very interesting point for you to chew over. Have I actually been that unreasonable about this? And am I really that special that I'm being awkward about this? I mean, if they're having problems convincing me, who else are they having problems convincing?
I'd go with...
Raffian, I'll answer this.
Do you want me to honestly tell you what I think about you?
Let him go. Let him go. Let Habib do it, man.
Okay, your entire premise is not that out. It's okay. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but the way you presented it at first sounded a little bit retarded. It took you quite a while to get the idea through.
I've been drinking vodka for quite a few hours.
That might. That's not going to help.
That should be like water for you. That's not an excuse, mate.
Somebody in the side chat just goes, "Did someone just diss philosophy?" Somebody called Philo-skeptic.
Tell me what you're thinking, mate.
I'll be just quite interested. The person in the chat who said that.
I'll go with point of order, Ruffian. I don't appreciate people conspiring to come in and raid other people's channels. But that's really Fox's fault, and I'll deal with him on my own on that front. As far as point of order when it comes to conversation, it's quite nice if you can just make your point and then listen to somebody counter. That'd be cool. But apart from that, fine.
Well, he was saying he wanted to say about me, and I've just said, do it, and I'll take it on board if he's got something constructive.
That's all I'm asking. Yeah, that's all I'm asking on the house is that you got like 10 people chatting here, yeah, and there's only one guy here who's trying to basically make sure that we all actually get a say. Some people get very upset when I interrupt them, but the problem is, of course, somebody has to, don't they, Spurglord?
I don't know what you're talking about, Robin. I mean, people say things, and sometimes those things are immediately and egregiously wrong, and they need to know, because otherwise they will keep talking.
No, but I'm open to taking feedback. If I have been, Pascal obviously has something he wants to say because he was jumping in ready to say something there about me. Me personally, which I think
jump in there, mate. Let's see what he's got to say.
Yeah, do it. I'm not.
You want me to go off on you? Is that it?
It will be amusing. It rather like
my Saturday's free.
Attack a bulldog. Okay. Well, I think your impressions in regards to climate change shows exactly what kind of character you have, and that was pretty much demonstrated with the way that you were dealing with David, because you're obviously
this is going off on someone.
Ethrin.
Like, you've just proven my point at this point, Ethrin. You realize that, right?
Are we now in a weird? Are we in an episode of Penelope Pit Stop at this point?
Pretty much.
I have no idea what that is.
No, it's that there's like Penelope Pit Stop. Have you never heard of this? There's like Dick Dastardly and there's Muttley, and Muttley's always going like that all the time.
Yep.
Hanna-Barbera, man.
Anyways, let me dig up that comment to show you how unhinged this guy is.
Unhinged, that's excessive.
You're a special kind of crazy, my friend.
You see why I call him Pascal Inquisition.
Well, if he thinks this is crazy. But the thing is what I find quite interesting is I did actually speak to Don, and he actually got the context behind what I said and why. And even he went, yeah, actually, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I understood what you were saying right off the bat as well.
Yeah, but also there's other reasons why I actually think terrorism is a much bigger issue than climate change as it stands at the moment. And I'm not being unreasonable on this. I am actually reasonably well versed in the subject.
I think the reason why people have been talking past each other about this so far is because you have yet to all of you have yet to distinguish between importance and urgency.
I think it's a false equivalence to begin with anyway.
Which was somebody else that made it.
Like, but the thing is that they're two separate issues that need to be dealt in two different ways.
Yep. But
that comment was deleted, I think.
Well, I haven't deleted anything, so it's not me.
As far as I was aware, you had apologised for saying this to him, yes?
Yeah, I was pissed off. I was upset because I had been doing some work on terrorism stuff, and I had been looking at lots of dead bodies for a very long time. So when somebody downplayed it, because I was working on a video for Fox, I was actually very, very, very upset because I'd been looking for all the dead bodies in Beslan. I'd been looking at all the dead bodies in Syria, children, men, and women. And then when somebody starts downplaying the impact of it, it was actually me lashing out of an emotional reaction. And I did want to hit David, and I still do, because I'm looking at those dead bodies and those people.
But he's not responsible for that.
No, but he's making flippant statements about how it's basically not to be worried about.
Well, certainly not for you.
Okay.
I mean,
no, but that's the way it comes across.
Let me say this, because I came across to some people as I was underplaying the threat of terrorism, because I was arguing with Fox the same way. I was like, yeah, climate change, I see it as a bigger threat than terrorism. And when people tell me that I'm underplaying terrorism, I just want to punch them in the face, because I fucking lost 3 of my friends to terrorist attacks.
Yeah, I've had a lot of friends who've been involved in it as well. So I have, like you, I have actually got some personal interaction with the problem. I have known people who have had bits of their body blown off. I used to work with people that were coming back with post-traumatic stress disorder from the conflicts in these areas. So, like you, I have a somewhat emotional context I'm attaching to it.
But still, I mean, here's the way I approach this. Like I was okay. I don't know if you caught the first few half an hour, let's say, from the stream, because I did clarify it. Like, yeah, the threat of you going out to your house and getting killed by a terrorist or getting killed by climate change is a little. I mean, if you want to measure it this way, it's kind of silly, because there's a small threat of being killed by a terrorist, and there's even a smaller threat to be killed by a heat stroke.
Yes.
But, however, if we don't deal with climate change now, and we're like, yeah, this is just a small problem. If we don't deal with it now, and we go beyond that 3 degrees margin, way bigger threat than any other thing that faced us. Yeah. So it is a bigger problem that needs to be taken care of now, rather than we just shelve it till later. And that's the way I tackled it. And some people on Twitter, they were just like, no, you're just a sympathizer.
Yeah, no, there is something that I think people tend to leave out of the debate, and that is the geopolitical consequences of actually stopping climate change. You see, in order to prevent that that you're talking about, the extreme, we're fucked moment, that requires that most of the oil that is currently in the ground remains in the ground.
Yep.
That is a requirement unless we have a fucking huge amount of carbon recapture. But yeah, that oil needs to stay in the ground. Now that's only going to happen. Us consuming less oil isn't going to make that happen. Us getting a hold of that oil and making sure it stays underground is going to make that happen. Which essentially means we have to do something about the Middle East. These aren't two different problems.
And then I don't think anyone was implying that they're two different problems. And yes, to solve one, you have to solve the other. I think solving the issues in the Middle East are essential in solving climate change. But still, I mean, when you measure the two problems right now and the threat that they impose on us, there's no denying that climate change is going to be a bigger problem if we don't deal with it now. Right now, this moment, she's like, yeah, there's more death by terrorism. It's fine. I can accept that. Yeah. But there is a bigger threat looming in the horizon. And if we don't deal with it now, if we just be like, oh, we're going to wait until it's critical, then it's a little bit too late.
Here's the other thing that you've also got to remember when it comes to terrorists and terrorism. I can guarantee you that if we tackled climate change to the point where everything was hunky-dory, it's not going to stop people being terrorists. There's going to be terrorists. Always going to be terrorism. Somebody's going to have a terrorist thing. And as far as us sort of trying to fix the world to the point where it's some sort of peaceful place where we can really combat climate change, that isn't going to happen either. So the real fact of the matter is on this particular front is it doesn't really matter what situation the world is in as far as it being politically or whatever like that. If you don't deal with it at all, it's going to bite you in the ass. It's just going to. It doesn't matter how political you make it.
I completely agree with you, but here was something I was talking about earlier with Ness. Now, people don't think that terrorism can be as big a problem as what it potentially could be. What happens if somebody manages to destabilize Russia? Now, think about this very carefully. If somebody manages to destabilize Russia and then crazy groups start getting hold of nuclear weapons, which are lying around in a fucking horrible state after that war, you think how bad it would be if a fucking dirty bomb goes off in a major city. America had 2 wars after a couple of buildings got blown up. You think what it's going to do to the climate if A, a dirty bomb goes off, and B,
I think you're a little bit afraid of the idea of a dirty bomb being smuggled into a country. That's not exactly the easiest thing in the world, mate. And as far as a nuclear bomb being smuggled into a country,
I'm not. But what I'm talking about is we've got to look at the terrorism has a good potential to topple countries, and countries that are pretty stable, unstable.
What is the risk of that?
Yeah, when you say that, you need to basically, somebody's going to have to answer for you. That Habib, go for it.
Yeah, Rafi, and what I can say to that is first, I don't see it as a potential. I think you're being a little bit hyperbolic. But
perhaps I will accept that.
I mean, even when you look at the terrorist groups that are operational right now, almost all of them are in decline. The only ones that are not in decline, they're either the pirates of Somalia, and I don't see those guys getting to Russia at all.
No, they're not.
ISIS is in decline. Al Qaeda is in decline. Taliban is in ruins. I'd
say it's really the other way around. It's the destabilization of a country that gives more rise to terrorism.
Yeah, it is actually the destabilization I'm more worried about.
What I was going to say is that there are a few terrorist organizations that are on the rise. You have people like the Islamic Brotherhood, for example.
Press F5.
Who, me?
To pay.
No, sorry, folks. Sturkor. No, nobody can hear you guys. Sturkor. Nobody can hear you. I can't hear you right now, Habib, because Sturkor for F5, mate. Yeah, it was just all blitty for me for some reason. Say something, Sturkor. All right, okay, we're back to normal. Sorry about that, folks.
It's fine. So yeah, I mean, when you look at all the terrorist organizations, I don't think any of them can do any catastrophic attack like that anymore.
No, you're probably right. I completely agree. But what you've got to remember is, if you cut the head off of one of these organizations, another one sprouts up. It's like a fucking hydra. I'm not saying. Okay, you think about this. Okay, most of the money that comes in from terrorism,
Ryan.
if you exclude the money. Sorry.
No, carry on, mate. Carry on. Ryan tends to start doing stuff in his room and makes a lot of noise, so I've just asked him to mute. But hello. Actually, let's introduce Philosophical, because he's a new open houser. Hello there, mate. How you doing?
Hi.
Philo-skepticals, begging your pardon.
Yeah. No, that's all right. Things
Congratulations, you made it.
Can I jump in on one thing, or should I introduce myself or something?
You might. Yeah, let's do the introduction first. What's your favourite drink?
What's just beer's fine.
Are you a patron of skeptology?
I hopefully, I don't know.
Okay, show us your skeptic community card.
Has it been stamped recently?
I guess I subscribe to Skeptic Magazine. Is that the Skeptic?
Oh, that's pretty skepty.
Yeah. I'm doing a PhD in philosophy, so that's why I reacted to the philosophy thing. But yeah, that's bad.
Well, you can do whatever you like to waste your time, mate. It's all right.
You're doing a PhD in philosophy. You know exactly how grounded our jokes about it are.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry. I'm well aware of the job market and how crazy that's going to be. So.
Oh, you're not here to object. You want to join in?
Oh no, well, like
Not
I
looking
still
for
think
work.
philosophy
You need
is
to learn
useful.
philosophy.
I'm just saying that, yeah.
Oh, philosophy
I'm
is
aware that
very
I'm a
useful, just not a degree in it.
No, I can get behind that. Sure. Can I respond to something that Ruffian had said there?
Have at it.
Go ahead.
So you said that that you were concerned about destabilization of those regions, right? Because if they destabilize, that would increase terrorism. But isn't part of the worry that if some of what the climate scientists are saying is true, those kinds of impacts will cause destabilization in those regions, wouldn't they? So wouldn't that be a reason to care about climate change for, in a way, terrorism?
That's true, but I'm also not advocating that we take a mutually exclusive approach. I'm just saying.
That's fair.
I do think that each of them, one is a short-term problem, one is a longer-term problem, and I actually do believe in climate change. But I do not think that this brushing terrorism aside in the sight of climate change is going to help things when fixing these problems actually does require stability.
Yeah, I have to disagree with you on this, as though terrorism is some sort of new or a defeatable thing. I mean, George Bush started the war on terror, and it hasn't really done anything except make terror bigger. The problem with the war the problem with the war on word is that all you're really doing is shadowboxing most of the time, but it does give you a really good excuse to go and invade other people's countries.
I think we should annex the Middle East.
It's completely true.
And that is the
true.
thing but you know what? When it comes to annexing other people's countries, do you know what that does produce? A lot of destabilization.
Well, yeah, in the short term, but given that basically fucking with the Middle East is a drug that the international community cannot seem to shake, maybe we should just go with the stable option.
Okay.
Here's what I can suggest. What I can suggest is we empty the Middle East, we all become refugees, and then you all can fuck up with the desert.
Okay,
That
guys.
does seem to be NATO's plan, actually.
Guys, there is something even more important than climate change and terrorism on the horizon. And if you can see me sharing it in the screen there, I think it's really important that everybody finds this. And Maggie, you need to know this too. In order for me to have a healthy prostate, I need to ejaculate 21 times a month. Do you understand me?
That's an unusually specific statistic. Normally, we would have some kind of confidence interval.
Yeah, it'd be like a plus or minus on that.
Well, the expression is at least.
Oh,
22nd ejaculate.
That is the minus. I see.
There we go. So a minimum of 21 times per month, baby. You want me healthy?
Well, okay,
it's once a
but
day.
Robin, how much protein should we be eating?
I'll go fuck myself. Okay.
Don't you dare come 22 pounds.
21 times. I don't think I could manage that.
Only 21 times? Christ, I must be really fit then.
It's all that rhubarb.
But Maggie goes, yes, you can. I was like, well, I can give it a try. Assume the position.
I was going to address Ruffian's point about dirty bombs affecting the climate.
No, he wasn't talking about it affecting the climate. He was talking about it, as a terrorist point of view.
As a threat, if it's like if we don't address terrorism, it might get worse. And the thing is, like I explained, I don't think terrorism is not being addressed. I think it's basically what we're seeing from the increase of attacks in Europe right now, and even in the Middle East, is you're seeing a cornered fox, and it's doing its last kicks.
Both are short-term problems with long-term consequence. So the long-term consequence of terrorism is that you'll see more destabilization and people getting killed. With climate change, everybody dies, and we have the sixth mass extinction event at the extreme.
So is a stable world and tackling climate preferable to a destable world trying to tackle climate?
Wait. Pascal, do you believe that climate change is an existential threat to humanity, not just to the current civilizations?
Existential?
As in the
a threat to your existence.
Could be wiped out.
I think it's existential. I have no problem with that.
The worst case scenario, yes.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I mean, an asteroid hitting the Earth is an existential threat. There's a lot. There's a lot of existential threats out there. By comparison, terrorism isn't necessarily an existential threat. It is on the individual basis.
No, it's just I misunderstood.
But,
I thought you were implying that was like the likely case.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. What I can say is, let me just go on about what I have in regards to information. So I know that we're causing global warming. That is all. The CO2 in the atmosphere is also causing acidification to the oceans, which affects the wildlife in that area. This can affect phytoplankton, which is essential for oxygen production on the world. We also have aquifers, which are being drained at a very astounding rate because of our population and our needs. They are not being replenished, so that's water shortages on top of that. And all of this culminates into this one big mess that can likely wipe out human existence.
Especially if nothing is done.
Yeah.
And I have not at any point in any way, shape or form ever advocated we do not do nothing, which is why I get a bit annoyed when everybody's jumping at me.
Like I said, mate, I
That's
think
why-
it was just the way that you were presenting it. Really, it just came across that way.
You came on really strong.
Yeah,
Of course, he's the ruffian Dick.
No,
If I'm the Prince of Burgundy, he's the ruffian Dick. What did you expect from us two?
Yeah, I mean, when
And
you
it's
started,
Saturday night.
like, well, all the scientists are getting paid. Then you're just like, oh, come on, man.
No. There is
Tell you what,
nothing
guys, shall we get a
wrong
drink
with
in? John, can we get a drink? What would everyone like to drink?
Yeah.
You wanted a beer there, Phyllis? Oh, I don't like the name. Sorry.
Phyllis.
Sorry, it's just if
Call
I
him
can't
Phil.
if I can't pronounce it straight away.
Fellow skeptical.
Fellow skeptical.
Hello, fellow skeptical.
So
How are
you wanted a beer, yeah? Did you want? They got a really nice Japanese beer.
Yeah, I'm down. Sure.
Okay.
Japanese beer.
Japanese beer's really good.
I prefer some sake, some warm sake.
God, that's
You want some sake? Have we got any sake left?
Such a fucking weeb.
I know, right?
There's nothing actually. There's they've got a good level in Japanese. Some of they're very, very, very light beers. You know, like some of the Spanish beers are really light. They just don't really taste.
Well,
Like
you
in
have
Latin
to
America?
you have to be careful with the Japanese beer. It could cut right through you.
I'm a
up.
Canadian dude. I need at least like 5%.
Oh, God.
So it's
No,
like
no. I'm talking about it in taste. They're generally quite stable when it comes to the alcohol content, but they have basically about 3 tiers, and they've got the light drinking beer, which generally most people sort of like have with meals and things like that, and then they've got more sort of deeper tasting beers as they go along. So it goes from sort of like a Spanish style up to say Peroni and Astra Azzurra, something like that. So
And then there's a version that they have traditionally reserved for when you have suicidal depression.
You know what I say to that? I say, Clang, get me another one.
Okay, what would you like to drink? Sturkor, we're going to get you some sake. He's got to go out and get it though. Vox, what you want?
Yeah.
Sturkor's already sake.
Just a cup of tea, please.
Have we got any bags? Okay, yeah,
No,
we can
don't
get you.
use
We can
me
get you a. That's all he's got, mate. Sorry, it's Tetley nothing. Ryan,
just wants to know
I think
what's wrong with
you brought your own drinks. Ruffian, what would you like? You've got your own vodka there
I'm on vodka
in a
already.
brown bag. Pascal, what would you like?
I'd like an Alpine.
You'd like an Alpine. He'd like an we got an. We haven't. Well, yeah, I know. I don't know what it is either.
He means Alpen.
I'm interested to know.
You're having fucking
what Maggie
water.
thinks of your perennial role-playing habits.
She doesn't mind.
Because presumably you're doing it in front of her.
Yeah,
Whilst
yeah.
talking to someone who isn't there.
That's right. No, I am. I even turn my head and everything.
And he does it 21 times a month.
And then cough.
This is on
Habib, the
site
usual.
tag is the Alpine lager. It is absolutely delicious. It comes
It's Canadian,
from,
isn't it?
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
Dishwater.
Yeah, whatever, mate. Yeah, whatever. Habib, the usual.
No, I'll get a Johnny Walker Black Label.
Quadruple Johnny Walker. Thank you. And
In a
Airthrin,
pint glass.
a bowl of gruel.
Yeah, whatever. You know, just some cans of cheap cider, thank you.
Well, go. Yeah, you know, go to the corner shop, buy the Japanese plate. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that'll have to wait, but he'll get some for you. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
there we go.
We've got that girl in there. Obviously.
But I have to have highbrow drinking habits because, of course, I'm better than everyone.
You are better than everyone.
What degree are you doing?
What you're better at everyone at is where things get weird. I am a
mathematician.
So philo-skeptical. What do you do? He says, as though he's the queen.
It's not maths, is it? Yeah.
What do I do?
Yeah, are you a
YouTuber? My main focus,
do you YouTube or what?
Not yet. I'm actually going on Buck Mulligan's podcast tomorrow, I think.
So you're looking to up and come, are you?
To discuss
21 times a month.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I suppose. I don't know. I'm just trying. I felt inspired after Trump's election to talk some sense into people. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, you know?
So you're saying that Mr. Trump inspired you?
Yeah, in a...
He's an inspirational character.
Yeah,
he really is.
Oh, he really is.
Inspired me.
Yeah, he's inspired many people to investigate him.
I want to know more about him. He's that inspiring.
I mean, I also got pissed off with all the Jordan Peterson crap. That sort of inspired me as well. I'm from Canada, so the Bill C-16 crap was just really annoying, especially since he spread all these lies about what the law actually said, and the law didn't actually say it, and so that really...
For our resident idiots, and we do have a few, what is this B-16 business?
Oh, Bill C-16.
Bill C-16.
Bill
Let's go through this.
C-16,
this is what we call Canadian politics, guys. So try and keep up.
So it was an addition to the Human Rights Code, whatever it is. I can't remember the exact name, but it basically just added transgender to the list of groups you can't discriminate against.
Oh no!
And Peterson took this to mean that you are being forced by the government to utter an individual's pronoun, but that's not exactly what the law said. The law is basically, if your employer, say if you were to tell your employer what your preferred pronoun is, and rather than them just saying, oh, okay, you want to be called she, that's cool, I'll do whatever, but instead you go like, you're an asshole, F you, how dare you be transgendered, and then you refuse to call them by their pronoun and you constantly harass them, then the law protects the trans person from that kind of bigotry, right? And so he made it down to seem like a
Can I just stop you there,
yeah.
mate? Can I just stop you there? Because you've really just given me a distinction without a difference.
Okay,
to be
in what way?
frank, I mean, when you were saying it was forcing people to use somebody's pronoun, and then you're saying it's protecting somebody from having their pronoun not being said.
Allow
See what I mean?
Allow me to fix that, actually. It's just the law explicitly says that you can only really fuck with people if it's a serious case of harassment.
Yeah.
It doesn't... his example was bad because an option would just be that, well, we're not necessarily wanting to do that here, just put up with it, it will be part of your job, and that would also be feasible so long as they did not experience harassment motivated by their status as a trans person.
Sorry, I wasn't clear on that point.
Yeah, well, I think you do need to be very specific with this particular thing, because I'm a margins man, and I have a few sort of issues with this particular thing. It's me and Habib. Do you remember what we did? What was it, last year? Was it? We did a little show called The Salt Mine.
Yeah.
And
that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago now. And on the Salt Mine, we did a little thing called Gender Roulette. And on Gender Roulette, we went through all of the different genders that a friend of ours had accumulated on Twitter. There was about 360. And they've got their own flags. And when we went through this and we were describing each gender to somebody, and we asked them to describe what the gender meant, and it was a drinking game.
So it's like we would ask someone like, what does a gadget gender mean? Or what does a gizmo gender? Or an astro gender? And they'd be like, well, it's a gender that's related to... It's a gender that's void. And it changes with the seasons. That's correct.
Yeah, and it's like, can you imagine now? And this is the problem with, I don't like actually calling someone trans unless they're actually transitioning from one sex to the other. Generally, it winds me up because I think that it actually, and I wish Melody would come on here and she could probably help me out with this. It does seem that this whole sort of like gender is a social construct business is very, very a muddy water. So, that we're going to get ourselves devolving into this. No, it's this particular pronoun for this particular person, and this particular pronoun for this particular person, and this particular pronoun for this particular person, and this particular pronoun. Let me finish. I've got a 360 odd. I've got to do this 360 times. Can you see how that will
pronouns?
fuck?
If you look at there's another list for pronouns, and they're over like 100 at something.
Yeah. So
no,
at this point, I just begun. I go. Sorry, no.
I'm a proponent, in some sense, of the social constructionist view in this area. To a certain degree, it depends on what that means, of course. So I'm wondering what really is your objection? Is your objection the use?
I'll say it for you. That's transphobic.
In what way?
Yeah. Because it basically minimizes it for somebody who is transitioning from one gender to another. Because they actually feel that they are male when they are female, or they feel that they are female when they are male, and somebody is coming across and kind of going, "What the fuck are you talking about?" It's just a construct. In other words, they don't actually suffer from any dysphoria at all. It minimizes gender dysphoria to a degree of it not even existing.
I just want to interject real quickly here. So in C16, what it does is it adds the terms gender expression and gender identity specifically, not transgender.
So we're talking about somebody who has transitioned from male to female and they're just being protected.
So gender expression?
It's whatever you express. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, but that's why I'm curious. I can't remember. You just listed your objection, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
Well, the objection is that when you say that gender is a social construct, what you're basically saying is to anybody who has gender dysphoria that they don't actually have gender dysphoria.
Does it actually say that?
No, think about it. Think about the implications of it. Think about the implications. If you're talking about a social construct, it's just something that we've all just decided upon. That's all. Now you're saying to somebody who actually has something that is considered a medical condition, that has treatments available to them, all that, and it's basically saying that doesn't exist. It's just you've just got it wrong, and you're just not interpreting the social construct correctly. That's what it's saying.
Let me clarify what I mean by social construct then. I think parts of it are socially constructed, right? So it's not like penises and vaginas just sort of go away under my view, right? But there are variation thereof, and there's some aspects of it that can exist on a spectrum. And where you draw the lines is somewhat socially constructed. But that doesn't deny the fact that there are people who can suffer from dysphoria, right?
Well, if I pour some water, for example, from a hose onto a globe, for example, it's going to pour in one particular direction, or it's going to pour in another particular direction. Now you can get it so it's sort of some of it's over here or some of it's over there, but it generally has a specific bias. If anything, that particular construct is surrounded by the fact that generally most males act like males and most females act like females.
But now you're getting I don't like the analogy between water and physics and chemistry and biology, right? Because as soon as you get into biology, categorization gets really complex.
He's talking about patterns and outliers. He's not actually referring that there's a causal relation. He's talking about the observation of a pattern and the observation of outliers, not disproving the pattern. He's not suggesting that there's a causal relationship in the pattern, simply that it does in fact exist.
No, but I can get behind the idea that there's certain clustering of aspects of gender that cluster, for sure. I mean, but it still is a fuzzy category. It's not like there's some distinct cutoff that once you have this level of hormones, or once you have this specific arrangements of chromosomes and so on, that you are this gender, right?
Oh, you mean where to draw the line being a social construct? Well, I actually would disagree that it's even got that far. We haven't got a social construct of where to draw the line, which is why we have such wildly diverse opinions on the matter when people actually think about it.
No, I agree.
I mean, Ryan, could you do me a favor? 1 second, mate. Ryan?
Oh, sorry.
Could you do me a favor, mate?
Yes.
I want Melody to come on. I think we're full at the moment, and you've been quiet. Could you?
I'm sorry, I just went.
Is it all right if you drop, mate, so I can give Melody a bit of
I
room?
guess I'll drop off.
Good man.
No problem. I'll
Thank
see
you,
you
bud.
soon.
See you in a bit. Melody, if you want to come in, I've sent you the link there, so just pop yourself in now. You should have a bit of room. Carry on, guys. Sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm actually really curious to hear what Melody has to say. So.
Well, that's why I wanted to invite her on here. Hello, Melody.
Hi.
You're right there, darling. You need to unmute, darling. You can do this. I know you can.
No, she's a woman. She can't operate
No,
gadgets.
I just
There we
forgot
go.
my phone. I was listening to it on my phone.
God, man, you're such a girl.
It's not. I'm gonna pink pill all of you. I don't care.
So, yeah, you've been listening to what we've been saying here. School us, please.
Well, there's been a bit of a lag, but okay. On the C16 thing, this is like my final ruling on it. And,
Whoa.
you know, I know. And,
Exclusive to the house, the final ruling of Melody.
the final
Here it
ruling
comes.
of C16.
Strap in, kids.
There is no part of it that forces you to actually use a pronoun. There may be hundreds of pronouns: sie, them, her, schli, schlim, zolpolop, or whatever it is.
Actually, I thought
Unicorn
it was a break Tumblr, and it's. I just went there and said I identify as a pronoun.
That's fine. That's fine. You could identify as whatever you want. It says that you're not allowed to misgender someone purposely and repeatedly. So you're allowed to refer to them by their name or them, or so you know. And there's no grounds for legal discrimination if you simply avoid using an incorrect pronoun. So
And you can just
I
use the
don't
person's name.
exactly. So I don't understand why Jordan B. Peterson is fighting for the right to purposely misgender people. I don't get those shackles.
It doesn't even criminalize that. It's as part of a pattern of harassing behavior.
Yeah, but not referring to a pronoun isn't harassing behavior. Just referring to a person as their name isn't harassing behavior.
I suppose.
I'm saying that even if you did misgender someone, that still isn't actually covered by the thing. Even if you did it deliberately.
I'm gonna come onto Jordan's side here on this. And I'm sorry about that. No. Somebody has to. And I'm gonna say this: why are we legislating good manners?
No, but we're not.
That's harassment.
It's the other way around, mate.
Yeah.
We're really not. This is workplace harassment rules, and one of the things that can be part of harassment now is harassment on gender identity. It doesn't mean that you can use an incorrect pronoun. It doesn't stop you from doing so, and it doesn't stop you from doing so repeatedly. But if it's part of hostilities towards someone, then it's part of the damning evidence that
So
all
it's
builds up.
considered an aggravating factor in a harassment campaign against somebody.
In exactly the same way that someone being gay might be an aggregating factor in you continuously calling them a pufter every time you see them.
I was saying, a gay student, come down here. It might be a bit, okay.
So all C16 does, right, is it takes gender identity and gender expression. It adds to the list of terms for discrimination in the Criminal Code and in the Canadian Freedoms and Rights Act, our Constitution, basically. So what this means is that, let's say you have a situation where somebody is walking by and you say, "Hey, how's it going, man?" And it actually is a woman. Somebody could put in a case over to the tribunal saying that you infringed on their rights. You go to the tribunal, you explain your case, and then it gets dismissed. Because it's within reason. If you are constantly doing this to somebody you work with because you have some sort of an idea that there are only two genders and gender identity and gender expression doesn't exist to you, then that is discrimination. And then you find yourself in front of a tribunal, and they do this balancing act, right? So they determine whether your rights to do that is more important than the other person's rights to be discriminated against, and they will rule against you. That's how that works.
Actually, can I just say, so like I've had my own mini experience of a C16 type situation play out just on a micro scale, just at my work, because as part of the work that I do at the charity, I won't say any more about that, but was policy writing. So I actually had the power to, write the equality policy that we had, and we didn't have gender identity as protected, thing. But part of the policies I also did was data protection and just pretty much everything under the sun, just to cover our asses if any of the children that we worked for, I don't know, exploded or something. Basically, we've got a protocol that we follow, and that keeps us all legally safe. Anyway, so basically there was this one of the workers there knew my dead name and would constantly refer to me as my dead name and as the incorrect pronoun. And now it's working with kids that
To the idiots, Melody, what is a dead name?
A dead name is your previous name, so it might not be necessarily very gender neutral. Could give you away. So many trans people choose to change their name. They refer to the old name as dead name. Also,
so, yeah, if you were male to female, for example, you would have had a male name, and now that you've transitioned to being a woman, you'd think, well, I'd prefer her to have a woman's name.
So pretty much having this worker hypothetically calling me he and Bob in front of the children, a little bit confusing and a little bit rude as well.
Just for everybody's benefit, for any of you guys that are new here and stuff like that, if you have any esoteric terms that you bring forward, just assume that my audience are a bunch of retards and need that explained, just in case.
Well, Robin always knows.
Yeah, exactly.
Type of work I do.
It's just best to keep everybody informed, because sometimes people make it. They know what it means, but a lot of people might not. So,
Robin, you're an old man set in his ways. I thought you were in your 20s.
No, I knew what you mean by a dead name. Yeah, I know what you mean by a dead name, but I'm saying
I'm not cool with, but I just.
You're not cool with retard.
No.
Well, I think the word retard is retarded.
Yeah.
I think the people who use the word retard are retarded. No,
you just did
twice. I know.
I just think you're a little. I think you're a little oversensitive to words, and you are in England now, so you're going to have to get used to that.
I agree with Fox here. I'm retard gendered.
I'm a bit sensitive to it too, Melody. So
Can I finish my story?
I mean, guys, guys. I mean, if you're gonna have to basically take the thing about free speech is that you don't get to choose what everybody says. Yeah, and you being uncomfortable about it makes you just look a bit pussy.
Retarded.
Okay.
I think uncomfortable is the wrong.
To be honest with you, it would be better for you to get over it rather than expect the entire planet to change around your feels.
Oh, I'm kind of.
That's all I'm going to say.
That's why I didn't say anything.
I'm just saying.
I just ignore it and don't do it myself.
I don't mind that other people use it. Just personally, I don't like it.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Okay.
Okay.
So basically, right. So basically, this person kept doing it until I kind of made a note of it every time it happened. It wasn't just like an accidental thing. They kept doing it. I asked them politely to stop. They said that they wouldn't, which again, counts as of aggravation. And eventually I said, well, look, you're in violation of data protection by, actually providing sensitive information that you have actually signed a contract to say that you would not. So considering employees know sensitive information about each other and you don't disclose personal information like medical matters, such as the fact that I'm transitioning. And also you're breaking the equality policy by discriminating against a person based on their gender identity. And I served them an instant notice, and that was the end of the matter. So, I don't know. There was no,
Seems fair.
And yeah, I mean, that's the way it played out. That's why, when I'm seeing these bills, the bill C16 and stuff, so, from my point of view, that seems how it's going to go. It's not going to be, Because I never said that she had to refer to me as anything. I even said, so like, you know, like I only said, can you please not refer to me as this, because it kind of constitutes harassment.
It just seems somebody had found themselves something to pick on you with, and just kept on going with it. And it's like, you've got to have some sort of redress. Yeah, they've got to have some sort of redress. Some people just feel as if they've got to get into people's heads, and it's there's ways of stopping it, but ignoring it doesn't necessarily make it go away, does it?
Yeah,
and in workplaces where it's really essential, right? Because it's not like people can just willy-nilly leave their jobs necessarily, right? So
yeah,
I always find it weird because with that sort of thing is that I mean the workplaces that I've worked in and stuff like that, yeah, nobody's ever been sensitive to anybody's feelings at all, ever. It's like kind of going, are you in a bad mood? Who gives a fuck? Serve the fucking table. You know,
Melody's,
it's like,
Are you working with kids? That's
oh no, mate! I used to, Melody. I used to be a Cub, a Scout, a Venture Scout. I was a Cub leader as well. I've had to fucking lead 8-year-olds up mountains and stuff like that. I understand what it's like. But
I'm just saying where your fellow, like Cub leaders calling you, like, effing C.
You don't expect adults to behave. Yeah, you don't expect adults.
Could you imagine though, if like you if there was a troop leader though that constantly picked on one kid who was gay and just constantly singled them out and was like, "Look at Billy, the gay kid over here."
I think that one actually got arrested, but he was picking on him for a completely different reason.
Yeah, that's why I love the Scouts.
Well, that's against free speech, which is
no, actually, that's the reason I left the Scouts. Yeah, it turns out they weren't very nice to guys with really, really long hair when they're like 9.
Kids are cruel. Kids are cruel, and in Cubs and Scouts,
No, I'm not talking about the kids. I'm talking about the Scoutmasters.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, them too.
My mom was the Scout leader, and she was a leftist liberal, so it was.
Isn't
no one was singled out.
Isn't the Scouts like a religious organization of sorts?
No, yes and no. It's changed a lot over the years, and it depends on the country as well. Almost every single country has its own version of Scouts and Cub Scouts. What I've found is
in America, the Mormons took over.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, for most, certainly in my time in Cubs and Scouts, there were really probably about 2 or 3 types of people that used to actually wish to go and lead Cubs and stuff like that. First of all, the ones that had been in the institution for quite some time and enjoyed it as something as an activity to do on a free weeknight. Then there's people who just love kids. They really enjoy talking to kids and teaching kids stuff, all that sort of thing. Showing them how to make a knot, show them how to put up a tent, show them how to make a fire, things like that. Really, so, it's quite good. Then you have basically people who are incredibly childish, and they're the only kids are the only people that would appreciate their humour. And then you've got 1 out of maybe 100 that really likes kids, if you see what I mean.
Yep.
And of course, this leads to the highly unfortunate situation where that one kid that just wasn't quite good enough to be touched ends up becoming the next Scout leader.
But here's the thing:
rejection because they're so traumatized.
Here's the thing: the difference. There's a big difference. Like, let's say from say the Scout movement and the Catholic Church. Let's say that they don't do cover-ups when it comes to that sort of thing. Those people are absolutely dragged across the coals. They really cannot stand them, and they are rare. There are stories out there that it has happened. That one of the guys that was leading our Cub troop, he ended up getting in trouble for, I believe, having sex with a 15-year-old girl. That he would, So he, and he was in his 30s. Never did anything, but never did anything to us. He wasn't really, I don't even think he was much of a pede. But he was just a funny guy. Yeah, he was just a funny guy. Never touched anybody, never did anything like that. That's the only story that I've got even closely relating to that. And it's a 15-year-old girl, man. It's like, they do grow up quick, don't they?
Just a little tangent. I did see something on Twitter, I think earlier today, and it was like I can't remember whether it was a neo-reactionary or a TERF or a flat earther, because they all say the same stuff about trans people anyway.
Darling, we call them idiots.
But don't you make fun of how I say Twitter? I don't.
Country Twitter.
No, it's Twitter. It's not.
No.
I'm not saying it weird.
She's trapped between American and English accents.
It's Twitter.
How dare you be transphobic?
Look, there are what, like 5 letters in Twitter. That's okay.
Look,
Is
there's
a
nothing
T, a
wrong-
W, 2 I's, and an R?
Shut up for a second. It's important. There's
Okay.
nothing wrong with being transphobic if we're being phobic of people that are transatlantic.
Okay. Oh, but wait. So yeah, what did they say? They said something along the lines of pedophilia is the greatest accomplishment of transgenderism, and I was just like, what the fuck did you just say? I was like, how
Wait.
could you?
Which one's the Atlantic? Hey.
I just.
Hassan goes, I used to lead very young boys up the mountain. I've just replied with, and they loved it. I don't know if you've ever tried to coax, say, like a 12-year-old kid to try and straighten their legs at abseiling, but it's the funniest fucking thing you'll ever see in your life. Because almost every single one of them, when they first go abseiling, they'll basically start leaning out a little bit with the rope, and as they start leaning out further and further, they start bending their legs until they end up just sitting there, basically just perched, sat cross-legged on the side of the wall. It's like, yeah, you're doing it wrong, mate. And it's really hard because you're literally fighting your own instincts. That's why abseiling so much good does people so much good, because it's literally basically telling you to jump off a cliff. But it's like, yeah, if you want to jump off a cliff, do it with
In
a
a
rope.
controlled way.
That's
and
right.
Would you jump off a cliff if someone told you to? Yes. If it was
We're
abseiling.
talking about children here.
It's trust. It's the ultimate trust. It's the ultimate trust technique. You remember those things they used to do, like team building exercises where somebody sort of like lies back and everyone's got to catch them. And this is somebody basically lying back with 150 foot behind them. So you can imagine, they wee themselves, they're crying, all kinds of,
Oh, actually, the first time I ever went abseiling, I must have been about 5 or 6. So I was told that we were going abseiling, and I didn't know what it was. And I saw this giant wooden structure, and I was like, "Oh my god, we're going sailing in that thing!" But I don't know. I was a cute child. Okay, I didn't.
Is that what your mum said?
No, that's what I thought.
Ego has landed.
I just googled abseiling, so I don't know what that means.
Oh, you've never? Oh, right. Okay, it's
Did
it's
you
jumping
think
off the
that-
cliff with a rock.
rock
Yeah,
climbing?
it's basically rock climbing in reverse.
There is no sailing involved, unfortunately.
Yeah, the biggest abseil that I ever did was 250 in Wales, I believe it was. The worst abseil I ever did was off a water like an aqueduct. It was like wrought iron aqueduct, and it was only about 50 feet off the ground. But because this was wrought iron, it's like really slippy when it's wet. And because it's an aqueduct, you've basically got this overhang, so you've got to jump up, you've got to push yourself away from this like water bridge as such, and then give yourself a load of rope to get you down, otherwise you'll bang your head. And just as I did this and pushed out, my foot slipped, and basically my entire shin looked as if half a potato had been basically injected underneath it. This is what they call a soft tissue wound. So basically a buttload of metal just smacked me right on the side of the leg. And it was it was so painful, and I'm at this point I am upside down 50 foot in the air with a leg that is just basically kind of going ah! And yeah, it was absolutely, it wasn't so much scary, it was just hurt,
We
Got
don't really
down
have cliffs where I'm from, so that's why when I was a scout we never went to abseiling, I suppose.
Okay. Although,
Just
look on
hills,
the bright
lots of
side,
hills.
Robin. At least you managed to get good scrub, because you're not still up there. Cliff.
Did you say something?
Sorry?
Yeah, I said you managed to get good because you're not still up the wall.
Brilliant. Phyllis Skeptical. What were you saying?
Yeah. Well, I remember we were talking about the social construction of gender, and that's when Melody was coming in. And I remember going, "Oh, Melody is going to address this topic," and then we went into the Bill C-16
Melody.
stuff.
Yeah, Melody. Were you listening to what I was saying about the fact that this whole social construct business? I feel, at least, and I've talked to a few people who, let's say, have gone through the transition, feel that it is undermining to themselves, and it seems to be quite a turfy area, this whole gender as a construct business.
Okay. If you want the full rundown, it's going to be a little bit controversial, but you can look up my entire thoughts, like the full, unabridged version of my opinion on this on the Skeptic Feminists live stream. I know, but demigod sexual chat. I don't know why they named it that, but that's what they named it. But yeah, pretty much they had me on to thank me for the recent artwork I had done, and I decided to finally talk about, the difference between gender and gender identity. And, the APA, the ISNA, which is the Intersex Society of North America, the World Health Organization, pretty much every single institution understands that these two words are different. In the same way that, being gay isn't the same as being camp. One is to do with an innate psychosexual sense.
Hear that, gay guys? You don't have to. Please don't.
You don't have to be camp, but you can be if you want to.
Please.
But that's not what makes you gay. That's
I was talking about that particular thing here. Yeah, is that I found this a friend of mine. I used to work in a bar and brasserie in Cornwall, Truro, and he was basically pretty much the only gay guy in the village, and his boyfriend worked in the bar. And we had basically I was just serving, and we just go around the corner. And there's this table with a couple of fag hags and a couple of hag fags. And
I was called a trans hag once when someone thought I was
nice, very nice. Yeah, and they're basically and they're basically just screaming the place down. And I just went to him, Dave, check it out, a bit of a camping trip over here. And he walks around there and just goes, fucking puffs. And he,
God. But yeah.
I asked him to explain it, and he basically said to me, I was only like 20 at the time, so I was just wondering what the fuck. And he just goes to me, mate, this has come out. This is what people are like when they come out. That they've been parodying a heterosexual their whole lives. And now that they can supposedly be themselves, they don't know who that is. So what they do is they just parody a gay guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same with I see a lot of trans girls do this as well, and maybe a trans man. I'm not quite sure. I can't really comment on that too much, but so
quite a lot can be quite catty.
Yeah, a little bit.
Understatement of the fucking century, Melody. A little bit.
No. Anyway,
you're the only one I've talked to where I don't feel as if I've been clawed.
It's not very nice to refer to people as catty when they're in the room.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not
Somebody's
being sensitive.
and well, yeah, somebody's very catty, aren't they? So.
Well, would you have me any other?
Cat lives don't matter.
I will never have you anywhere.
My pussy.
I'm a doggo person.
Anyway, you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm just going to go for a cigarette.
Did you just say you like dogs better than cats? That's terrifying.
Cats tried to kill me. I don't know what it is. They know I like dogs or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Dogs do the same.
I once had a boyfriend who had 3 cats, and it was a nightmare. Like, I mean, we broke up on mutual terms, but a small part of me was actually glad, because every time I went over there, his cats would try to kill me. And it didn't even matter that their names were Jenny, Neville, and Harry. That cute Harry Potter reference, it didn't fly when they all turned into like murderous like felines. It just no. But what was
Did you exact your revenge on the
when
cats
they
before
hiss at
you
you?
broke up?
Okay. Here's the thing with cats. They hiss at you, you hiss back. They try to scratch you, you scratch back. Try to kill you, you kill them. Easy.
If they lick you, you lick them back. Perfect.
Yeah, but doggos just want cuddles and stuff. They don't bother with all this stuff.
I used to have a cat back when I was inside.
Also, doggos are humble. When they make a mistake, they'll actually, they'll either revel in it or they'll admit to it. When a cat does something really stupid, they just get up and pretend like they never did anything. Not with doggos.
But you gotta admit though that most dogs that I interacted with, at least, were a little bit retarded.
Yeah, but they own that. They're honest about it.
If it's like a purebred, like a Dalmatian, yeah. But overall, dogs are pretty fucking smart.
Well, the last time I said I had a friend of mine that's traveled for a few months away from Dubai, and I had to sit her 3 pugs, so I can imagine my pain. Those things were retarded as fuck.
Pugs are not retarded.
Oh, those guys were retarded as fuck. Like one of them. One of them, I would just when I walked them, I would take them to the park. I would just like have some effort, even though they live downtown. I would put them in a car, drive all the way away from the center of town to a big park, and let them run. And the youngest one was retarded as fuck. Like he would run as far as he could until he runs out of breath, and then lay down on the ground trying to catch his breath, and then get up and try to run again until he was almost passing out. I'm like, dude, you can just chill. He didn't run on the side. He's like, oh my god,
It's not his fault. We bred him that way.
It's called playing, dude.
It's not his
fault. It is playing.
We bred him that way.
It's playing until the point where he passes out. That is retarded, dude.
Yeah, don't tell me
having the most fun of your life.
Gaming
actually a sensible reason
where you've ended up passing out after you decided to play like for 12 hours on your Dreamcast.
Habib, there's a sensible reason this is the case, actually. Turns out pugs have major problems with their snout, respiratory tract, and lungs, and basically everything to do with breathing, because we kind of fucked them up.
But there are dog
why they're like that. I mean, I'm not saying that it's,
however,
I'm not saying it's their fault.
The heart and the rest of their insides are perfectly healthy for a dog, so the dog's going to run and try to have fun, and all of its biological systems, except for its breathing, is telling it it's still got plenty of energy, and it's there gasping for breath.
Pugs, they're 60% cute, 40% absolute ridiculous health. That's what they are.
Well, I would just call them
and 1,000% genetic defects.
Well, we as a species really need to stop going with purebreds and just let dogs do their thing. Because it isn't healthy.
Oh, this is.
I just want to say that I named my cat.
The fact that my dog is a Chow Chow and a Labrador, because I'll take a mixed breed over a purebred anyway.
I would always go for a mutt.
How did we segue from trans rights to dog breeding?
I don't know.
Because dogs are retarded.
I went.
I call them retarded.
I went for a quick cigarette. It wasn't long.
Well, I think the
Melody was talking
it
about.
Started the second you left.
I think the segue from trans rights into mutts or whatever could have something to do with the entire concept of genetic.
I mean, does a dog identify as a pug or a chihuahua? Do we know?
No, it's too stupid for such a concept. I mean, we do have a dog kin in chat.
And a cat can, apparently, Cyril.
Me?
No,
Cats are smart enough for such things. But are dogs smart enough to understand perception of self or even what breed they are?
Cyril, cats are losers. Get over yourself.
Typical dog.
What is going on?
I don't know. This is way more interesting than any.
If we're
kind of
talking about
trans
animal
metaphor.
consciousness, that's actually my line of work. So I study consciousness. I guess you asked me earlier what my main field in philosophy is.
Can cats?
Cats
and dogs be the new
talk about
culture
cats
war?
now. Let me talk about cats. I had a cat, and it just to confuse my friends, I called her Duck. That was her name. So Duck the cat. But she was, I would say, yeah, she was a little bit slow, a little bit stupid. Like she would like to join me when I'm just in the kitchen, just doing my thing, and it was just like put some toast in the toaster, and every single time, she would just keep pulling at the toaster, and once the bread pops out, she'd freak out. I'm like, dude, we've done this hundreds of times. What is wrong with you?
But it's endless humor.
Okay.
It's wonderful.
Have you seen every Let's Player on YouTube that plays jump scare games? The cat's basically after that experience of the jump scare.
No. I mean,
they'll keep doing it over and over again.
You know that the jump scare is coming, then it's no longer a jump scare.
Okay,
But that's it. It
can
still
I,
works if you're looking for it.
Okay, can I just make a little point of order here, guys? I'm not going to ask who, but I am, and I think he's a perfectly reasonable chap, so I'm okay with it. But please don't invite people into the open house guest list. That's for me to do, thanks. So whoever it is, don't mind. I think Philo Skeptical's perfectly nice enough chap, and you seem perfectly invitable, but just a little bit of. I've got rules, guys. I've learnt some lessons over the internet.
Well, that seems entirely reasonable considering the fact that this is your channel, this is your.
Yeah, we get all kinds. Yeah, I know you haven't actually. You've been sort of like, part of a small raiding party as such. But you've been perfectly reasonable chap, mate, and I don't really hold it against you so much. I do hold it against the person who decided to actually put this. And they'll be dealt with as far as I'm concerned in my own little way.
For people to disseminate the hangout link like that and such, it's just, when you really look at it, it's kind of rude.
Yeah, well, it's designed to be.
Stuff too, so I didn't know that there was...
I don't think Sturkle was completely aware of my rules, so I was somewhat forgiving. But when somebody actually actively goes out to basically raid somebody just to, hey, it's funny, isn't it? Then fuck you, bye. I haven't got time for you. I've got enough. There's 3 billion people on the internet. I can pick and choose. Thanks.
What was it that happened?
Just to make it entirely apparent, Robin, while I do admit I will shit on you once in a while in different streams, I do appreciate the fact that you are willing to at least, not boot my ass off of the open house and at least, enjoy the discourse that we do have.
Yeah, dude, if you're a reasonable human being, you don't like freak the place out and just basically just make it all about you. I ain't got no problem with you, mate.
I call bullshit on that. You put up with me, and I'm hardly ever reasonable when I'm.
That's true.
Myself.
That's true. Yes. But I use you as an I basically just use you as an example to others.
Shit's on me if I mention rhubarb.
Yes, and I will. But like I said, there's
rhubarb. Tell me more about rhubarb. I want to know.
Would you put rhubarb on pizza?
I do appreciate you for letting me on, though. That was very nice of you.
No, it's fair enough. No, it's the open house, mate, so it's open to everybody. But, there are rules to it. That's all. A lot of people seem to think that the open house is supposed to be basically open to absolutely everybody, no matter what they do or say, to the point where it basically turns into a shit show.
But it has the word open in it, Robin.
Yes, so it is an open house. If you want to come in, send me a message at RSOLGTP. And I will send you a link, and then we'll have a chat. That's how it does. That's how it's done.
Reckon? I mean, of course, you're always going to get people like that because you always get people. I don't know that they would necessarily make this argument because they don't think about it. But public house, you can get barred.
Yeah.
That's a perfectly normal thing.
Behave
it's your
like
channel. It's your discretion.
Yeah, behave like a twat.
Of course you want to see the bar when you go to the pub. Where else are you going to get drunk in there?
Speaking of which, I have not been offered a drink yet.
Oh well.
Yes, Robin, your usual role playing is remiss at this point.
Well, you missed the last round. That was the thing, Melody. So So you getting this round in for everybody, yeah? John.
What? No, what happened to patriarchy?
It's all right. It's all right. Just for her, mate. It's all right. What would you like to drink, Melody?
I would like.
Don't ask for a menu.
I would like a menu and.
That's a very strange cocktail.
Ooh! I want a dandelion and burdock because it's our national drink. And
no, it's not.
Yes, it's not.
No, it's not.
I thought it was.
Somebody's telling you lies. Somebody's fucking with you.
Strikes again.
Our national drink, the British national drink is Australian lager.
Never.
What? Come on, let's be serious. It's whatever's on offer at the local pub. Have a pint of the cheapest.
That's right. Harmless Critter gets it right. The open house with a bouncer, and I am that doorman.
I live in the countryside. We only have pubs.
Ah, yeah.
My off license does free testing.
I don't remember the last time I was in a pub. All of my alcohol is discount store bought.
I went to my offie a couple of nights ago because my vodka had run out, and I ended up drinking 3 glasses of rum while I was in there. While we were tasting and having a little group of us just stood around the table chatting and drinking.
Interesting one here, guys. Elon Musk thinks he can make getting to Mars cheaper than going to college.
Of course he does.
I think that says a lot more about how expensive college is than it says about the cheapness of going to Mars.
I think it says more about Elon Musk.
How much does it cost to go to a 4-year college, particularly in the
Yeah.
I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, 5.
Oh
How much
god.
does it cost to go to Mars? Maybe about.
He's looking at about 200k. About 200k. So basically,
Oh, wait, hold on.
in a few more years' time, when some kids like kind of going, "Shall I go to uni?" Their parents are kind of going, "You need to go to college," and it's like, "Why? I could go to Mars for that price."
I'd have to agree. I'd have to agree with Atherin on this one. I think Elon Musk is a little full of himself at this point.
Wouldn't you be?
Robin, that's a misleading.
Isn't he the one backing the Hyperloop?
Oh, that's never going to work.
Misleading title because 200k is not cheaper than what it takes to go to a 4-year college to get a degree.
I can't hear you, mate.
Yeah,
Okay, you're
dude,
really
you've
quiet.
really got to sort your volume out, man. It's really
My volume
quiet.
is sorted out perfectly fine. I think it's a problem with the stream.
Yeah, it's
You versus everyone.
Yeah.
Tried pressing F5.
We're all the wrong
All right,
ones.
is this any better?
It's just quiet. That's all. Is there any way to up your gain?
Maybe stick the microphone into your throat.
I already turned my gain up. Jesus.
Just refresh the page. It might be that.
That might be.
You know, we could just perform vivisection on him and put the microphone in his voice box.
Shut up, Cyril.
Deep inside him.
Just to finish off on the gender identity, so like thing, just to summarize that quickly, because I don't think I ended that properly. Basically, if you want the actual definitions, you can look on the APA's website on the definitions: gender identity, gender, homosexuality. It's really easy to find. Just look up APA, gender identity, gender orientation, etc. They give you the terms. And it specifically states that things like orientation and gender identity are mainly innate, but there's some wiggle room there with socialization. Gender, however, is the thing that's constructed. I think the issue is that people aren't aware that these two terms are separate things. And some people
I'm a little curious now how I was gone for about 10 seconds and we moved from like a Hyperloop and Elon Musk into gender identity.
Well, because we never.
Are you saying you don't understand the connection?
We're re-segueing the segue.
I do
That's
not
all.
understand the connection between the Hyperloop and gender identity.
Well, listen in. Listen in. We'll work it out.
Well, then you're part of the problem.
Challenge accepted, buddy.
I am a part
Hyperloop
of
identifies as a gender.
patriarchy. That's what I am.
What's the gender for the Hyperloop? Again.
The gender of the Hyperloop.
Awesome gender.
Oh yeah, that thing about going to
Hypergender.
Mars, I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that's not feasible in any means.
Mm-hmm.
Hypergender?
Neil deGrasse Tyson knows everything.
No, yeah.
Hyper does mean like what, beyond normal confines. So yeah.
But Melody, you're basically trying to, I'm still actually in the dark here when you're talking about gender expression and gender as a social construct.
Right. So basically, gender is like mainly constructed as it's defined, which is just like cultural expectations and stuff. But gender identity.
I disagree. I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
No,
And
no,
there
no,
are
no, no,
studies.
just
finish the point.
No. But what I'm saying is that there's room for disagreement in that particular front there.
Now, Robin, what they
No,
mean?
there's
Like,
literally not.
the social construct part of gender typically is the element of our culture which is about gender.
Like, yeah,
It
stereotypes.
doesn't replace the gender of a person.
No, I'm not saying that either. What I'm saying is that I've, like I said, I've been around quite a lot of young boys, and
I've been around a lot of young boys who happen to partake in an English-based culture. If you had been around young men from a completely different culture that was somewhat alien to you, you would be experiencing completely different normalized gender norms that they
not completely,
live
no.
their entire life.
Not completely, no.
But anyway, guys, it's almost 6:30 a.m. here. I'm drunk, I'm rambling.
Well, there you go then. You're welcome.
You mean you've run out of vodka?
Night, mate.
Yeah, pretty much.
Get the fuck out, you fucking Arab.
Don't worry, Heath. I'll start drinking for you.
I drank like half a bottle of vodka, so I'm done.
Habib,
Besides, yes.
I just wanted to say that your laugh reminds me of Krusty the Clown.
That's more like it. That would be more like it.
So,
Yeah, I can see where you're getting that from. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Oh wait, I do have a bit of vodka left. So.
All right, hang around. Phil Skeptical, you have a question.
Yeah, I was just gonna. Is your issue with the social construct notion then that there seems to be, say, cluster properties in which they sort of, in different cultures, there seems to be these tendencies in which gender sort of circulates around a kind of norm.
There are definitely biological imperatives.
Just to clarify here, we're not talking about the sense of like functioning as like biologically just your male or female phenotype. That's what gender identity would refer to, but we're just speaking about like roles, behaviors, dress.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay, just to clarify the definition.
Also interests and projections. As well, it's how somebody projects themselves, what their interests lie in. I notice generally that girls, certainly at earlier ages, are much more interested in socializing. Younger boys generally tend to keep themselves to themselves a lot more. They can be quite offish. They tend to fight more often. They get into battles with people. Girls, knits, for example. When I was a kid, yeah. You had like knit nurse, okay, and it was almost always the girls that were getting knits, whereas the boys weren't. And I asked the knit nurse why, and she said because girls like to hug, because the girls like to be much closer to each other, and they got long hair, so they're more likely to have these creatures able to sort of like move from one head to the next. Boys just aren't interested in socializing with each other as much.
So part of the problem is that socialization actually begins really, really young, right? So, I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong here. The difficulty is just really trying to create some sort of context in which you could study a group of people that didn't have the kind of enculturation that normal people have, right? So it's hard really to say whether it's a biological or sociological phenomenon, whether people start adhering around these norms of gender, right?
Well, they've done studies on babies, for example, where they're basically showing them sort of imagery. And even at that early age, the girls are much more interested in like people's faces and things like that than they are in, say, mechanical objects. And things like that.
What I'm saying is that the socialization is actually occurring much younger than that, even to our own surprise.
Well, yeah,
right?
I would say that of course it is, but then again, that's down to the fact that it's something that is just prominent and prevalent anyway. So all it's doing is you can say it's a social construct if you like, but what I'm saying is that is actually based on some biological imperatives too.
It might
so
be.
So it may be encouraged,
saying,
yes, but
what I'm saying is I don't know if either of us really has the data or answer to this. Like, at least from my understanding of the scientific basis, there doesn't seem to be a way to conclusively answer.
What was it? I'm trying to remember the name of the guy.
Even if you could eliminate the enculturation problem early on, let's say you could demonstrate that small children don't have any pre-existing sort of gender-based things. Let's imagine that's true. You still wouldn't be able to eliminate the prospect of any behaviors developing later on.
Yeah,
since it takes 20 years or so for us to actually stop going through various hormonal changes.
Well, Well, here's the thing. Simon Baron-Cohen, who was Sacha Baron-Cohen, that comedian, his brother. Professor of developmental psychopathology at the University of Cambridge. He's formalizing these tests on basically babies, and just having these kids and just basically just seeing what their actual interests are. And this is the information that he got with this. He's done research into autism, things like that. But he was basically showing that that girls and boys, right from the word go, have different interests, and of course they do. Why wouldn't they? I mean, I am not attracted to hairy men. I'm just not. Just not interested in it, you know. I love your beard. I like you as a person, but it's just never going to happen, Phil. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Robin.
Whereas
there was a female professor. I can't remember her name. She was a neuroscientist, and she recently gave a talk at her university.
Yeah, but she's a woman.
And a lot of her work was very
nobody believes her.
Simon Baron-Cohen's in particular, and I don't know if she is right or not. But if I remember and I find the thing, I'll send it to you. Maybe.
Please.
Yeah.
Well, I can confirm. Back when Melody was called Mark, he used to be highly respected. Then he became a she, and now no one listens to Melody anymore because woman.
I never knew Melody before, so I listened to her only.
Yeah,
now.
you gave up your authority.
Have you guys ever heard the term baby rabies? Well, my personal anecdote with possible gender differences is that round about the time when basically all the women the same age as me started getting very concerned about making sure they had children, I and some other men my age that I knew suddenly developed an interest in politics as well. Just out of the blue. It's like didn't care. All the women we knew started wanting babies and all the men started talking politics. I suddenly had an opinion on education policy. What?
These are men that you know and have chosen to associate with and your friends.
Yes. Drunken, drug-addicted criminals with no prospects, I assure you. Just because I talk posh doesn't mean I am.
Yeah, he is a junkie, don't worry.
At least you don't say Twitter.
I'm just pointing out that they're a bunch of spurgs.
No, they're not. I'm quite unique among my friends.
Oh, come on, darling. Just because they're a drunk, addicted fucking criminal doesn't mean they can't also be a spurg.
Oh, of course, but in my
even
case,
help.
it just happened not to know me.
And now you're just lying because you don't want to be known as an autist hoarder.
Are you suggesting that I, of all people, do not want to be known as an autist hoarder when my fucking internet handle is the Prince of Spurgundy?
Yes, and now you can let the woman speak.
Known as autistic hairysoap.
No, I can't have a man.
Just shout. Yeah, just shout over the melody. Don't be polite. It's not worth it.
Just since we're talking about autism and also sort of gender identity and gender differences and stuff, basically, there's this interesting thing about autism, actually. I mean, with all the talk of autism causes transness, even though they're comorbid conditions, and that's not what comorbid means. It just means that both of these conditions are usually caused by prenatal hormones, well, that's what we think anyway, and there's a high likelihood that, so like if you have one condition, then you may have the other, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have the other if you have one condition. That's what comorbid means. Anyway, with all this talk and stuff, there's actually a really interesting finding that no one really seems to talk about, and that's the male to female ratio of autism is usually 4:1 in cis people.
What?
But in the trans, so basically for every 4 autistic boys, there's 1 autistic girl in the cis population. But here's
and this is why Airthrim will never find love.
No, here's the interesting thing. That's flipped.
I'm studying maths, Robin. I know all of the right kind of women.
But that's flipped in the trans.
Maths chicks.
God damn, you're mansplaining. I mean, man-interrupting. I'm forgetting my buzzwords.
I am going to man-interrupt, I'm afraid, yes. I call it house-interrupting.
Yeah, but darling,
anyway.
I'm going to start man-bashing.
I'm going to, when I finish the stream, I might do that.
Every 21 days.
Melody is saying something interesting and you are
21 times a month, baby.
Isn't it 21 times a day?
No, not 21 times a day, you fucking freak.
Now we're talking about masturbation.
That's Sal's objective.
Okay, so basically that's flipped in the trans population. So basically for every 4 autistic trans boys, there is 1 autistic trans girl.
But surely that's down to the fact of biological makeup there.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, yeah, it's interesting.
Clearly, it's because there are.
They were born boys, and then
because they are white supremacists, as Tariq Nasheed would say.
It's the same though.
I'm not sure where white supremacy came into this, but
I do have a question though, because even if I concede that you're right that there is a biological component, and actually think that there probably is. I mean, there's we're evolutionarily biological creatures. I'm pretty sure biology plays
I
some
think
role here, right?
I'm saying that it's both. What I'm saying is that one certainly helps to emphasize this. There is definitely a biological imperative within humans, within male and female. What I'm saying is that society will have actually grown up around those particular imperatives. And what they've done is, of course, they've kind of gone, oh, well, that's what boys are like. That's what girls are like. Oh, right. So that's going to emphasize it as people are basically kind of going, well, that's what boys are like. That's what girls are like.
Yeah, that's why the construction.
But then say you have this non-binary individual show up, or at least, I mean, whether you accept it or not, they show up, they say they're non-binary.
Yeah.
Then, like, are you going to say, like, what are you going to say? Because I'm just willing to go, yeah, I don't care that you're non-binary, go for it.
I don't really know. What I do care about, though, is that when somebody says to me, like, yes, what I want to do is basically, turn this into a point of professional umbrage. That the problem is that imagine if I walk up to a lady, for example, and I say, I call her sir or whatever like that. You're going to be pretty fucking upset at being labelled a dude, isn't it? Yeah. It's the same, for a guy, it'd be basically, it would feel quite odd for them, isn't it? And then you've got somebody who's basically kind of going, I don't know who I am. I'm not sure who I am. And in general in society, people would go, just pick one, mate. Just go with whatever you closely identify with. That's probably for the best. And it just makes it easier on you later on in life.
And if the problem is they genuinely don't closely identify with either, and they genuinely don't know.
Yeah, and this is the point where they're getting very confused as people.
But the thing is, I think also there seems to be two types of NB or non-binary. NB is like a kind of cutesy term, but I think. For some of them, I think it's like they don't have this kind of internal sense, like this gender identity that cis and trans people have. That's so like, okay, I'm comfortable physically being this thing, and I wouldn't wish to, transition to, or I wouldn't wish to transition.
Well, here's the other.
Non-binary is biological, right? Because you can have XY females that can get pregnant.
Well, no. What I'm saying, though, just in terms of gender identity, I like to think of it in the same way as orientation. So with orientation, you'll have male or male or man orientated. So like orientation, or you'll be towards the other side, or you'll be in the middle, or you might just lack it completely. I think it's possibly the same with gender identity. You're going to get some individuals that feel strongly one way or the other. Or they don't have a sense really whatsoever, or they actually have dysphoria either way, and usually they won't transition because if they did, it would just make their dysphoria
even more confusing
on one side worse.
Yeah. Well, here's the other those are actual cases that I can hold a lot of sympathy towards. The issue that I'm seeing certainly on a societal and social level here as well, though, and I've met people that have done this as well. Is that they don't really believe that. They don't. But it fucking works in order to get them empathy, sympathy, money in some cases. It's a point of blaggery. I won't name the person, but Maggie knows this person as well, who basically is a lying, scheming scumbag. The sort of person who would sell faulty goods on eBay, and all kinds of shit, like stays at people's houses all the time, never fucking pays up for any fucking food or any of that. Just blags their way through life.
Down on videos without commenting.
Yeah, like you. But what I'm saying is I'm talking about somebody who's basically is just a fucking sociopath.
Yeah, but that person is a shitty person, though.
That's
right?
a shitty human being, and they hide, and they are able to hide behind this sort of rhetoric. And you've also got there's that one thing, but there's also trenders. And these are I think those people minimise and dilute it for those who actually suffer this as an issue, because it isn't something for that. People don't just become gay just for a laugh. They don't think to themselves, you know what, I'm going to be a homosexual for a while. Fuck it. You know, they feel that they can't help themselves.
Imagine if you are genuinely non-binary, though, and these other people that you're talking about cause other people to make you think that you're not really who you think that you are, right? So, I mean, I don't want to totally dismiss.
Oh no, I'm certainly not. What I'm saying is that there are people out there that are turning it into. I don't think necessarily normalizing is actually as healthy as people think. And the sense is that what it ends up doing is it puts people into this place of kind of going, I can get away with it if I just say I'm that.
No. You're talking about popularizing psych, not normalizing it.
Yeah,
so there's a big difference.
well, yeah. You're obviously we're on that point. That
to talking about depression instead, because these like people are going to understand
well,
better with mental health
I personally think people have normalized depression too.
One person
there's a lot of people who run around and say, "Oh, I'm feeling so depressed," and expect sympathy. And they're running around, take part in normal life and doing all that stuff, and they're feeling a bit down for a day, so they're saying, "Oh, I'm so depressed." And then there's other people that have medical depression and basically lock themselves in their room for a week and
absolutely.
Anything is going to have parasites.
So what I'm saying is that the when I'm talking, if you will.
Hence the difference between popularization and normalization. Normalization means when someone goes, "Oh, I'm depressed," and they actually have depression and mean it.
Yeah.
And then accept it and go to help them. When you popularize it, you make
I get it. I get it, man.
pretend.
I get it. Okay, I get it. You've already said it. Jesus Christ.
I need to also explain it to the chat.
I think everybody gets it. Look, what I'm saying is that the next door neighbor to popularization is normalization. So this isn't the issue is, of course, is that somebody takes normalization and then they move it into popularization very, very simply. And the reason I'm saying that normalization isn't necessarily healthy here is because it's not normal. To be frank, I mean, there aren't that many people who transition. There aren't that many people who have dysphoria. You make up a very, very small margin of people, and you know what? That's how it should be.
I feel like you're equivocating over the term normal, though. I mean, there's normal in the sense of distribution, but there's also normal in just there's either something wrong with you or something normal.
I'm saying that. I mean, Melody went through quite a lot of surgery here to actually get herself to a feeling where she does actually feel normal.
May I just readjust the terms that we're using here? I think it would be more productive if we talk about the culture as being constituted of norms and values, and that a norm isn't necessarily what is normal for you, but what is culturally normal. So it's normal to be a man and it's normal to be a woman in most cultures. I think that's a fair assumption to make. That there aren't men who are thinking it's normal for them to be a woman. That's obviously not what we mean. There's multiple norms. There's a breadth of norms. So we're not talking about the typical person in a culture. We're talking about expectation of encountering people like that. So if it's entered the set of norms, then encountering a trans person is just something that happens occasionally. Whereas if it's not, then it's something unusual that you're going to take note of, you're going to respond unusually about. Like, it doesn't really enter the process of socialization, how you're going to deal with that circumstance. And bringing that into the set of norms isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I'm
what
just
you're
saying...
talking about, Robin, is it entering the set of values. And it does that, I think, in our culture, by the value of someone having a burden which they nobly undertake or nobly suffer through. We have the sort of suffering nobility concept. So if somebody is burdened with something, then they're burdened with suffering of some kind, then we say, oh, well, poor you. It's to be talking about.
It's more along the lines
from normalization.
I'm thinking along the lines more about sort of like imagining somebody using it as an escape route for their own behaviour. Somebody can utilize this as some, it's like with a lot of people, what was it, Kraut's girlfriend, who basically kind of goes, I was beaten up when I was, my ex-boyfriend beat me up and stuff like that, and it's like that's an excuse for you to be a total fucking arsehole to people, and it's like not.
Well, that was down the beating.
Cyril and Robin, can I just ask a question? Is that the sun?
Is what the sun?
Yes.
Is that the sun rising? Oh God, what time is it?
340, 350.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Yeah.
I want to know from your perspective, Melody. Do you think anti-SJWs and the SJW thing have ruined that conversation of like what does it mean to be transgender? I feel like they have. I feel like they haven't contributed anything other than like blaming.
Hijacked and politicized is a good way of saying it, really.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say that. So cis people are trying to define our own kind of experiences or anything, but it's
going to happen.
Of course, it's going to happen.
Of course, it's going to happen. I mean, the problem is, of course,
we're going to entertain you.
and unless you made the thing is, unless you made up the majority of people, I mean, everyone gets the right to, say what they think about it.
Yeah,
and,
of course, and speculate. No,
yeah.
I understand. But
And I mean,
think
for you, for example, I mean, you don't know what it's like to be cis.
Well, I mean, okay. Look, I think we had like a discussion about that the other day. Like, if
For everybody.
yeah, but if being trans is having a gender identity that's incongruent as your physical sex, and then you've completely transitioned so your physical sex is congruent, then are you trans anymore?
I don't think so. No.
But that's a
However,
different
we were talking about, legacy, weren't we? Melody,
Yeah,
I'm looking at an image of you. I'm not looking at you through a video camera or anything like that. But you've noticed, I don't think of you as anyone else but a woman.
Well, I mean, I've even been called trans hack and stuff, and
that's
usually reserved.
I don't even care what that means.
Oh no, it's a cis woman that likes trans women. It doesn't really sound like an insult to me, but apparently it was to them. So
Okay.
they decided to call me trans hag. It was very flattering.
Yeah. I mean, you remember we were having a conversation last week about legacy.
Yeah.
I remember we were saying about the fact that if you aren't honest with anybody that you have a relationship or whatever like that, not only will you get yourself into a problem later on down the line
If
with
they were
that.
ever to find out, then yeah.
Yeah, but you'd
Very
also
much.
actually resent them for you not being able
Not
to tell them,
accepting
or you not knowing, of course, you not knowing if they would accept or not. It's the fact that you're not willing to broach the subject with them, that they are they become the problem within your own mindset. Like with anybody, anyone who has some sort of secret that they're not allowed to tell their spouse for whatever reason, a lot of the time will resent them for not being able to say it, because they're the reason that they've got this dysphoria in their own minds,
But just to answer the question with the anti-SJWs and SJWs, so like talking about trans topics and stuff. On the one hand, it can be a bit annoying, but I mean, at least people are talking about us, and so actually having these discussions rather than just not talking about it and just making assumptions, which I think. I don't know, there used to be a time like that, and I think it's the same for the homosexual community as well. There's a time where it wasn't even discussed publicly, and so there was just a big assumption about what the true nature of gay people was.
Everybody in
which
the
was
90s
incorrect.
says you're welcome.
That wasn't that long ago. It was 60s, 70s?
It generally, well, certainly for the UK, it sort of turned on its head in the 90s, late 80s, maybe.
Yeah.
When people started to get into party culture and things like that, and it was, nobody gave a fuck. Nobody really cared, to be honest with you. None of the kids gave a shit. There were certain kids that did give a shit, but that's probably because they were gay and just couldn't deal with it yet.
But some of this reflects on the non-binary issue, because I'm wondering, you're talking about naturalness and genuineness, and this what if it is the case that there are genuine non-binary people? And it seems like my concern is to just dismiss them because of the.
No. Quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Quite the opposite.
Okay.
My concern is those that are riding said coattails and trans-trending. And basically, those people are responsible for it being diluted. They're responsible for it limiting its seriousness. And why I'm saying that is that if you go and talk to some of those anti-social justice warrior types, They can't. They keep on blaming those very same people. They keep on talking.
I agree,
they're the
yeah.
ones. They're the one. There's the leftists. You know,
Robin,
they blame them completely. You know. Yeah,
Robin,
but
the reason
you
why
give them
I brought
excuses.
it up, the reason why I brought it up is because I think me used to being a fan of these anti-SJW channels, they used to use it as a talking point to push any sort of popularity points, and they didn't even like explain, or most of them didn't even understand the difference between gender expression or gender identity, and they just used it. They just went on to the old biological argument.
They were also virtue signaling to their group. You've got to remember that, of course.
It's just that
basically their channel.
I didn't learn much from them other than just
fuck those guys.
But this is the thing, is the conflation between the two that's caused the issue, not just in the anti-SJW subcommunity, but like also some SJWs that sort of didn't really quite understand the difference. And I think that does become an issue when you say that, when you lump them together and say it's all constructed, because mainly what the ISNA sort of says, the Intersex Society of North America, they recognize that gender is mainly constructed, but they also say that gender identity, for a very good reason, is not thought to be constructed, because if it was, there would be no issue with early corrective surgery of intersex people, because if it can just be learned and stuff, then why would they ever identify as anything other than what they think they are?
If you could just switch that off with a bit of psychological study,
or
then
just
boom.
like manipulation and just lying to them and saying, oh, you identify as a boy because that's what, or you identify as a girl because that's what we made you, and stuff like that. It's not going to work. Like, you've got to let them decide for themselves just how they feel and stuff, and not intervene. So I don't know. It's
biology is a big, complicated mess.
We do actually already. I think we already do have.
What the fuck are you looking at, Robin?
Oh, it's just somebody sending me. Here's a point that I was going to make actually about this particular thing, is that I'm actually seeing a correlation between this and, say, the climate change debate, for example. Is that the left have dragged it over to one side, the right have dragged it over to another, and never the twain shall meet.
Yeah.
And what this ends up doing is just filling up the centre with mud and bile.
Well, Robin, actually, I think this comes back to American politics and the obsession the Republican Party has of denying everything that's not fundamentalist evangelical Christian values. It would seem that in America there's some new thing is thought up, and then immediately the religious lot goes, oh, it's wrong and new and bad.
That's conservatism 101, mate.
Shots fired! Usually.
And then the left wing in America goes, no, what the fuck are you doing? We must accept this, and we must force acceptance
Well,
of
aren't
this
you a
because
filthy
of how
leftist?
ridiculous the other people opposed it. So now you have the left wing in America going, no, you must accept climate change, and the right wing going, there's no such thing.
Progressive leftist here, guys. Kill him. Kill the leftist.
I just want to correct Robin
Filthy
at
commie.
point of order here. That you referred to Searle as a filthy leftist, I believe. I have to correct you. He is the filthiest leftist.
The filthiest leftist.
I'm actually fairly clean at the moment. I did have a shower a couple of hours ago.
He hasn't called for cultural Marxism on stream yet.
Searle, have you been getting in your 21 a month?
You're doing 21 a day.
You don't have to answer that, Sarah.
Was he there for that?
He's been to the vets.
No comment.
Okay, did anyone watch The Mummy? Or has anyone seen The Mummy, the new Mummy?
I saw it. I filled in the questionnaire afterwards from Dark Universe as well.
So what did you think?
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was alright. It was okay.
I think Red Letter Media said that they didn't like it, but
Oh,
I don't
no.
know.
Oh no.
I didn't.
What do we do
but,
now?
But I don't think Tom Cruise was the right pick for it. I'm sorry. I don't.
It could have been anyone, really.
That's what I was getting. I don't think he brought anything to it, really.
I think that's usually the role that Tom Cruise plays, though, to be fair.
True.
Tom Cruise is starting to look like himself. Like, you remember in Minority Report where he like hits himself with the injection on his face and it starts to melt?
Yeah, he's starting to get the old man sag.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Actually, Tom Cruise was really good in the movie, what was it, Live, Die, Repeat, or what the hell the thing was.
Yes, that one
The
was
one about the
that
alien
one.
bugs and reliving time loops. He was really good in that.
Okay. So that's a sort of like it's not a bad film. It's less that it's not mediocre. It's all right. It's entertainment. Don't bring your brain and
The
just
ending was
you
a
know.
bit predictable.
Oh my god! Yeah.
But I'm not going to say anymore.
Let's just say that the hero wins. You know, but who would have thought in a Hollywood movie that the hero would win at the end? Yeah,
evil Brit.
I don't know that we can trust that actually, Robin. As a going forward, can we trust that? Given that Game of Thrones basically completely smashed all expectations of broadcasting success.
Yes, the Hollywood movie Game of Thrones.
No, but you know what I mean. Like
I know what you mean, but you don't know what I mean.
I know you're referring to movies. I'm just talking about entertainment media. Perhaps there is some obvious distinction as to why the effects of one will never translate to the other, but I wasn't suggesting that they were the same thing.
I think you're over-egging a bit there. There's also another film that's just... I know.
I'll be taking the recall challenge tonight.
You're going to take the recall challenge, yes?
Yes.
This is a movie out called The Recall 2017. This is where you take all the right ingredients, good cameras, good glass, good a reasonably good cast as well, and fuck it completely up with a awful story, badly directed. And just it's even the edit winds me up. Even the camera angles upset me. It just hurts. Everything hurts. Every scene.
Well,
Ouch.
that angle is kind of painful.
The whole yes, Sarah, I am. But not at the moment.
So if you don't go to the cinema. Don't go to the cinema to watch The Recall. Don't do it. Don't even get it out on DVD. Wait for it to come out on VHS. It's that bad.
I did notice, Robin, a certain links visible in your bookmarks bar that don't watch it in the cinema. I can certainly see you had no intention of.
I do it for educational purposes only.
I see.
But with the dark universe sort of like idea with the rebooting all these old Universal Pictures rights like Frankenstein and the Invisible Man and so like all these things. There was one thing that I wasn't too happy about, which is Johnny Depp as the Invisible Man. At first I was like, oh cool, and then I thought to myself, wait, no, you don't make Johnny Depp invisible. That is a crime. His face is too pretty to be invisible. That is no. So I'm against that. And my sister agrees.
Johnny Depp is like one of those actors who's able to fulfill any role and transform himself into the character, like true method actor.
No, you don't make Johnny Depp's beautiful face invisible.
That was a bit.
How do you slander Daniel Day-Lewis like that? How dare you?
Daniel Day-Lewis is also a really good method actor.
Back in a mo, guys.
You know, Johnny Depp is the
that guy
greatest
just like
actor
House of
ever.
Cards?
What he does is he takes a funny hat, puts on a funny accent, and it's like he's a brand new character and you've never seen before. And then
I'm going for a drink.
and there's a different funny accent, and it's like you've never seen a performance like that before, except for the previous movie.
Who's the lead actor in the House of Cards?
You need to hit F5, my friend. And Johnny Depp, by the way, he inserts mannerisms. He inserts mannerisms into his characters. Like, for instance, in The Ninth Gate, whenever he has a nervous moment, he pulls out. It's an awesome movie.
Yes, but that's what he does in his small movies. All of his big budget movies is just silly hat, silly accent. Why is he even that?
But that's kind of the direction that it's going, though. Like, I'm not talking about his performance in Pirates of the Caribbean or fucking Alice in Wonderland.
Well, you can't expect him to put on a good performance for a big budget movie. That's not what they're for.
That's something I agree with.
What was that
big budget movies to not be made.
What was that Stephen King book adaptation he did? Like the backyard window or something? I can't remember.
Secret Window?
Secret Window. Yeah, I loved him in that because he was essentially a hipster like 10 years before they were even a thing. And that's like, oh, that's cool. That's
Yeah.
They knew.
He was a hipster before it was cool. No, it's
Illuminati. Illuminati preparing us for the hipster apocalypse.
Let's say, guys, I just want to. Oh, sorry, I just want to say that.
Brian.
Yeah, I just want to say that using the movies I've seen, Johnny Depp was the best part. Even in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, that sucks.
Well, he does have a jar of dirt.
Any movies where he's like Tim Burton-y or over the top acting are not his greatest performances.
I think Kevin Spacey's a better method actor.
That was the most diplomatic way I've ever heard someone say they should not have even bothered made the movies.
Johnny Depp's performance in Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah, or nay?
I haven't seen that one.
Everyone. Oh, you've not seen the first Nightmare on Elm Street?
Wait, he was in the first one?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was the guy that, you know, he's on the bed and so like you see him so like dreaming about Freddy and it's like he's like closes him so like through the stomach and then there's that big so like blood gush scene where obviously they just turned the whole room upside down and then they turned the cameras upside down. They turned the room upside down.
I really hated that kind of mainstream horror. It really just really ground me up the wrong way. It was like kind of going, this is scary.
But I'm just saying that kid that had the blood fountain thing that's like hit the ceiling, that was Johnny Depp.
Yeah, but it was really scary if you were 13.
Yeah, if you were 13 watching an 18 certificate movie, yes.
My stepdad had to live them. I've seen them all by 14.
I preferred the old school Hammer horror. I thought that was much more intense, much more psychological.
I've always found the best kind of horror not to be gore or even sort of like basic circumstantial, but ones that genuinely leave you with serious philosophical questions that make you wonder about your own existence.
So,
do you have an example of that, Earthrin?
No, I remain forever disappointed.
Traps in Space always does that.
You know, I've always found the greatest horror is when you're looking for some really hot porn, and then it turns out it's heterosexual.
Just tell me about that. No, it's
the horrors that I enjoyed the most would have had to be
the
ones
horrors.
that are,
Sorry, I think that was an accent problem there. Begging your pardon. Carry on, please.
Not a problem, Rob.
I had to jump on that. It's who I am.
It's perfectly all right.
Who I am as a person.
Twitter.
Keep going.
See, I man-interrupt everybody. You see, Melody? I man-interrupt everybody. It's all right.
Hey guys, I'm going to have to go because it's getting late.
F5.
It's getting early.
It's getting late for you.
F4.
It's like 4
Good
here.
night, sir.
Okay, good night. Sorry.
Why are you guys awake?
I don't know. The sun is up. I've never seen this terrible.
It's only 11 over here for me.
I'm on American time at the moment. Yeah.
The best horror movies would be the Japanese ones, the Ju-on, the Ring. Those ones I really enjoyed.
Oh my god, you weeb!
I'm gonna go now because I got a lesson to teach in the morning. So.
Oh, you're not gonna make that.
Isn't that like 3 hours away?
It's gonna be like at 12, so I need to have some.
Oh, it's a Brighton morning. I got you.
Yeah.
Do what you gotta do, shit bastard.
You noticed.
Cyril, what is the guy version of a Nico?
The guy version of what?
I bid you adieu.
Take it easy, mate.
Have a good night.
Morning.
Bye.
No, I did.
Nico is like a cat girl, I think.
No, actually,
Japanese.
Nico just means cat in Japanese. You're thinking of Nico Mimi. That's cat people. However, it has a connotation of often being female.
Weep.
You could add what is it? An I sound or the O sound at the start of it to delineate male or female.
Weeb.
Unaki.
Some severe weebery going on here, folks.
I think, Robin, the technical term is weebology.
Weebology, is that how it works? Yeah. Now, is that a good? I think good horror has a sense of humor.
Oh no! Correction.
I like
Weeboturgy.
yeah, like Nightmare on Elm Street.
I'm trying to remember.
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember the name of
irony
the actor in this. He used to be in From Dawn Till Dusk. But he was in
George Clooney?
No, not Clooney. No, it was
Quentin Tarantino.
I will tell you the name of this guy because I will find him.
Pauly Shore.
I've just got to find him. It wasn't Cheech. No, it wasn't Cheech. He wasn't.
Melody, darling.
It wasn't Harvey Keitel. Is it Fred Williamson? No. Well, Fred Williamson. He was in quite a few horror movies. Mind. Oh, hello, Salma. Oh, where the fuck is he?
He's hiding from you.
Why
Robin.
is he not on the starring role? He was fucking part of the full set.
They're all against
Finding it, Robin. Now, Melody, darling, why are you even asking me about cat guys?
Oh, I can't possibly imagine, Sarah.
I mean, that would indicate that I was male and identified as such.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought from your avatar that I'm on.
You mean my remarkably androgynous avatar?
Okay, I found up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So is a trap, and he is trapping you now.
What? You're not allowed to trap a trans girl.
He's
That's like haram.
That's like trapception.
Oh, no. Trapsection is when a trap traps a reverse trap traps a trap.
There he is, of course. Tom Savini. Tom Savini, yeah?
Tom who?
Tom Savini. If you look at my desktop,
I have you
it's
highlighted.
this guy
bro.
here. This guy here, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
He has
now,
been.
That's a beard that can get you arrested for sexual assault
Isn't
without
it?
doing anything.
Isn't it? Yeah, but this guy has been in so many horror movies. Dawn of the Dead, all kinds. So he's been like a mainstay of
But
this
how
sort
many
of like
films has he been
American
in?
sort of low budget, loads of blood and guts, but they kept a certain sense of humor to it as well. It was much more entertaining sort of thing from it. But
that were there on the page there, one of those was not quite like the others.
Robin, darling, has his beard been in as many movies as him?
His beard has been the same throughout.
Oh, thank God.
It's never changed. That's the Savini beard.
Do you know what's funny? Justin Trudeau used to rock a beard like that.
Oh God.
I'm the imagery here.
I'm
Imagine the
struggling
most
to picture that.
sexual abuser beard you can possibly imagine. A goatee that will get you arrested for sexual offences from 30 foot when you were restrained. It's
a goatee that is a sexual offence.
Oh my God, I've seen it. I've got it.
Oh my God. He looks like he should be wearing a Jacobean ruff.
Yeah, he looks like he's just about to talk about his menswear collection.
One.
Oh wait, is it Father's Day already for everyone in the world?
Oh yeah,
we still got 40 minutes.
All right, okay. Well, I'd
personally.
like to say happy birthday to the best dad in the world, and if you see mine, punch him in the face for me.
I'm getting French toast for breakfast tomorrow.
That's the one I say every year.
Yeah, Robin, as the internet's disappointed father, you will of course.
I'm even disappointed in my father.
Yeah, of course.
Just carrying on a long tradition of no.
You're all my children.
As a father, I have disappointed.
And I'm very
my children
disappointed.
Well.
Very disappointed in you.
So, Melody said you were really old earlier. How old are you, if that's not too impolite?
As old as time.
You said in your 40s, Robin, but I thought you were in your 20s. What the hell?
Robin's 40.
No, guys, you got to understand the appropriate answer that you should be expecting is the kind of thing that Pinhead would say. Like he's as old as time or something. You know?
Oh please, that's boring.
I thought you were
He's
using it
slightly
as
older
an
than time.
insult rather than the character name.
Robin is a mere stripling of a youth.
I'll say that he's a very old boy.
He's the incarnation of Forever Young by Rod Stewart.
Thanks.
Did you go to Oxford, Robin?
No.
No, it wasn't invented yet.
Well, you can't be an old boy.
I'm not. I didn't go to Oxford. I'm heterosexual.
Oh, you're a Cambridge man then. No, you went in for that sort of thing.
No, I'm not bisexual. But but that's probably the worst film I've ever seen. Has been The Recall. It is actually Wesley Snipes. You've also got R.J. Mitt.
It was named self-awarely. Like, do you think they had the self-awareness with it? They thought, this is the worst product in film history. Let's call it The Recall.
I think the only person who knows this was awful was the cameraman. And the rest of them just didn't get what they were getting themselves into.
Are you suggesting we should try him for war crimes?
No.
There's one other person that would have realised it was awful. The editor.
Well, I think the editor is someone to blame as well in this.
What else is the director done? Just out of curiosity.
Mainly like art direction. There's Mario Borelli, okay, and he's got quite the list here of things that he's been doing. Pirates of the Caribbean,
that photo.
Captain America.
Like he just got surprised by the cameraman.
I know.
Oh, what's going on?
But look, he's
taking my picture.
He's got 45 credits on IMDb. Yeah, one of them Star Wars: The Last Jedi. So he's been in post prod. He knows or at least should know his fucking trade.
What about outside
he's illustrator, concept artist, illustrator mainly, loads of illustration.
What if you go into the director's section?
He's got 13 credits in the director section.
Okay, let's take a look at these.
No, but hang on. I think there's a very disturbing implication from this, is that if this person has if there is every reasonable expectation that this person really knows what they're doing, implies
this upsets me.
Previous to the edit, it was even worse.
This is I'm like I said, this person has all the financial ingredients to hand. So they've got the money, they've got the budget, and it's just squandered. Absolutely squandered. You need to watch this just to understand how good film can be done badly.
Maybe he wants a George Lucas-esque career.
Let's say this, yeah. This is like a really bad game using the Unreal Engine. You know, it works. It plays perfectly fine and everything like that, but you just know it's awful. You just know it's bad. And it's like the camera work looks lazy, and just poorly thought out and not really well directed. The edit feels really choppy. There's bits of the plot that just don't feel right. They're very disjointed. These people just run away for no. They just decide to.
Did you mean Unity, not Unreal?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that you can play terrible games on good engines. And what I'm saying is that this has got budget. This has got budget behind it. It's got money behind it. It probably cost several $1 million. Maybe up to maybe 30 mil. You got Wesley Snipes in there. He's not cheap. And
that's about half of the Indian space project thing.
Yeah, you've got R.J. Mitt. I don't know if you remember R.J. Mitt. He was Walter Jr. in Breaking Bad. So that guy, he's got cerebral palsy. But he did a reasonably good job with what he had to work with as well. But that it just feels so empty and devoid of any cohesion or life. And then there's the special effects. Oh, the special effects.
Special. So would you say it's Transformers bad or Batman v Superman bad?
I don't think I can even put that in that league. This is I've seen better films with mid to low budget that would wipe the floor with it. I actually have a sort of like Maggie hates a lot of the films that I watch because I do watch some films not so much for the particular sort of like
you just enjoy knowing you're better than them, don't you, Rob?
No. It's about understanding or at least learning.
Watching a bad movie.
No. It's if you can imagine, almost all movies can be bad if you're in that sort of a link. But imagine, for example, you've got like $100,000 to spend. Yeah, it's how you work with that. You can make a good movie with $100,000, but it's only going to be a good movie for $100,000. It's not going to be a movie that's going to, you know, if you bung $100 million into a movie, for example, yeah, there are expectations that you have. That glass has got to be fucking good. Those cameras are going to be fucking tip top. You're going to have a lot of crew behind you. You've got to have a lot of ideas coming through. 100K stuff like that, yeah. Usually the person directing is probably the person who's produced it. They're working on a shoestring budget. They got friends helping them out. There's so much more that can go wrong, and for someone to get that right, I feel that's a much, something to actually be sort of lauded by comparison to somebody who basically is like, you know, they're tip top. They've got all of their funds available to them. They've got no reason to make a mistake, and they still fuck it up.
Yeah,
that's you know, there is an art to making things on a low budget.
What you mean, Robin, is you favour the reverse dominance hierarchy?
No, I don't. I like watching no-brainers. I like watching big-budget movies as well. I like, you know, that. But it's also that they also have that. Everyone works within limitations. Even big-budget movies have got limitations that they've got to work with.
I like movies that are incredibly cerebral. One I'd recommend would be The Man from Earth. You can actually pop it in IMDb right now.
Yeah,
see.
I know The Man from Earth, but I was just, you know, I was hoping you'd tell everybody else that.
Oh, The Man for Earth is basically a movie where you have a professor who is going to be moving on from where he is, and a bunch of other professors go visit him. And he starts telling them a very interesting story about why he's moving on. That's all I can say without spoiling the actual movie itself.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of cerebral movies, of course, is that the moment you actually start explaining it, you're basically giving away the plot.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Like I said, I like to look at movies on a production scale. In the avenue of, like I said, everybody's got to work to a budget, and I do like to really know how much they've spent and how much they had available to them, and I rate it on that way. It's the same thing with, like, a video game. If you look at a video game and you cannot compare, say, some indie title to some, you know, mega billion dollar game, it's just not fair. You have to review them in, you know, the size of the team.
And it sounds like we're going dangerously close to mentioning that game.
What game?
The game that it is dangerous to mention.
Derek Smart.
Shh.
Oh yeah, of course, Efron. KSP. It was originally developed for no money at all as a hobby. Then it was given a chunk of money through Kickstarting and crowdfunding, and got it to about 50,000 in total US dollars for their funding before they managed to move on for a few months before eventually selling it. And recently, the people who own Grand Theft Auto just bought Kerbal Space Program.
I thought it was
large amounts of money.
I thought it was Valve who did it.
No, it wasn't Valve that bought them. It was Take-Two, I believe, the people that own Grand Theft Auto Rockstar.
Who owns them?
No idea.
Some people in Dundee.
Some twat who recently came out and went, we're not going to let single-player GTA mods be a thing anymore. Get rid of the main modding tool and go, we want some money.
Yeah, people have been using them in multiplayer to fuck with people, basically making everyone explode and things like that.
Are you talking about the developer based in Dundee?
It seems you're correct. KSP acquired by Take-Two.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rockstar Games, I think, is from Dundee.
Yes, that's the one.
Rockstar North.
Well, I just wanted to point out that the association is actually with the University of Dundee that has like game development courses. There's no way that there isn't going to be, shall we say, a number of interested parties who might make mods who are familiar with the engines. So yeah, but
interesting to note about Rockstar North. They used to actually be called DMA Design. This is the same team that made Lemmings back in the day. That's where they cut their teeth.
Also, Game Maker came from Dundee too. The Game Maker engine, not Game Maker, Game Maker.
Yeah, that's coming out. That's coming out next year.
They tested it on the frogs.
Darling, Game Maker is quite easy. You just have to find a particularly effeminate male, and then it turns out most men will jump on it after 2 pints.
Now, wouldn't it be interesting? Wouldn't it be really fucking cool?
Dundee didn't do nothing.
If KSP ended up basically taking their engine away and getting the Rage engine, that would be pretty fucking cool.
Why? Can that engine even do what it needs?
What, the Rage engine?
Yeah, can it even do astronomical distances?
After a few drinks.
Well, the Rage engine is a game engine.
Yeah, if you're just dealing with like coordinate geometry, then basically anything can.
Geometry is actually a genuine problem when you're talking about moving 2 to 3 astral units.
It's fine if you have basically it's a matter of writing the algorithm that fits the engine. What is a problem is rendering shit that's at that distance.
Well, that's the thing. The Rage engine's very good at long distance rendering.
Not that long distance.
All you have to.
I've been liking.
What's the real scale, though?
Yeah, this is the thing. That if you imagine, when you're talking about say 32-bit or 64-bit addressing and things like that, the size of the planet is actually very small. You just think it looks large. You're zoomed in on a very a small planet with a really, really tiny camera. That's the only thing.
Yeah, the position location doesn't
Originally,
actually...
they used a 32-bit system. They genuinely did not have a large enough pool of numbers possible for them to have fixed-point coordinates.
That's right. Yeah, that's why you have to do 64-bit addressing.
You can have coordinates within coordinates. You don't have to go with you don't just have to go with one number per grid axis. You can actually have as many numbers as you like per grid axis.
And also, when you're talking about traveling through space and things like that, they don't actually have to be that accurate.
Actually, they do.
No, they don't. No, they don't. So, because you wouldn't notice the difference in accuracy at that when you're talking about vast distances. You just wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
You're static to the object that you're looking at. Yeah, it turning around a planet, for example, and you thinking about it being positional down to the last inch, millimeter, or whatever like that. You don't have to do that. The box in which the spacecraft is traveling can have a completely different coordinate level than what's going on inside said box. So you can have a 32-bit. You can have a 32-bit box that is traveling around a 32-bit space. Do you get it?
I don't think you understand the level of accuracy that's actually needed for planning.
You can have a box within a box within a box within a box. You can have as many numbers as long as you have the memory. You can have as many numbers as you like for your coordinates. You can have a 32-bit number, and then another 32-bit number, and then another 32-bit number.
We are now talking about. Yeah, we're now talking about.
The constraint is that you would have to have some sort of contextual loading thing. But since we're talking about spatial locations, that's not a problem.
Yes, you've got to remember that the space that you're in can move itself. So if you've got an object, for example, that you're traveling towards, that doesn't have to be inside. You can have a really accurate, I mean, they probably don't, a very, very accurate 32-bit box that is traveling around.
A physics engine wouldn't be able to just disregard this problem, by the way, because that's the numbers oscillating potentially far too much. But in a given location, you can be in some subgrid of a subgrid of a subgrid. And that's not a problem because you're not rapidly switching between the outer layers of the grid.
Liberals are the real gerbils. What does this even mean?
I think it's rather obvious what it means, Robin. Why would you even bring up your
just something from Richard Spencer? I'm just trying to work out what the fuck.
It's the most glorious tweet of all time.
What does that even mean?
He's meaning
it means you're promoting white genocide by not knowing about this, you ignorant piece of shit. You're even sleeping with a Slav.
Does the hashtag offer some explanation? What's the hashtag?
It's supposed to mean Goebbels. Joseph Goebbels.
Right.
I see.
Yeah, he can't spell because he's an idiot.
I take it you've been following this free Laura business, yes?
No, actually I haven't.
Very loosely.
Very loose, boy.
Get a free Laura.
So Urban Dictionary says that a gerbil is the opposite of a cougar, a young girl seeking an older man.
Right. That's something I needed to know.
Well, yes, that says, do you want to protect the future of white children?
Okay, so for anybody who has a life,
It's
the free Laura
Julius
thing.
Caesar thing.
Okay, I'm at pains to source the Daily Mail, but what the hell? Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's this Julius Caesar play that seems to basically they've decided to clothe the actors in modern day dress, and coincidentally, perhaps, Caesar seems to be looking somewhat orange. If you know what I'm saying.
So he's an Oompa Loompa.
Yeah, he looks like
That
Trump.
is brilliant.
Let's just say this thing. And a protester attempted to shut down a Friday night performance of the Trump assassination play Julius Caesar in New York Central Park as one woman stormed the stage. Right-wing journalist and activist Laura Loomer stormed the stage, shouting the controversial play was unacceptable.
Journalist, activist.
Gonzo.
I'm sure her actions were not at all publicity motivated.
Couldn't be.
But
Such people are beyond reproach when it comes to this sort of thing.
The fault reports the story when they can be the story.
And apparently,
someone who wishes to have a long career.
Gonzo journalism.
Wasn't the point of Julius Caesar that assassinating Caesar is a bad thing? So why would they want to protest it?
Well, it does get a little bit funny because you're talking about somebody on the right wing talking about the normalization of political violence against the right. Now, I don't know about you or me, but I know quite a few people that are always talking about helicopters when it comes to anybody on the left.
I was already thinking about helicopters.
Yeah. And it's so, anyway, I'm going to have a look at this hashtag and have a look at who's actually writing this, because it's like these sort of hashtags are where hypocrisy is just so prevalent it almost makes me sick. It was like the same thing with the sort of the Black Lives Matter kidnapping hashtag.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there kind of going, almost every single one of you was complaining about BLM politicizing violent events. And there you are. Why are you here? And it's I remember going on a stream with Sargon talking about this with him, and he you remember this? Adrian, didn't you?
I seem to recall having the opinion that their use of BLM was a genuine misunderstanding on their part, in that they had gotten into the habit of the bad intellectual habit of essentially referring to sort of anti-white bigotry as like they got the wires crossed with BLM and anti-white bigotry because of the quite genuine association.
I'm sure it was all in error.
Oh, I'm sure there were some people that did know better but couldn't be asked.
We're talking about the left. Stop being so partisan, Ethrin.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was a ridiculous, memeable moment.
Well, I wasn't talking to people that I felt didn't know what they were doing here. I mean,
my favourite part was when you were invited on to make sure it didn't become an echo chamber.
And then I got complained at for it not being an echo chamber.
Well, the thing is, it's people will happily assume that you're engaged in whataboutery, and indeed that is a feasible option, given him saying, for God's sake, Robin, stop being so partisan, we're talking about the left. Except his point had literally been that this is what the left always do. Like, that's what he was saying, and then you pointed out it's just what people do. And he's like, for fuck's sake, Rob.
Yeah, it's like me being partisan by basically not being non-partisan.
It's weird that is the moment he chose, because you do sometimes, Robin, engage in what people might be, might have a valid interpretation to perceive as whataboutery, shall we say.
That's a roundabout way of saying it.
But that was definitely not one of those moments, and that was the moment he chose to snap at you. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, I told the real thing is that you know when somebody's a partisan by the jokes that they laugh at.
Yeah.
And I told 2 jokes that night. Okay, one of those jokes was I was pointing out the fact that if you could just keep just doing that thing, Pascal, that's great.
Oh, sorry.
One of the things I
Don't be sorry.
Yeah,
Be a rebel.
Shut up. Somebody basically said that these kids had kidnapped and were beating up a Trump supporter. And all I said to them was, how do you know he was a Trump supporter? Is it because he was retarded?
Tim Blake had a lot of a problem hearing you say that.
I know.
Pleased with you.
I know. But this is the thing. I mean, he doesn't have a good enough sense of humor. Now that is demonstrably funny. Let's be honest, okay? But Sargon et al. not impressed. Now the next one I did was I kind of go, you know what? Yeah, looking at this the sort of like the color of this gentleman's skin, him and what was it? Sean? What's his name?
King?
Yeah, him and Sean King, they do seem to share a similar shade. So maybe this was black on black. Laughed their asses off at that one. Yeah. That was quite good, Robin. And it's like, yeah, because your humour is based upon if it hurts your political enemy.
Darling, you did miss one other joke that evening. It was a very long form and abstract joke. It was your appearance on the show.
It was. I was right on that. I was on that straight away. I was basically kind of going.
I do think this might be a small sample size, though, Robin.
What do you mean?
But you're the one with the problem, Robin.
I'm the only sample size. Yeah, I'm the only sample. It's a pretty small size. Yeah.
No, but your claim is quite generalised, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because it's true.
You're not an egalitarian. You don't treat people equally.
I tell you what. When you've got people who bitch and moan about people politicizing events, who then politicize events, I'm going to call them hypocrites.
Oh, yeah,
sorry, pardon me.
I think we've all let the big thing slip here. Well, little thing slip here. He's saying he's got a sample size thing. I guess the rumours from Maggie are true.
That was a joke, was it?
I'm saying you have a small dick.
Great. Silence in the room there, mate. You've really that landed like a brick.
To be honest, I wasn't paying attention, so it could have been the funniest joke in the world.
You did not miss a goddamn thing.
It's 4:30 in the morning. I haven't slept.
And now you're down to dick jokes. It's time to go to bed, Sal.
Oh, no, sorry, day before yesterday. Fuck.
I think the real problem is whenever people decide to punch up, that causes some friction. That's it.
All I was pointing out that none of these people give a fuck. That none of them care. None of them care for that guy.
No, they're partisan.
Yeah, none of them give a shit. They're just using this kid. They're just going to use that kid for their own political purposes. That's all. Sargon et al. All of them. They are now exactly the thing they hate.
It was at first like when Sargon started supporting Trump, and I was like, okay. But then it was like when every single right-wing sort of like talking point he was endorsing, and that was just like
he hates neoliberals.
Yeah,
like he
hates them so much that he parrots them.
Yeah, I didn't say that he knows what it is, but he hates the concept that I would call the neoliberal establishment, which I believe is the correct way to describe it. But that's the thing that I think he hates. He's got this idea in his mind that there's this sort of corporate shills at the top who are just out for number one and fucking with the rest of us.
Oh, really? And it took him that long to realise.
If he can give them a bit of a backlash, I think that's what he's after. He's not necessarily after any specific political end. He's got ideals.
I think that's a facade of a man who's very upset that a girl interrupted his D&D game.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
Well, I can understand.
Wait, so let me get this straight. So basically, Sargon...
Go and have a look at his video on piglets.
No, I just wanted to see I got this.
One of the earlier ones.
Sargon, he's against people who will sell their principles for money.
Oh,
but of course you have to say that while selling your principles for money, because otherwise people will spot it immediately.
Selling a speech around sincerely held principles is not necessarily hypocritical.
One thing
No,
that
but
I really
jumping from bandwagon to bandwagon of what you claim your principles to be for a few months, depending on where your Patreon money is, kind of hypocritical.
Yeah, not to mention going back on principles that you had recently championed not 2 years ago.
Well, people change their minds.
Yes, they change their mind depending on the situation. They certainly do.
Just look at my experience with the
How
guy,
does this
okay?
benefit me?
I call Sargon out on the fact that he's taking other people's content from their YouTube channel and uploading it to his own YouTube channel and then linking it. This content is monetized, and after I made a video about it, he not only blocks me, he then makes the modifications necessary to his new channel that reflected my concerns in the first place. So he's a fucking hypocrite. He's a liar. He doesn't want to own up to his mistakes. He's basically a piece of shit.
So
yeah, but ethics. They have ethics.
Gal, you are missing a very important point here. Sargon is perfect. He doesn't make mistakes.
I'd like to come out as a long-term GGer. There are most of the prominent names and faces within the GG movement had absolutely no qualms with behaving unethically and didn't really give a fuck about people's ethical conduct. They used it as a stick to beat the other side with. While good people were trying to basically get video games out of the gutter, there were people who were basically just putting it into a different gutter.
Mm-hmm. You mean the people in charge of GG had beating sticks?
In charge?
Only just finding out about this now? God. Should have been answered GG all along.
How is his Kickstarted video game going, by the way?
Oh, he refunded the money. Didn't he?
I don't know.
I know it failed, but I don't know if he refunded it or whatever happened to it.
Wait, are you talking about like the tower defense game where he put in make characters based off of people in the community?
The community.
No, the next one, whatever the hell game it was.
I didn't even know he was making a video game till somebody did a video on it recently, but I can't remember who.
Furry Fag Lord in the chat. No, not me, the other one. Can you do us a favour and ask Fox to ask Sargon about his game?
We're gonna play telephone like this.
Well, let's be honest, Sargon doesn't address public criticism, does he?
No.
No.
Well, he does. You remember that response to Tibbs?
Okay, he doesn't address it regularly unless he thinks he can moral grandstand off it and get his 500,000 followers or more to just dogpile them for him.
Yeah.
His video on David Sherritt off the Thinkery was pretty terrible as well.
Well, look at his response at Pragmatic Progressive's response to Carl's response. He basically corrected him. He showed him the evidence necessary, and did Carl ever comment on it after the fact? No.
Don't need to. That's the thing. Everyone's got. The thing is, and I've seen this with a lot of people that sort of surround themselves with a lot of sycophants and people that are just basically will parrot whatever it is. You don't need to. You just say the thing, and then you just walk off, and everybody else does the defense for you.
Make him sound like Trump.
Yeah, I've had people browbeat. I've had people try to guilt me into sort of like coming on side of I've got to be against the SJWs, man. I've got to the culture war, and it's like kind of going, dude, you guys are just now full of shit. You really are.
Yeah.
You're just acting just like they are. It's like, yeah, but we're not killing people. We're not sort of like. It's like, fuck off.
You got to take everything by case. Like, that's the thing that's most ridiculous about this view of theirs, that you
Culture
must
warriors.
attack every
Yes.
It's culture.
All of those people, they're just judging people as groups, not as individuals.
Yes,
That's just really
yes,
stupid.
Yes,
all of
they
those
are.
people.
Yes, they are, because they've grouped themselves up as and the only reason that they don't call themselves as in a community is because they don't want to take the flack that a community would get.
No, Sargon does
got
come
nothing
from
to
a
do.
community. Sargon is openly concerned about community cohesion, but most of the others don't give a shit.
Well,
much to his chagrin.
actually, it really depends on his mood and whether it's of any use to him. He'll run away from the community card as and when. as
I mean,
and when useful.
They're an
The thing is, Robin, your testimony on the subject is biased since Sargon is your ex, of course.
It's
organic
biased on the
community that
I've been trying my best for a lot of people to understand, but they're not interested in understanding. And I've actually had to go back on a lot of things that I've thought about people, and I understand that I was somewhat naive with certain YouTubers. A lot of the time is that they weren't necessarily interested in anything else but their bottom line. And all you've got to do is actually look back and say, that's what they meant. Beforehand, you could just see, on the face of it, face value of it, fair enough. But when you see
maybe they quite honestly just went a bit mad. I mean, these aren't necessarily starting out as the most emotionally stable people.
Well, I've noticed this within a lot of people in the YouTube community. You've got a lot of people that have a lot of mental issues.
But why do you have to presume malice or greed at least?
Because it's pretty fucking obvious. When you're going to use a particular principle in one particular way and then dismiss said principle when it suits you, you are unprincipled.
People do that all the time because they're idiots.
No, that's not idiotic. That's unprincipled.
Well, yes. But the
if you-
mechanism of that lack of principle often comes from the fact that people are idiots.
Or they're hoping that you're too idiot to notice.
Well, yes.
Or they have
that's a possibility.
ideological blinders on themselves, right?
Yes, well, I believe that's what I'm referring to by calling them idiots.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't buy that though. I think people are a damn sight more intelligent than you give them credit for.
No, I mean they could be. My issue is always I
No, I'm saying that
have
to
another
Etherin, really, but-
podcast. I have another podcast where we discuss this issue all the time about, like, for example, people who peddle alt medicine, right? Do they really believe that their alternative treatments work, or are they just sort of like bullshitting to sell a product, right? And the problem is, a lot of psychological data shows that it's a bit of column A and a bit of column B. Some people really buy their own bullshit, right? So it's,
Well, it's easier if you can lie to yourself. You can tell the truth to others.
Yeah.
Much easier. That's the thing. It's you're putting yourself into that particular. If you can propagandize you, then you should be able to propagandize everybody else.
The example I'd give for that would be Joe Rogan versus Alex Jones. Both sell supplements like Brain Aid or whatever, Brain Force,
male vitality,
caveman,
that sort of shit. And
let's not be sexist here. They also do super female vitality.
Joe Rogan's the type of person who would really believe in that shit, but Alex Jones is definitely putting on a show.
Well,
my favorite, Joe Rogan had a guy a female on there promoting some like cryogenic therapy, and an actual scientist was like, "Hey, do you want me on your show to like talk about it?" And Rogan was like, "No," then didn't respond to him ever again. It was like, "Oh, okay, I see how."
Jeff Holiday did a good series on it, actually.
Anti-SJW community manager Jeff Holiday.
Yeah. I'm conflicted about Jeff because he does do some content that I really like.
He is the nicest person that you'll ever meet. Almost sickeningly. It's like, have a position, mate. At least fucking beat back. He wants to be everybody's friend, and I love you, Jeff, and if you're listening, you probably are. Just, mate, I admire the fine line on which you're traveling. But it is somewhat of a precarious one, and sometimes.
And I will say,
you're gonna have to pick a side eventually, mate. I'm sorry, but you will.
You're just LARPing, Robin, as someone who's smart.
Sorry?
I do
You're
love
just LARPing.
I'm LARPing as smart.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Usually there is an accusation of LARPing somewhere involved.
Yeah, it's taking something Sargon said and then trying to affect it at somebody else. Yes.
And of course, we mentioned Sargon again.
Well, he was doing something about LARPing as revolutionaries. I think.
Do you think the open house should send Sargon royalties?
An invite.
No.
Oh God, no.
We'd need money for that.
But
I will say though, the one quality about Jeff that I really like. I mean, he voted for Trump, and I was kind of like, but then he called out Trump about the vaccine stuff. So it was like it showed to me that at least he has some principles to go. I don't care even if I supported Trump for other reasons, which I completely disagree with him on, at least he's willing to say, yeah, but Trump supports this and I don't support this, and I'm going to take a stand against that. And I think compared to other people who he pals around with,
he did something
I saw Dave
utterly
Cullen.
retarded.
Yeah, I saw Dave Cullen on Minds actually saying that, you know, to be skeptics, you also have to be skeptical of Trump.
Yeah. Oh no.
And it was a direct appeal. It was phrased as a direct appeal to his audience as well.
Yeah, that's going to go down like nothing.
It didn't go down well, but he said it anyway.
Of course, yeah.
Who was this?
Dave Cullen, Computing Forever.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd have actually done his research on Trump, I don't think. And if many, the thing is that sort of saddens me about the skeptics out there, that the one person that decided not to be skeptical would be basically a mobster who strong arms his way around the fucking planet, building golf courses that nobody wants, that nobody's interested in, and nobody goes to. And he just uses his influence to bully his way around the world, and then went, this guy, now that's going to be a refreshing thing to have in the White House.
I feel like Jeff's. I can't speak for Jeff, obviously, so I mean this.
You could try, try his accent out.
I'm terrible at accents. That would be a good idea. But I think he was saying he wanted someone to stir a kind of chaos. You know what I mean? But that reasoning has always just seemed so blindsided.
Yeah, I personally think it's a sort of like this. I mean, I suppose Wizard of Cause, Nick Garaf probably has given it the most, the best shot at intellectualizing nihilism. Sorry, Garaf. Sorry, pardon, Giraffe. I got giraffe in my head for some reason.
I honestly can't stand Nick on this. He's a genuinely intelligent person, and he's proving it with this absolutely inane, absolutely insane bullshit, because he's taking some of the most ridiculous shit you will ever see, and he's doing a really good job at justifying it, and it's terrifying.
Well, he used to do that as a living.
Well, do you remember him and Jeff came on, and they're trying to basically give me some sort of intellectualized version of why Kekistan is important.
But Robin, Kekistan is important.
And I'm just sitting there.
Don't you respect the plight of the free peoples of Kekistan?
Shut up. And, well, I think you've just proved my point there, Etherin. Thank you.
Robin isn't a fan.
Oh, it's just so inane. And like, you know, it's
a horde of frogs are moving on your position.
Oh mate, no, but the thing is they're sitting there kind of going, no, we're doing it so we can take the memes back from the right wing, and I'm sitting there.
No, that's not why we're doing it, Robin. We're doing it.
Oh no, that's the
funny.
thing. That's what they're saying. That's what they were saying.
That was kind of stupid. The idea that we should do it for ideological reasons. No, man, do it for the kek.
Yeah, that I can at least live with. It's still inane, but you know, at least you're just having a laugh.
Actually, there is a good argument for just pissing off people that think they own Pepe and think they own
I guess
online.
that's the thing.
It's not working, though, is it?
If you explain it as pissing off the right, I mean, if it's like if it's framed as some moral impetus, then yeah, it's dumb. But I'll admit, it was a big part of why it was so satisfyingly funny. Did you see them going on about how it's a fault? They're going around propagandizing people that it's not funny. People who are sitting there laughing about it, and they go, the internet equivalent of knocking on people's doors, going, excuse me, I don't know if you've heard of this yet, but this particular thing you're laughing at isn't funny. It's like... There's some inherent humor to pissing off these people.
Yeah, but there's also another section of them that are just loving it, just doing. You know, you can say that is them, but it isn't. That's the thing.
Yes,
you know,
but
it's a
that
broad
only
church,
defeats
mate.
the moral impetus argument, not the fact that it's funny to piss off the ones that are pissed off.
But it's like, you know, this is the internet right there in a nutshell. It's pissing these particular people off. Well, great guys, you're bringing the debate forward.
I didn't vote Trump or Brexit on the bounds that it would piss off the opposition.
I know, but there were plenty that did.
Memes.
Yeah, but there were. Well, like I said, I mean, it's like memes built to annoy. Great guys. Thanks.
Actually, I like to say a few things. Like, I'm embarrassed trying to speak over people, but I'll go to give credit to Jeff because he does seem to like stay out like of the current drama and just simply do his own thing, and that's what credit I'll give him. And also for the kickstand thing, like I kind of think it is stupid, but I kind of understand sort of the addiction of making memes. In fact, I'm sharing a screen showing a meme I created. I haven't posted yet.
Kekistani tattoos.
Kekistani.
The 1970s haircut of tattoos.
I think my issue with them is that the only ones I've interacted with are either all up on Peterson's dick, or are misquoting German immigrant crime statistics at me, and forcing me to go through the detail to try to correct them.
Oh god, I fucking love those quoted crime statistics. They go, right, so we've taken this thing where every single person who is not a legal primary resident of Germany therefore counts as migrant crime. We're going to paint it all as Islam.
Yeah, I'm interested by you phrasing it as them forcing you to have to go through the details. I mean,
no, I know they're not forcing.
But clearly you don't subscribe to Marcus Aurelius' thoughts on the matter.
You need to say that with a slightly dribbly voice. Marcus Aurelius' opinion on the matter.
It's my own inability to stop feel the need to try to correct them. I know and here's the thing is I know it's like a bait, right? Like they're either trying to troll me and suck me in, but it's like it just frustrates me to no end, and I feel like I have to just look, you're wrong.
Well, it's just I think it's true whenever you have some kind of intellectual experience that just makes it so much like you have an advantage in knowing some things, and you feel like, hey, I can help these people. It will put you in an early grave. You've got to learn the art of not giving a shit that someone doesn't understand something.
Yeah, and a lot of the time,
I've actually learned that quite recently.
It's not ignorance, though, mate. The thing is, it's not all about ignorance. These are people that switch off logical gates for good reason.
I learned that early on. There was the recent exchange I've had with the Peterson frog people was
the Peterson frog people. Is that what we're going to call them?
Were they gay?
It's an accurate
I prefer that than Keck, I guess. Peterson frog people. They would say to me, "Oh well, I need to prove to them that Peterson is wrong," and so I just started saying, "No, prove to me that he's right." And they either blocked me or stopped responding. So, then I don't have to go through the effort to try to teach them anything.
And it's like, you're asserting that he's wrong. And it's like, you're asserting that God doesn't exist. Prove it! It's like, okay, God, are you there? Looks like it's not there. He would have answered,
a really simple and easy way to prove God. I'll just look at the Holy Book and I'll look at an example where it states how to find out the existence of God and determine them. And they say that God is in the burning bush. We will find the burning bush and examine it. Oh, we haven't found a bush that's been on thousands of years. Guess there is no God then.
No, but circular reasoning works because circular reasoning works because circular reasoning works.
I could easily set a bush on fire for you if you.
Yes, but will it be a burning bush that keeps burning forever?
Now you go to one of those solariums where they remove genital hair. There's where your burning bush is.
Pennsylvania that have been burning forever. Maybe.
Actually, I just wanted to say something as probably the one Christian here. I'll just say probably the person who actually tried to make the worst argument on the existence of God was Gavin McInnes when he was doing this stone circular logic sort of thing he was doing. Like even Armored Skeptic said that that's insane.
Anyone
was it kind of like the tides come in, tides go out kind of thing?
Yeah, like
I actually think René Descartes' argument for God is the worst one I've ever heard. The idea, was it his that it's like, well, God is perfect, therefore he must exist or something?
Because, the ontological.
Yeah.
So. You can't think of a being greater, so therefore it wouldn't be as great if it was not real, so therefore it's real. Yeah. Great
I
argument.
think more people need to learn math so they understand that there is an existence part of the proof and a uniqueness part of the proof, and that is a uniqueness part of the proof, not an existence.
I will say I love every time I teach Anselm, all the students just go, "This is a stupid argument," and I'm like, "Good, this is good." So,
but can they explain why?
Yeah. I don't know.
Actually, just thought of a
I
better.
tell my students.
Actually, I gotta tell you something. I just realized something. I just maybe thought of a better argument for why. Well, not the existence of God, but mostly why we need God. Look at the skeptic community. Most of them are atheists, and you can see how kind of messed up they are. So.
I'm sorry, but how does here's a bunch of people that are mostly atheists pandering to a bunch of wannabe Christians prove that we need God?
I think what he's referring to is the emotional need that many people have for certainty and order in their worldview.
Actually, I was just trying to joke around, trying to tell how messed up the skeptic community is.
Although, did you notice a few months ago?
Well, just pretend that you were doing what I said.
I just think it's the idea that I think it's just the idea that people don't grow out of their imaginary friend.
Do you not remember a few months ago when the alt-right was particularly popular, and suddenly people were deciding, "Oh, I feel like going to church now and taking part in the traditional values," while still saying they're not religious. Yeah, even fucking Mycroft started going to church because of that.
That's weird.
The concept of personal heritage, it gives you a sense of order and structure to the world, which is very important to some people. Some people are comfortable with new experiences and uncertainty. They're comfortable with not knowing the answer to important questions. Whereas, some people are really not. They want certainty. If it's an important question, they don't need to know the details. It doesn't have to be directly important to them. But if it seems like it should be an important question, like, meaning of life, they'd very much rather delude themselves, at least, that there is certainty. And that emotional need, I think, is respectable and valid. People have emotional needs. That's just a fact of humanity.
We have a drive towards coherence. I mean, it takes some effort to accept incoherency in your belief structure, right?
But I can accept that and then accept the community aspect, but I can't accept I know there's no God, I know it's bullshit, but I must make myself believe aspect.
Well, how comfortable are you with the concept that your sanity is simply your opinion?
I am not at all comfortable with that, and I've come to accept it begrudgingly.
I took up a philosophy degree, so what does that tell you?
That you are perhaps quite motivated by the desire to be comfortable with it.
I fucking hate religion.
I don't hate religion. I mean, I'm on Buck Mulligan's show tomorrow. I'm kind of defending religion in a way, which is kind of weird for me, but. Well, in the sense that I don't think the texts I don't think Islam is particularly prone to religious violence in any particular way.
Well, it's no more prone to religious violence than Judaism or Christianity.
Pardon?
It's no more violent than Judaism or Christianity. We're going by the texts.
Well, I think Robin even said some of the stuff earlier about context and somebody did. I can't remember.
I was actually just about to sort of broach the idea that I think probably the worst ever reason for anyone to believe in God is Pascal's wager.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, Pascal.
Does anyone really believe based on Pascal's wager now?
Well, it seems that I've talked to Christians who basically, that's their little gambit.
So they did it, and then they sort of convinced themselves after they did the wager. Or something?
Yeah. Well, I was asking. It's like kind of going, and they're kind of going, well, it's a safer bet, isn't it? And I'm sitting there kind of going, so you're going to game God? Good luck with that, sunshine. I'm going to lie to an omnipresent being.
I think you mean omniscient. But anyway, I've never been convinced by the idea that that's actually what caused them to believe. In my experience, talking to people, I've always got the impression from them that it was a post hoc like rationalization of trying to explain away, trying to deal with the fact that people have questions, and those questions are rather awkward and disturbing to someone who has an emotional need to believe in God.
Yeah, if somebody says that, I believe that a deity brought the universe into existence, and I just think that that's the case. I'm sitting there kind of going, well, I haven't really got an argument against that, to be honest with you, mate, but I've got a feeling that little gap's going to have to move when somebody,
I personally like to shrug at that point and go, I personally believe in leprechauns.
I actually I still need to get this video done, really. It's a video about nothing, and the concept that it is actually a religious symbol.
Nothingness?
Nothing,
What?
yes. Nothing is a I've never actually been... people have been searching for nothing for centuries, and they keep coming up with something. Nothing doesn't actually seem to exist. It doesn't actually seem to be a natural state. People keep on talking...
You're talking about the concept, not the physical manifestation.
Well, the concept being a physical manifestation. The universe is a physical manifestation and apparently came from nothing. However, I don't see any evidence for that.
Well,
no, I'm quite content with the universe being infinite in some capacity.
Lawrence Krauss actually addressed that question in his lecture.
Well, he reinterpreted nothing, really.
Yeah, that was just a sort of clickbaity book title. It's not actually nothing.
I mean, he always tried to defend it, but I never found it satisfying.
Nothing is actually something. There are particles that are blinking in and out of existence.
But we're talking about the abstract concept of nothingness.
Well, no, I'm talking about it being an actual thing. Nothing existing. Nothing has so far never been proven.
Exactly. No, I agree with
So the issue that I have with a lot of, this is why I call it a religious symbol, is because it is basically the absolute thing that... But it always makes me laugh, really, that...
okay, I see what you're saying.
The human animal comes from nothing, but it goes to a lovely place where there's all these clouds and people, and I'm sitting there kind of going, but you're perfectly content for the universe to come from nothing. So why wasn't the universe in heaven or something? Why didn't it start there? I don't get it. It's like you've got to produce the universe in order to get a heaven. It's all very back to fronty, you know?
a lot of my undergrad papers were all about that. I was like, the universe is infinite. It just makes way more sense.
When I was younger, the way I sort of produced my own little theory was the fact that there always needs to be an origin for something. Like you cannot have something materialize out of nothing, right? So if God creates man, who created God, and so on. So the universe essentially has to be infinite, kind of a deal.
Yeah. So yeah, you discovered recursion.
Well, I would say that reality doesn't need to have a beginning or an end.
So long as you're working within a system that has recursion.
Even though that's not something I believe today, because of what I've learned from physics.
Yeah, Brandon Smith was just saying a friend of his uses Pascal's wages to justify his faith in God.
Why?
I think it's probably because nobody has said to them, so you think that you can fool a deity.
Weird. I've never met anyone.
It would make a lot more sense in the context of Islam. But you'd still be required to actually believe that there is such a being. But yeah, in Islam, it's not so much belief, but obedience that is important, as far as I'm aware.
It depends on the school of Christianity. If you're a Catholic, for instance, you just have to live it and accept them as your Lord and Savior. You don't actually have to believe he exists.
Jesus Christ is required existence, and that's your personal Savior. So
Yeah,
if you would see proof that say Jesus was apart from basically being the Jewish version of John back then, and that there was plenty of people called Jesus, and one of them might have been killed, that doesn't necessarily make them the Son of God, does it? So it's all of these things get in the way of said religion. I think it was Hitchens who probably said it best. I think he was talking about a particular Greek philosopher and he was basically stating that none of the writings about this particular... I think it might have been Socrates, yeah. None of these writings or any evidence suggests that he even existed.
Yeah, Socrates.
Yeah, it's Socrates.
Yeah. However, there are writings about what Socrates said, for example. That doesn't prove he exists, but it doesn't matter whether he existed or not. It's that the fact that those writings and the lessons being taught are there. But in Christianity, for example, without there being a Jesus, you're fucked.
Yeah.
And I mean, as a Church of England born and bred, I don't really care if a Jesus.
That's basically agnostic, Robin.
Yeah, I know. I was even an atheist to that. That's how fucking hardcore I was. I was like kind of going, even this is bullshit.
You just wanted to rebel.
Yeah, I was such a rebel.
Literally,
it's so difficult to rebel.
No. People get people. No. I was one of those. I was one of those kids who just doesn't.
Everyone
just
is
doesn't
an
get
atheist
it.
in England, including
Doesn't get
half of the deacons in the Church of England. They're like, yeah, I don't.
Yes,
really
they
take
call
part
themselves modernists.
They don't really take part even in the organised religion bits.
My favorite is the ones that put on opinion polls that they're Christian but say they don't believe in God.
Well, it's more of a sort of cultural identity heritage thing.
You can be an agnostic Christian.
No, I know. I guess I personally.
It's why bother at this point, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. My point is, though, not only can you be a Christian and not believe in the existence of God and be unsure on the matter, but you can be a Christian in the Church of England and not take part in organised religion and be a senior member of the Church of England.
Yep.
Okay,
I've seen a bishop basically say that God is just a metaphor for the universe and essentially agree entirely with science.
Wasn't the Bishop of Durham by any chance, was it?
No, it was in America.
The Bishop of Bath and Wells.
Baby eating Bishop of Bath and Wells.
It's just always it's like when it gets to that point, I'm always like, what's the point then? Like, just I mean, maybe if you enjoy. There's someone I listen to
having a belief in in something being inherently true, the concept of truth, the concept that you can know something, a desire for a valid epistemological viewpoint.
Yeah, but they're not even really in it for that. They're more just in it as the cultural label or identity, right? Like for them, it's not a matter of
I think it's a lot to do.
British, you don't get this. But
I think it's
about the free cake on Sundays and the community aspect.
No, I think
free tea and cake.
I think most religion is based upon the fear of nihilism. I think that's really where it clings to. You're either it's like it's all pointless. Well, fuck that. I've said this.
Some truth to that.
I think I've said this.
Or a fear of identifying as atheist.
Yeah, well, I've said this to people. I know what the meaning of life is, and they're like, "Really?" And I go, "Yeah, to live. Good enough?" And they're like, "No, not really." It's like, well, there you go. That's why you're religious. That's what it's about. People are basing their whole life's worth on gotta be.
No,
there's got to be more to this. And I'm sitting there kind of going, more to this? What, you mean this ginormous planet that's 26,000 miles in diameter? Sorry, in circumference. You've got there's places that you've never visited under the water that you will probably never see. Then you've got just that one planet that's circling the fucking star, and then you've got that star in a massive group of other stars with a fucking great galaxy. Not enough. Holy shit, man. Are you entitled or what?
I think a part of it is an emotional need that some things don't matter.
I think the reason is just because we have emotions to begin with. I mean, we'll listen to a song, we'll get like a tingling sensation on the back of our necks. We'll look at something and we'll feel in awe. We'll have an
it's been a long time,
moment.
mate, since that's happened, but you'll get there. You'll get there.
We'll have an epiphany moment, and that's essentially what people are using to explain it. The fact that you're part of something bigger when really it's just your brain playing tricks on you.
But you are part of something bigger. This fucking universe is fucking huge.
Yeah, there's people who are part of something bigger every day of their lives. Have you seen the traffic jams?
It's not just that. Have you seen your obesity rates?
No, that's becoming something
huge,
bigger.
But everything's the universe is fucking huge, but everything's out of reach. Like, we're not
trying to lose weight.
Don't be so mean.
Hey, you're not listening to Elon Musk enough. That's what it is. He's going to get us to Mars, baby.
Out of reach, and please remember, as dark energy expands the universe, the fat people of America expand at a much faster rate. Okay, go into absolute deep space in the middle of absolutely nowhere and take the same amount of space as a fat person in America would take up volume-wise, and then watch how long it takes that to expand compared to them and just eating their average diet.
I don't know that
And
I've
people
ever
actually
tried
limp
to
faster.
apply the modulus function to the concept of nowhere.
Actually, because of the laws of gravity, I'd probably be attracted to the fat person.
Well, of course, it's going to be attracted to the fat person
Sexually?
when the gravitons get there.
Gravitationally, I think.
Potentially.
Yeah.
But then the attraction is going to be so small, it's basically negligible.
I'm almost ashamed at myself that I'm understanding what you're saying.
I could start weighing in.
Oh, God.
Help.
Nice pun there, mate.
Why are you fat as well?
Are you fat as well?
He's tall.
Maybe he meant himself.
I'm festively plump.
I am tall and slim, thank you very much.
You're tall.
And slim.
You're tall.
Do I need to prove that I'm slim?
You're tall.
I'm still festively plump. I don't know why we're just.
Yeah, you're
keep
happy with
stating
your
what
festive
we-
plumpness. Yeah, don't worry, man. It's all right. I'm not shaming you.
I'm
Just saying.
perfectly content with who I am.
There's nothing festive about my plumpness.
Wait, is that an actual picture of you? Yeah, if you're gonna be festively plump, you might as well grow that beard longer and have it white.
Oh,
Yeah,
in due time.
Be Santa?
Yeah.
Now, where am I getting information now that people think that this business with this recent Greenfell Tower was on purpose?
What?
What? I stopped following after the initial warning. So what?
It's the thing is though, it is like the terrorist season. Regardless of what it is to the preponderance of Muslims, the preponderance of terrorists are Muslims, and they seem to be more active during Ramadan.
Ramadan is the terrorist season.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't imagine being one of these moderate Muslims.
Okay, Efren.
Did they determine a cause yet? I haven't really looked into it. I don't know if they determined a cause for the fire yet.
Well, the Daily Mail decided it was
I think
a bridge.
they had some hypotheses regarding the mechanism of the cause, and there was some talk about inspectors going around and actually trying to make sure there wasn't a problem with other buildings, but that might have just been publicity to try and keep people calm about their massive tower blocks that they live at the top of.
Well, the Daily Mail and some other rag not only decided it was caused by a heat surge in somebody's fridge, they even named the person whose fridge it was.
Oh my God.
Because they're that fucking nice.
Well,
My immediate
they must
thought
have
was it
left
would
a
suck to be the guy.
They must have deserved it by leaving a pro-EU comment on a Daily Mail website.
It's their own fault.
They brought it
No,
upon
I was-
themselves.
Yes, they poked the bear.
Oh, and it was an immigrant.
Yeah, Kraut was gonna make a whole new video about it.
Wait,
Of course it was an immigrant.
was it when you say immigrant, do you mean from the Middle East or maybe just
No, it's London. It doesn't. Of course, it's going to be an immigrant. It's fucking London.
It's from where?
People ask me, "Where are you from?" And I'm saying, "I'm from England." And they're like, "Really?" That's
Right,
London. London isn't England, mate. It just isn't.
If something goes wrong and it's an immigrant, we are going to blame this on the Middle East, and we're going to blame this on Islam, and we're going to blame this on ISIS. It does not matter if there is actually a connection there or not. And being an immigrant means ISIS.
It could be though, you know how the terrorists that unfortunately did cotton on to the idea that guns were actually a lot more effective than killing themselves in the hopes of catching other people as a side effect. like that was really efficient. We wouldn't really need to worry about them reoffending in those days. But now they've cottoned on to the idea that guns are far more effective. And it may be that they may have realized that setting fires to buildings would be. I mean, if it
started
wasn't
with
this
the
time,
toasters and moved up to refrigerators.
if it wasn't this time, then sabotaging buildings so that they catch fire more easily. Like if it can be done,
So they're going to take off from the IRAs.
And all they had to do was research the building, and know for a fact that it would catch fire in such a fashion.
No, they wouldn't need to know for a fact, Robin.
Oh no,
they
they
just need
guess.
to know that it was possible.
It just had to be the particular building that basically just had
They
to have
get
that.
all sorts of stupid ideas in their heads. You've seen the amount. Have you
Robin,
seen
darling,
the sheer
there needs
amount
to
of
be a
them that
chance
like?
it will work.
I seem to recall at least a few cases where people had ended up like basically just popping their feet. They tried to make shoe bombs or something, and then all they did was basically rip their own feet off,
blow
and
their
then
own
nothing
feet
else happened.
Well, yeah,
Very alarming to the people around them.
We're talking about people who hold signs outside of the Israeli embassy saying "Death to all Jews."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
not big thinkers.
Yeah, so I'm not suggesting that they would need to have a sound, coherent plan. Merely that they would merely need to get the idea in their head to try, and then the rest is just bad luck.
Or someone just forgot to plug in a fridge.
Yes, let's try the old Occam's razor on this one.
No, but would a fridge do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
If it's a shitty fridge.
I wasn't saying that it was the most reasonable explanation or anything like that. I was just saying you can't just laugh it off.
Fridges
There's a
can.
much simpler solution. It was a wizard summoning salamanders.
Clearly an immigrant summoning salamanders. They're not, not the kind of thing.
Indigenous to the UK.
If you have a fridge, for example, that is working inefficiently or the seal is broken, it will
Then it probably wasn't manufactured in Germany. It's your own fault.
Yeah, it's EU's fault then.
And if you happen to be living in a tower with a Middle Eastern wizard summoning fire djinn, then you should probably move out. It's your fault for living there in the first place.
Yeah, blame the victim, sir. What I'm saying is that fridges get old, and then they get knackered, and then they get replaced, unless you're dirt fucking poor. And then what you have is you just have a shit fridge for fucking 10 years.
Are they fire hazards?
They can be, yeah. If you imagine, you're talking about heat. You're dispersing heat from the inside of it to the outside of it. Now, if you've got
but if it's on the blink and on the way out, then it's not doing that as effectively.
Yes, that's right. But do you know what doing something ineffectively when it comes to a refrigerator means? It means trying to cool something that is getting warmer than you can cool it, and it means that your machinery starts to work overtime.
It has a motor.
Yeah, you will be basically, your compressor will be on all night, every day, all the time, and what you're doing is you're wearing out your components, and yeah, they can catch fire. That's really hot stuff in the back of your fridge.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not really worldly.
Can fail that will set on fire, but yeah, it is a thing that can happen.
I had some thoughts while watching Kraut's video, which was that maybe immigrants are more likely to do these toaster fires, but maybe that's just some like culture shock of not being used to like German appliances.
Yeah.
Well, they actually work.
Or I don't know. I mean, maybe that was my ignorance about.
I never got the impression from his videos or his rhetoric that he's necessarily saying that in those cases that they were like malicious or anything like that. Simply that they had failed to, commit to the undertaking expected of them.
Yeah, but I mean, but part of it is, the fact that they failed to do what's expected of them. But like, I think my idea was that, well, maybe we shouldn't expect that of them if they come from a country where they don't have these appliances. Like, we should probably, I don't know.
Well, I think the idea is that they've only legitimately been granted entrance into the country if they can be expected to not be that much of a problem.
Maybe, I don't know.
It's the new thing. They have to pass the toaster test.
Yeah, as far as we're being reported, I'm not going to read the mail because
they have a chance to know would be a good idea.
I like the toaster test idea. They actually sit you in a room and watch you put toast in it.
The idea that people don't know how to operate a fucking toaster is
We get
incredibly
migrants.
asinine.
We get migrants in this country who don't know how to operate a toilet.
No, I admit,
citation
Pascal.
needed.
I admit, Pascal, that I don't actually know what the standards of toasters are in the Middle East. It was just a thought that I had.
They generally don't have them.
They're not big toast people.
From what I know from my Middle Eastern correspondence, they don't have crumpets and they don't have raised bread like we do, so they literally have no need for a toaster.
Fucking savages.
They
don't have fucking crumpet in the Middle East. Fuck those people. Bomb it now. Bomb it now.
And those electronic kebab spit things, you know.
My argument is the United States has toasters, so they're probably fairly safe.
That's because you're a Western civilization.
That's because you're descended from the British and you have the same type of bread.
Wait, can I just ask? Actually, yes, we've got some Americans here, right? So,
have we?
Yes, quite so.
I think we've got Canadians here.
Yeah, regarding
you just come from the continent of America.
Although we've segued out of our segue of the segue.
Think it's normal to just have a kettle?
Yeah, a lot of people understand, or at least should know by now, Mr. Kebebe, father of one, raised the alarm of this fire in his place. And there's a few people that are sitting there kind of going, why didn't he use a fire extinguisher? It's because they didn't fit fire extinguishers.
Yeah, the buildings were just they didn't have sprinklers or any shit like that.
They removed fire extinguishers, and I quote, for health and safety reasons.
Yeah.
Most likely cause of
Did you see the interview on Newsnight with the leader of the council?
No, these health and safety issues are related to what Robin said actually about like if you got some piece of apparatus and then you just leave it and it can become dangerous. I believe that's true of
no. I
fire
think the excuse they actually I didn't actually know quite a bit about fire extinguishers. I used to hire out tools for and that includes safety equipment. Gas safety equipment, fire extinguishers, drills to,
okay, get on with it.
JCBs, everything. And basically these they have a certain lifetime of use on them. Eventually you do have to replace them, but it's a long time. The reason that they didn't have them in there wasn't because that they would be old. You have a replacement regime for these things. They removed them because they felt that they were dangerous because people would take them off the walls and misuse them.
They get used as door stops.
Yeah, so people misusing fire extinguishers, they thought, well, we'll just get rid of it. It's like it's mental. It's just mental. It's like kind of going, people swear, so let's ban English.
No, they interviewed the chair of the local council. And he said, when he was on about the renovations and all that, he said the people didn't want a sprinkler system. The actual occupant, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's on Newsnight.
Did they take a poll?
I can appreciate why they might have preferred not to have an automated one, but
Actually, I can fully understand why they wouldn't want a sprinkler system because they would have been asked, do you want someone to go into your house and do heavy maintenance to install a sprinkler system? That would take several days of obstructing your daily life.
Well, they'd just done that though, when they were doing all the refurb in the building. They didn't just put cladding on the outside.
Yes, that means they were being asked, do you want us to redo all this shit again, effectively, as far as they were concerned, in which case they were going to go...
Why didn't they do it in the first place?
Or maybe it cost extra. We don't know.
Oh, it cost extra. It was a couple of grand for each flat.
Yeah, these aren't. These aren't necessarily people living here that have stacks of cash to just be like, I'll just have. Might as well. It's only $2,000.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be housing them in substandard housing just because they can't afford it.
They shouldn't be in London.
Believe it or not, Jeremy Corbyn last year proposed what was called the landlord's bill. And it involved basically nobody should be living in substandard accommodation. It was filibustered out by Philip Philip Bastard Tory. Forgot his surname.
I can't believe some of the comments that are actually out here. Somebody saying, well, the owner of the flat should have been a grown-up and got a fire extinguisher himself instead of waiting for Daddy to dole it out. Just how emasculated are men? And I'm sitting there kind of going, you mean because the people that he was paying rent to weren't doing their fucking jobs?
No, the people always react. There's always people that will react this way, and it's partly due to the fact that they don't want to accept that bad things happen to good people. They would prefer to believe that they don't really need to worry about the fact that, oh, well, there's good people and shit happens. They want to think that they don't have any obligation to care. These people deserved it. Why should I care? I have my own life to get on with. They've got an emotional need to not give a shit. So like I said earlier, there's an emotional need for some things to just not be important.
I think it's an emotional need to not be in a situation, to put your brain in a situation where people died for, at best, negligence.
Yeah, it's
it's criminal
acknowledging
negligence.
the chaos and insecurity of the world.
I'll say this now. This is criminal negligence.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
But
it is.
people vote for the continuation of Trident for the concept of an arbitrary sense of security, even though a more honest approach would yield much better.
Efren, people are in favour of airport security and concert security that is there and show security, and has actually been shown in several security reports that have come out in the last decade to decrease safety.
Why did you say
People think the Tories might reduce immigration.
And now, if you don't mind, I'm actually going to head to bed.
Yeah, because you're saying kill yourself, bitches.
That was actually on purpose.
Really?
Have a good night, Stroll.
Take it easy, mate. Good night.
He always does. Night.
And some people are saying, well, why didn't this person buy themselves a fire extinguisher? And I'm thinking, if they can afford a fire extinguisher, they'd probably be able to afford a new fridge.
Or live in a better flat.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah.
It's kind of go, well, why didn't these people take the tiny bit of expendable income that they had and put that on something that the person that they're paying rent to should have done?
I mean, why weren't these people born to rich parents? I mean, come on.
I'll be honest with you, I've actually got some injuries. They're healing nicely now on my fists because, on my knuckles, I should say, because essentially my smoke alarm went off, and these are apparently a bit old. The button doesn't really work very well, so I couldn't turn it off. And in desperation, I punched it until it stopped making noise. So
I just ripped mine out of the wall. It was easier.
That's lovely, guys.
Well, I was hoping that it might not necessarily damage it permanently, just that
By punching it.
I could somehow get the button. I said in desperation.
Yeah, a punch is usually somewhat of a desperate and destructive force
It is
to be applied on.
but it's slightly less destructive than actually ripping it out of the wall.
Well, usually these things have batteries which are accessible.
These are wired in.
Yeah, they have both. They have both. They have a battery and a wired in. So what happens is the battery is there just in case your electricity goes whilst a fire is in place. So you have basically power to them directly from the mains, and then you have the battery. But you can actually you can, as you say, rip them out without actually doing any ripping. They are removable, otherwise you'd never be able to get the battery in, would you?
Every one that I've had here in Canada
mine are not. Mine are
powered by a
actually
battery.
fixed in place. I'm not really sure how to get them out.
Tenacity might work.
Yeah.
They're not designed. They're not designed to be easily taken out or just fall out, but just give them a twist.
I think what it is that they've got like the kind of outer case that once you put in place is rigged so it never comes off.
No,
and
they're
you're
all
supposed to be able to get them out from the base, except that when they were installed, their base was like set into the plastic.
They're all bayoneted, mate. It's on a bayonet. You just give it a twist and then pull, and it comes out.
No, actually,
I tried that. Mine
couldn't do that. Mine was a sealed unit as well. That's why I literally had to rip it out of the wall.
Yeah.
To disconnect the mains.
It's sealed, and I assume that someone has been a bit daft in the way they've affixed it to the ceiling. Because the part of it that looks like it might have been something I could release that I can access doesn't. But it looks like there might have been another bit that I can't access.
I love it. People are arguing about whether refrigerators burn. It's like Jesus Christ,
Apparently
guys.
they do.
There's like hundreds of cases every year of people's fridges going down and fucking burning the place up. It's not expected because people just don't think, oh, it's a fridge, it makes things cold. How would it catch fire? That don't make no sense.
Well, generally, all electrical equipment could have the potential of causing a fire.
Well, yeah, just on the base of it, yes. But we're talking about
Yeah.
something that uses phase change to basically take heat from one place to another. It'll take something cool, make it warm, and then dispose of it on the back. Yeah, those things can get incredibly, incredibly hot.
And if you box it in as well.
Yeah, that's the worst of it.
You need ventilation around the fridge.
Without ventilation, there's no refrigeration, as the saying goes.
Yeah.
In fridge circles that I'm in, we've got a community, the fridge community.
Of course, in keeping with the advice you just mentioned, they of course have to be open circles.
Well, they're pretty chilled anyway.
Yeah.
We're a pretty. That's actually our byline.
Oh. Well, you guys were burning a country. There, a tornado touched by my house earlier today, so that was fun.
It touched your house.
Just found out now.
I suppose that kind of life experience makes you rather philosophical about it.
Yeah. Hey, almost dying. It's tons of fun.
Yeah, I've never understood. I've never understood.
No, I wasn't a big.
Just Oklahoma. I just don't understand it. Just
we don't
all of
usually get
Oklahoma.
tornadoes.
I thought it was a really good musical.
I don't care. Imagine, if you will, you're a resident of Oklahoma and you're living in a place that's literally called Tornado Alley. And you're sitting.
Yeah,
and
we don't actually get a ton of tornadoes. So
it's like
it was a rare occurrence.
Is like the list of banned books in Oklahoma, the Three Little Pigs, because none of these people think to like build their house, full of, with like bricks that would withstand something. No, we're going to do it.
That's just dangerous. You can't have tornadoes picking up loose bricks and throwing them around.
Yeah, it's much better to be killed in a wood house.
Good. Yeah. I'm glad you understand.
And it just
house is underground.
It drives me mental because every fucking year it's the same thing. You just go, all right, it's tornado season. Let's go to Oklahoma. And there's this guy sort of crawling out of the rubble. And they're like kind of going, how you doing there, bud? And it's like, I'm the luckiest man alive. And I'm sitting there in my lovely warm home made of brick in a temperate area of England kind of going, I think I can find someone luckier, dude. It's just, it's like, and then worst of all,
burning fridge.
Yeah, worst of all, then you get the religious bunch out there kind of going, yep, you know why? Gays. And it's like, really? That's the message that God is going to give you, is that he doesn't like gay people, so he's going to put a tornado down Tornado Alley, which usually has tornadoes. I would think that the only message that God is giving you there is move.
My city has a large neo-Nazi population for Canada, so I don't know.
The
God hates neo-Nazis now.
This must be the politest Nazis in the world.
Yeah.
I believe I have that honor.
Do they go up to black people and go, would you like to move, please?
We actually recently had a Muslim who was just sitting by the farmer's market near my house. Two white supremacists just walked up to him and started kicking the shit out of him.
Oh,
that was a fun.
You are fake news.
Kind of Nazi,
you are fake news. I'm an anti-SJW. You're a fake news. That's a lie. Those people don't do that. They're good boys.
Did they apologize after?
No, they were maybe they were stupid enough to hang around after, waiting for the cops.
Well, they must have been apologizing then.
Sorry about that. White supremacists and all.
Did they take him to hospital afterwards?
Sorry for kicking you, mate. No, I don't know. It's a crummy.
I have somewhat social nationalist leanings, but I don't believe that obliges me to believe all sorts of nonsensical conspiracy theories about Jews and whatnot.
The Jews. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of Jews that do nefarious shit. You don't have to make a fucking conspiracy theory out of it.
I think the last one I talked to like that was going on and on about how they're like so much percentage of the banking sector. And it's like, well, you be banned from owning farmland for 1,000 years in Europe. Be forced into the merchant class for 1,000 years tends to have an effect on the culture.
Yeah.
And plus, they teach their kids right.
Well, they had to because they didn't have options.
Yeah, oh, I mean, I tell you what, mate, you know, let's be perfectly frank. A lot of these Brexiteers seem to think that, and they've said this, they don't think that the jobs that are available in the UK are viable for them. And they think it's migrants that have made the jobs that are available in the UK uneconomical. And I'm sitting there kind of going,
childhood obesity and lethargy could have done that.
I have a feeling that it may be another factor, seeing as that there is a massive dearth of skilled workers in the UK at present. We don't.
I think you mean dearth.
Dearth, sorry, Darth. I'm thinking Darth Vader. As in, basically, there are loads and loads of work. There's loads of work available in the UK, loads and loads for skilled people.
No, but there's also unskilled work, but they actually do. It's not the immigrants that are the problem. It's the hiring practices, the agencies that get the people. They just go to immigrants straight away. They don't bother asking any native people.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Yeah, because they've got some idea that native peoples just won't bother. Even in a climate where that's actually becoming like a politicized issue, they continue with the same assumption. It's fucking ridiculous.
Do you know why? Do you know why it's not though? Because it's true. It
may have been true, and it may be true in many cases, but to continue,
allow me to fashion you with my own personal anecdotes with this, which is I've travelled up and down this country picking fruit and veg when I was a kid, 19, around that sort of age. Piecework, it's fucking brilliant. You meet all kinds of people, but the one thing that I always noticed is wherever I went, there were no locals. I was travelling, I was migrating to these places that needed fruit or veg or whatever like that to actually pick, yeah? But I never met anybody actually from that local town. Nobody. I met Irish people, I met Liverpudlians, I met people from all kinds of parts of the world, including sort of Poland, a lot of Polish, all that sort of thing. But you never saw anybody from the local area coming in looking for work. Never. Not once. Do you know what that says? Nobody wants to do fucking farm work.
No, I think it says anecdotal evidence.
No, it means nobody wants to do fucking farm work.
I take your intended point. I just don't agree that is evidence. It's an illustration of your point, and it's a good point, but it's not evidence. And I resent the
I just said not one. And in this particular case, you can go and ask the farmers on this as well. They have to import these people in because they cannot get anybody in the local area to come and work for them. That's why they import these people in. It's not they're not lying. They can't get the people to come in and work for them. And they kind of go, well, you're not paying enough. And it's like, what do you want? Do you want cheap food? Or
Pascal?
not?
How's education recognition in the UK? Like, for instance, to give you an example, I was in a cab and the person who was driving me was an immigrant from another place, and his PhD in physics was not recognized, but he was basically a genius in it. But he had to drive a cab. Do you have the same situation over there?
I don't know, honestly.
So ask me, Pascal, what was that?
I know that there is significant overlap in what can qualify you for a university. We've got loads of foreigners. Actually, every single person in my economics tutorial group was from overseas. In fact, I think I only ever met one other British person on that economics course. A lot of Chinese and Arabic. But that's neither here nor there. I know that you can have qualifications that are recognised, but I don't know what the prevalence is, and I don't know what the degrees are like.
It's not good internationally for the UK. A lot of people in the UK want you to have UK education in order to get work.
Unless you're a doctor.
Actually, that depends.
It is cheaper to train them in India. I don't know if it's.
It depends. Yeah, it does depend on the country.
Practice, but it is actually the reason why there are so many Indian doctors is because it was just cheaper to train them over in India.
Thank you, Lysander, for delivering the last cliche of the open house. How in ever-loving hell are you still streaming?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's everything.
Yeah, because we brought traps all the time here. Like
it is the power of memes.
Actually,
train hard. And you too will master them.
I woke up at around 7 today. My time is completely back to front. I ended up doing a couple of projects.
My eyes are watering.
And so
because I'm just staring at the screen.
You know what? This is the other problem as well. Is that there's actually a lack of people who do like special effects, video editing, and stuff like that. They can't find enough people to do this, but they can't they're not even prepared to pay either. I just recently did a project with a friend of mine for Grindr. Yeah, Grindr, big website, very popular. Yeah. The budget that they gave for an advert for their video didn't actually mean that the person making the video made any money.
What?
They gave them such a small budget to make their advert for them that they didn't actually make any money. They basically spent as much as they were able to make. A good, decent advert. And that was including having friends helping them out, myself included. So they basically, a massive internet company like that is scrimping and saving on their advertising to the point where people who are doing their advertising cannot actually afford to do it. And the only way that they could do it is for their own portfolio purposes, and that's about it. So the needs of somebody, they need you to do this stuff. They really, really need you. There's not enough people to do it, all that sort of thing. They're not prepared to pay. They're just not prepared to pay the actual money that's required. And this goes in the face of economics that people talk about when they're sitting there kind of going, well, if there's this big need for all these people, they're going to pay more money. No, they fucking won't.
Well, it goes against the economics people like Stefan Molyneux talk about.
Yes, because they're fucking idiots and they don't understand that fucking people are an absolute scumbags and they will scrimp and save on the teeniest, tiniest thing.
It will be met by magic. The magic of the markets.
Yeah, there's loads of that going around.
I'm going to be going to bed. Thanks a lot, Robin, for letting me into this.
Of course. Come on back. You're now on the open house guest list, so all you've got to do is have a look in there. There are conversations going on there. I don't really do a lot of commenting in there. I really just do it just to share the link with everybody. So on Saturday, if you do want to come back in, just pop yourself into there and have a look. It should be available. If you want to go on our Discord server as well, you can get the link from there as well.
Awesome. You guys have yourself a good morning, I guess, now. And
yeah, take it easy, bud. See you soon.
Good night.
Bye.
See you later.
See ya.
Actually, about immigrations, I like to maybe point out that in America, there are more people hiring immigrants because the presumption that they're willing to do the work for less pay.
Well, it's also we do have minimum wage here.
Yeah.
So
I don't agree with it myself. I think it takes the bottom out of the job market. The vast majority of people are not on minimum wage. It's very rare that the job is hard down on minimum wage.
So why does it matter then if it's there or not?
Because there are some people who essentially the reason they don't have a job is because they can't offer to work at a wage the local employers can afford, because the local employers aren't, especially in my previous town, the local employers were not people that could really afford to take a risk on someone who's never worked before, and there were a lot of young men who had never worked before.
What was your local employer?
As in lots of just very poor sole traders trying to make a living themselves. They could barely afford their own upkeep.
Well, by the sound of it, then they couldn't really, if you're getting that little work.
It's an area that essentially suffers from having such a large population of unemployed people over a long time that the cash flow just is virtually non-existent. So it's very hard to maintain business. It's very hard to have locally amenable jobs. I mean, really, the unemployed population should just be redistributed around the country to places where there are actual prospects, rather than being persecuted by the ridiculous benefits and sanction system we have.
I think, if anything, that there's nothing to stop somebody actually redeveloping those sort of places. It's just nobody bothers to. Everything just basically just gets thrown into London.
We had like a big ass plan. It's there are government contract works in the defense thing, and there was a plan to convert that into like a commercial port. But then the funding basically might have been the financial crisis, but for whatever reason the funding fell through.
What the fuck?
Northern Powerhouse. That's right. The big lie, I think of it as.
One of the big lies.
Is it me or can nobody hear this guy correctly?
They're very good at that. The Tories in recent years have basically just been trying to psyops people into agreeing with them. It's like, argument? Reason? What's that? We're just going to say the word security so often you can't help but think of us.
Can anybody else not hear him?
I can barely
just
hear him.
Hit a 5 and I can't hear him.
Yeah, you're kind of quiet, like.
You've gone like dead quiet, mate. The music is louder.
I just assumed he was eating rhubarb while speaking.
You're like Sesame Street Far.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing. I changed ports. Way. No, the Northern Powerhouse, the only way it seems to be working is they're going to frack us to death. One of the places...
Are they actually doing fracking in the UK?
Oh yes, they've been spending public money on propagandizing people with adverts telling them how everything's going to be safe. In particular, the point they're showing us is, look at this hydraulic fracking site. We've got on site, and this is on the surface layer, by the way. They were putting down like some very thick, high density polythene. Which is a perfectly suitable way of avoiding pollution. It won't just degrade. You'd have to burn it for that. But they didn't mention that because, of course, they're dealing with the public, and the public don't know anything, of course. But
because you're better than them.
Yes, and one of the things I caught that I think they were hoping nobody knows is that the risk of contamination from hydraulic fracking has virtually fuck all to do with leaks on the surface. But they were very keen to tell everyone that they're making sure no leaks on the surface can happen.
It's water evaporation, I think. It's because they just leave the water in these big tubs or basins to evaporate and go into the environment.
Well, one of the areas they've nominated for fracking near my area is, well, it's a weird place. You might get a clue as to what happens there. It's called Allerton Bywater.
Bywater.
It's a bloody reservoir. They're going to frack underneath it.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. We noticed.
But it only supplies a city.
How are you enjoying London, Robin?
London? It's not too bad.
No fracking there.
Well, yeah, there would be a bit of a trick. A lot of people, they can barely get the underground worked out. When it comes to this sort of thing. So trying to put, imagine starting to like little miniature earthquakes with a delicate underground system. Yeah,
I'm not actually in the bit of the north where all the fracking is going to be taking place. I'm at the bit of the north where everywhere you go there is some kind of nuclear facility.
I love this. Newt Gingrich apparently is saying, imagine in 2010 if a Tea Party movement person had talked about blowing up the White House. I think they did. Sorry, Newt. But I really cannot stand this disingenuous argument of kind of going, look at this one lone nutcase.
Yeah, it's like, could you imagine if this was President Obama? It's like, yes, I can also show you several examples.
Yeah. It's like you literally had effigies of him hanging.
And his family.
But that's okay. I mean, what's the problem with using, a lynching metaphor with a black president? That's not racist. No, not at all.
Yes, Caesar, I do remember May bribing the people with cash give. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things with fracking. They've already set up the compensation scheme.
Are you looking at this?
Because it's that safe.
Are you looking at this picture, look?
Yes.
Ready?
What?
Christopher Robin inserts Eeyore's tail again. And it's like, ready? Make me your slut.
Oh my.
Yum. And then we have a duck. What is the duck going to do?
Quack.
That's about it. Yeah, has Bunty... Is Bunty back? Do we know?
I saw Bunty was still off. Last time I looked in Twitter.
Yeah, all the anti-SJWs are getting a bit of free publicity out of him. He's got his watch his back on that lot.
Yeah, like I'm thinking, like I wonder how many people who complain about the Julius C. Who I wonder how many people who are actually want to who complain about the Julius Caesar play act, or the ones who lynched the effigy of Obama. Like, I'm just curious, like if they like.
Yeah, but
like, it said the woman who stormed the stage was like a journalist activist, so maybe she has done some other activism.
Like lynch Obama? The effigy, of course, like.
Yeah, but don't forget, that's just satirical humour.
What was this?
No,
this
but,
name?
but
Her name was Laura, wasn't it?
Yeah, Laura something.
Looper? Or wasn't it something like that?
don't
Laura
remember.
Looper?
I wasn't paying attention.
Loomer. Laura Loomer, begging your pardon. Let's have a look at Laura Loomer. Oh, she's...
No, but I'm slightly offended that you would think I was even paying attention.
Well, I'm just doing this for everybody else's benefit. I don't really, I honestly don't care about this. This is somebody who's basically, she's the new, she's flavour of the week on Rebel Media. So obviously,
Yes, unfortunately, my dear, you don't get to be the new Ann Coulter until she is dead and you have seized her heart.
I thought she was like the replacement for Lauren Southern.
They're all trying to replace her.
Yeah, like
Laura Southern was too extreme for Rebel Media.
I want to be a blonde media pundit that can't get a date.
I saw.
You're gonna dye your hair then, Robin.
No, do you know this? Do you know this about Ann Coulter? Yeah, no man will date her. No man will date her.
Who?
Ann Coulter. For some reason or another, I don't know what it is, but she just can't seem to get herself a date.
How much she willing to pay?
I bet she's got a cat collection that would just, you'd be in awe of.
I like cats.
No,
the cats are great.
Sound creepy.
Couldn't eat a whole one.
I knew you were going to say something like that.
I wasn't until you said your line.
Of course.
I do like cats. I like squirrels as well. I have those on my window ledge. In fact, probably due in about half an hour. They come and sit on the window until the window and chuck some nuts out.
Of course, she's a freelance journalist for Rebel Media. The Rebel. Of course she is.
So I guess she is actually meant to be a replacement for Lauren Southern.
Yeah,
like literally, this is like fucking corporate boy bands of journalism.
Do you want Trump to be assassinated? Jesus
Well,
fucking Christ.
Don't generally go with violence against people, but tempting.
No, that's what she's like, stormed onto this stage and basically kind of go, you're encouraging the idea that people could assassinate the president. I'm sitting there kind of going, I think Trump is already doing that.
I don't want to sound funny, but how many bodyguards has he got around him? And they're doing it with knives.
Every single
America. They're
president.
going to shoot him.
I don't know of any president who hasn't had someone try to assassinate him.
It's really more of a rite of initiation, eh?
Yes. Our prime minister shoves his cock in a pig's mouth.
It is a bizarre concept, isn't it? That the very idea that one of the most powerful people in the entire planet may, need to be a little paranoid about people wanting to kill them.
The leader of the leader of a nation whose political structure is directly modelled off Rome. I can't believe anyone had the idea that maybe they should make a Rome comparison to the president.
She was apparently an undercover reporter for Project Veritas.
Project Truth, of course, they're going to say that. This is, of course, the same caliber of people who basically go, oh, the truth about this, the truth about that.
We're truthing.
Yes.
Trutherism.
We are the source of the truth. Not just some information, i.e. testimony, that you may use to evaluate your own opinions. No, we are the truth.
Yes.
We know the things.
We're going to take video recordings of Planned Parenthood out of context for the truth. We're going to take Acorn recordings, take them out of context for truth. It's like, it just goes on and on and on with this lot. Yeah.
Well, you know what they say. An artist uses lies to tell the truth.
Yes, and a journalist uses lies to tell lies.
No, Robin. A journalist uses the truth to tell lies.
Just portions of it.
Mm-hmm.
O'Keefe dressed up as Osama bin Laden. This is one of the chief organisers of Project Veritas. Crossed the US-Mexican border in Texas in both directions to show that our elected officials were lying to the American people. Yeah. Dressed as Osama bin Laden. Just let that sink in for a second.
Just imagine the fucking border patrol. It's like, what's going on there? There's a white guy dressed in a towel. Why? I don't know.
I think he's trying to prove a point. Yeah, for some reason or another, just that particular day, the border security decided not to shoot.
Well, it's just the thing, right? It's like, oh yeah, we don't have border security because it's physically possible to get in and out. It's like, that's not what border security is. It's not a literal, wall. I mean, isn't that the concept of what the wall was supposed to be about? That everyone was perfectly well aware that the border isn't somehow hermetically sealed, so, people can still get through.
But a big wall, that'll stop people with ladders.
I do think ladders would probably be easier to spot, to be fair. It's more that the illegal immigration tends to be illegally outstaying visas having already gotten in.
Shh. That's a difficult one. Nobody can fix that.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to find people? That would be impossible. But a wall, it may do nothing, but it goddamn feels good.
Yeah, I don't think Mexicans have invented or had the notion to build a boat yet.
Well, the Mexican president, or ex-Mexican president, I'm trying to remember the name of the guy, has been fantastic I can, what the fuck is his name? Residente. He actually did a video on this. What was his name? What was his name? Yes, Vicente Fox used Twitter to troll Mr. Trump by making a rather fantastic video explaining to him that ladders are a thing. Amongst other things.
Oh.
I'm not going to pay
So
for
are
that
boats.
fucking war. Brilliant. Is that guy. I like Vicente. I want to meet that guy. He's this kind of guy that I could get on with. I could feel that. He's very no-nonsense kind of a guy. Yeah, he literally got he's holding up a big sign saying, Mexico will not pay. Here we go, look. There's
I just thought something interesting about.
Will not
Okay,
pay
this is going
for
to be
the
some Chinese history, but
wall.
Constructed. It wasn't really meant to be a. Sorry, I just got. It wasn't really meant to be.
Yeah, it wasn't really going to do it.
Yeah, like it was actually meant.
Basically, yeah.
Attention, someone on a Discord thing has said to me, Jesus Christ, you're still going. So, of course, we all have to take a drink.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can do that.
But actually, I want to make this point. Like, it was actually the intention was to build a monument to show his huge ego.
And
of
somebody
course,
called
that kinda
Somebody called Sun Kin has just atted me with, so, who are you and what do you do?
Oh.
Who are you? And why are you asking me these questions? Bizarre people. How's that for a fucking introduction?
Well, basically, the answer is that you just hang around here and talk a lot.
Should I explain the joke to you, Robin? He's called Sun King, which is a reference to Louis the 16th, I think. But in particular, he's being regal and going, "Hello, what do you do?"
Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm a Republican anyway, so you can go fuck yourself.
And yeah, I'm just going to say, like, I'm wondering. I'm just going to say, what if this wall on the Mexican border was actually just some kind of way for Trump to build a monument for himself?
Yeah, that somebody gets it.
That's essentially it. Right?
Yeah.
Back in a
Giant
sec.
effigy.
Yeah, like the similar way that Emperor Qing did when he built the Great Wall.
Hello?
Welcome back, Fox.
Damn squirrels sabotage my internet. Oh, man.
Yeah, a lot of sabotage going on.
Pesky squirrels, can't trust them. They're grey, you see. Imports from America, little bastards.
Yeah, maybe Theresa May should concentrate more on squirrel hunting instead of fox hunting.
Yeah, I think that idea got kicked into touch.
Yeah. Actually, think about it, like, maybe if we have, like, if there are more foxes out there, they'll probably handle the squirrels.
Nah, foxes don't catch squirrels, mate. They're too quick. I've got a fox, lives in... There's a small coppice behind the house, and there's at least one fox lives in there. Seen them out a couple of times, or maybe it's more than one fox I've seen a few times.
Are you allowed to keep foxes over there and as pets?
Don't see any reason why not. I don't know. Yeah, they just. I know that my my ex-wife lives in Brighton, and when I've been down there, the mother-in-law, she every night she puts an egg out for the fox. The fox, it's a boiled egg, and she feeds the boiled egg to the fox, and the fox comes along and merrily chomps its way through.
My aunt had a cottage in the middle of the woods, and there was this, I don't know what to call it, like probably about 20 to 30 raccoons that would come over every night, and she would feed them dog kibble. Except one in particular who actually came in the house to get some bread and milk.
I've got one of the squirrels has taken to sitting on the window in the lounge, in the sitting room, in the squat, and he literally sits on one side of the net curtains and just makes that god awful noise that they make until I go into the kitchen and open the window and put some nuts out there, and then he's away. Just sits on the window ledge in the kitchen, eating his nuts.
What are we talking about? Nuts? What?
Squirrels.
We're talking about squirrels now.
Squirrels, yeah.
So we're really scraping the bottom of the conversation barrel at this point, aren't we?
Pretty much.
I need to really either segue into something or turn this shit show off. Here's a message from Vicente Fox.
Hola, Donald. It is me.
Hola, Donald. It is me,
Coming to you from Mexico.
Coming to you from Mexico.
Where the best taco balls are made. Actually,
you don't need to read it. He's saying
shit. They're not even Mexican.
I don't have the sound on that.
Why is the ball made out of tortilla?
Actually, I'm wondering, what program you use to record sound from Google Hangouts, because I'm considering making my own video.
Carry on.
Yeah, actually, I'm considering trying to make my own videos, and I'm kind of curious. Can you recommend any good program to record sound from Google Hangout? Like say if I'm playing a game and I want to have the game sound in.
OBS.
Play. OBS. Is it free?
I'm using it right now.
Yes.
This is the program that I use.
Open Broadcast Software.
That's right. You can use it to record or broadcast on the interwebs.
Nice, and it's compatible with Google Hangouts.
Yeah, it's Linux, Apple, and Windows compatible.
Nice.
All open source. Perfectly adequate.
One thing I'm planning to do. Sorry, go ahead. What I'm planning. Well, there are two things I'm planning to do as a hobby. One will be Let's Plays with the games I have, and another would be this idea of a YouTube program where I go into other YouTube videos and read their comments and make commentary about it. Kind of making fun of sort of very wacky and juicy comments.
Say again.
Oh, okay. You be on YouTube for a long time, so you know that there's always these bizarre comments and on almost every video. So I decided how about I just simply record myself reading these comments and making fun of the most juicy ones.
Well, you've got to attract said comments. Just because you're making YouTube videos, it doesn't mean that you get comments on your videos.
No, I'm actually going on to other people's YouTube
videos.
Oh,
right, okay,
read their comments.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. There's plenty of that to go around. I mean, if you can make a video out of it, go for it. Yeah. Here's a reason I don't really do YouTube videos very much, because I think they're really pointless. And there's it's just for me. The reason I do this rather than anything else is because it's really for my own entertainment. And people basically sort of doing those sort of videos. If it's at least of some sort of interest, it's making a point or whatever like that. I get that. But a lot of the community, if you will, it's just a load of people tasting each other's farts. I've entered into that a few times and just made my comments, and they're usually pretty overall. They're non-specific, and they're just basically making a point in general about, you know, the state of the community. I'll take an example sometimes. I mean, Dave Cullen being a prime example of somebody who's just basically promoting the most abject paranoia that he possibly can, and scares the bejesus out of people who want that. They want to be scared. They definitely do. There's a lot of people that are willing to pay a lot of money to have their biases confirmed.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's, this is the thing. I don't, people kind of go, oh yeah, but they're not just making this up. They believe this stuff themselves. And I would say I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
Does anyone, Robin?
I don't think a lot of people actually are genuine on the internet. I think a lot of YouTubers out there are either disingenuous, and I note that really more to the point of how they behave depending on what point of view is being, or at least what talking point is going on, what is happening, and you'll see somebody use the exact same logical fallacy that they would object to, a few months later. And so I find that completely disingenuous. If you're going to use similar rhetoric that you've heard, and that you've batted back, and then use exactly that same rhetorical device, then you're a fucking liar.
I'm trying to decide if your view on this differs from mine in that you have more faith in humanity or less.
Well, I mean, as far as humanity is concerned, that's somewhat of a broad church.
Well, you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about individuals.
Are you having more faith in these people that you believe that they actually are fully cognizant of what they're doing?
I think it does take somebody who does actually understand a few things to make a cogent and coherent argument. What I'm saying is that when that person makes that cogent and coherent argument, it's when they use the exact same things that they were batting against in order to, say, attack.
They regurgitate arguments they've heard before a lot of the time, or they stumble upon it, they practice. You can have someone who's practicing in earnest with a concept, and they'll get some things right and some things wrong, even though...
No, that's fair enough. Mistakes I can live with, but when we're talking about somebody who is pointing out somebody else's mistake in their logic and then using that very same logic later on as their own point of attack, they were busy defending.
Yes, but they're not engaged in their rhetoric out of just some genuine interest. They're deliberately engaged in an inherently performative. So they are presenting themselves as if they know something and that they're explaining a thing, but actually they simply have an opinion that differs from the person they're disagreeing with.
Yeah, but we're not talking about opinion here. I'm not talking about opinion here, Ethrin. I'll say it again for the cheap seats. I'm talking about if somebody uses rhetorical devices to defend, say an anti-social justice warrior against somebody attacking, and then use the very same rhetorical device that they were defending against earlier as an attack. So what I'm saying is that is somebody who does know better and has decided not to in this particular case because it may. Well, it does. If you knew better beforehand, why would you be using the same rhetoric yourself?
But why would you think they do know better just because they can string together an argument? That doesn't mean they understand it.
Right, you're just being really vague here. I'm saying to you that I'm talking about people, and you know that there's plenty of this going around, where you are seeing somebody who would basically defend against such bad rhetoric, and then use that very same bad rhetoric when it suits them. That is not somebody who's arguing in a genuine way.
No, it's not. But it doesn't mean that they are... They may be attempting to argue in a genuine way, but just be incompetent at it. It's perfectly feasible for them to...
I don't buy that.
No, I didn't say that you had
yeah,
to.
but
I'm just saying
and you're not necessarily... No, I don't buy your argument. I'm not talking about what they're saying. I don't buy your argument here. I think what you're doing is basically trying to muddy a rather simple concept here. If you're going to argue against somebody's, and you're literally pointing out the logical fallacy that somebody has put forward, you understand the logical fallacy. You then use that very same logical fallacy against somebody simply because.
Well, if someone's quoting Hitchens, that doesn't mean they understand why he's right.
I'd never even mentioned Hitchens.
No, but that's certainly a possibility for where they get the argument involving a fallacy, right? People quote people.
Just because Hitchens uses
or maybe they just happen to have noticed it in that instance, but fail to recognise it in themselves.
Yes, well,
seems alarmingly common to my mind.
Which is if you wish to conveniently brush it aside as ignorance, then that you're more than welcome to.
In fact, it's rather odd.
Well, we're talking about people who have are proselytizing a particular point of view and who will use talking points from others, knowing full well that they are false or omitting certain facts.
I think they have all the information they need to know that it's inconsistent.
So they're liars.
But I don't assume that they have the mental capacity to notice.
Yeah, and I'm saying, and well, then your faith in humans. Obviously, you think you're better than everybody. But
no,
people.
I don't. I never said that I'm good at this.
I'm just fucking with you. No, what I'm saying is that people are a damn sight more self-aware than you think. That's what I'm saying.
I would disagree with that, and I'd agree with Aethrin on this particular point, just because of my experience with individuals.
Thank you, Pascal. Now there's two of us.
Now
and one
what's
of him.
happened?
That makes us correct.
No, that just means that there's two wrong people here now.
Wait, does two wrongs make a right?
Depending. It depends on who you're asking, it seems.
Well, I'm right.
Because they'll say one thing is wrong, and then they'll say that one thing is right, even though it's exactly the same thing, depending on who you're asking and who you're actually going up against.
This is why that's very common.
Yes, and that's disingenuous. It's arguing in bad faith.
It appears to be earnest in many people.
Oh, it appears. Yeah, there's a lot of appearance going on.
Well, okay, take the example of religious people doing it when they argue against other religions, but then, of course, their religion is different, naturally.
Yeah, and then when you point them out, you either get blocked or they tell you to go fuck yourself.
Right, but surely the whole purpose of a religion is that you do actually believe it.
Yay and nay. There's plenty of people who belong to religions that don't necessarily believe the actual...
If your accusation actually holds, then that would imply that religious people aren't religious.
Well, I'm talking about skeptics here. People who have professed...
They identify as skeptics, but they've never really proved it, have they?
Well, certainly not. And when you're going to basically go back on your own rhetoric...
In which case, where's the double think? They didn't think in the first place.
No, you're basically assuming that they're not thinking in the first place. That's not really... That's a rather bland and banal way of saying that...
I'm providing a
somebody who can produce... they can go out there, they can glad hand people and talk their way around and try to convince people and try to argue the case for something, that they're just completely unaware of what they're doing. I consider that a rather obtuse way of looking at human beings.
Well, it's unfortunately backed up by psychological sciences.
Oh, don't.
You had to bring facts into this, didn't you?
You haven't brought any facts into this. all you've said. I'm talking like you. Do you think that like people who are basically just constant lying douchebags, they don't realise that they're liars?
No. But is that, Robin, you know what begging the question is, right?
Yes. You just did it.
Oh.
When people are faced with a concept that is contrary to their identity, regardless of what facts you bring to the table, they're just going to double down on whatever rhetoric they have.
Absolutely. Now, I'm saying that those people are dishonest.
So, in a way, I can't disagree with that, but they're not self-aware of their dishonesty.
I'm sure they are self-aware of their dishonesty, and they're deciding whether to live with it or not.
Some probably are.
But why should we convict
the majority of people are not.
Yeah, and you
This
keep
is
on bringing
why-
religious people into this, but I'm talking about skeptics and the skeptic community in general. These are people that have decided that they're not going to kid themselves.
But they're
That
not
does-
equipped to be
Robin,
able to
how
do
many
that.
religious people have you ever met that actually just were like, "Yeah, I've decided I'm going to fool myself."
Actually,
That's what their open statements were.
most of the religious people that I've met, when I ask them about these sort of things and why they share their belief, I've whittled them mainly down to it's just what I believe.
Yeah, well, when I
But
enrolled
however,
at university, one of the things they did was basically herd us into the big like sports hall areas where they'd set up all these stalls for the societies. The first thing I did was immediately go to all of the various religious
Of
societies.
course you did, because you're a dick.
Yes, and I started having a polite conversation with all of them.
You trolled them, didn't you?
Every single one of them. Well, no, I was genuinely polite. A few of them.
Polite trolling is still trolling, my friend.
It wasn't trolling. I was having a genuine, productive
Yeah,
conversation.
I can hear you smiling while you say that.
But I really was.
You see, even you can't tell the truth.
But anyway.
And I can see straight through you, like you are freshly minted glass, my friend.
They were very keen on the idea that there were valid arguments for their position. And the reason they seemed to engage in this a fallacy when the other person does it kind of mentality is because they already knew that they were correct, you see. So even if it's a fallacy when they've done it, well, it just means that that was the wrong argument and that there is in fact a correct argument that they happened to fuck up when trying to explain. Whereas when somebody else engages in a logical fallacy, that's because they're wrong. Do you see that kind of double thing? And that's what I'm referring to. That's why I brought religion into it, because that attitude is clearly not directly related to exactly what the personal belief is.
It's got nothing to do with that, and I'm tired of having to address religion here. I keep on referring back to the fact that we're talking to people who consider themselves skeptics.
People who consider themselves
Hear
skeptics,
me the fuck out!
religiously so.
Okay, you
I'd
continue
say.
then. You continue talking then. I mean, I'd love to get a word in edgeways on my own show. What I'm saying is that apart from the fact that you're trying to troll me at the moment, because I know I can hear you smiling through your words, that there are far too many people, I think, in the YouTube world that are basic liars. They do not care for the truth. They are pushing an agenda, and when you are pushing an agenda, the truth is a first casualty of that. And if you're going to omit facts, you're going to decide not to tell the truth. You're going to decide to just basically use a logical fallacy that you would be totally against, not months before. Then I consider you disingenuous. If you're sitting there and basically saying, yeah, look, I remember in Gamergate people are always going, well, we can't be held responsible for what these people are doing. We want to say this, we want to say that, and then you have those very same people doing exactly the same thing to say BLM. I find that disingenuous. You see people who are basically saying, oh well, Bernie fan, look, tried to kill Trump. You see, it's what Bernie fans are like. It's such an easy fallacy to use, such an easy fallacy to spot, that you cannot honestly say that you couldn't spot that yourself. If somebody had said it against you, you would be all over that like a fly on shit. But now suddenly you've decided that fallacy is perfectly legitimate to use.
That's because when it's against you, you know that it's wrong.
Yes, and when it's against somebody else, you know that it's right because you're lying.
Oh, no, you don't, because if you never figured out exactly why it was wrong.
Of course, well, even though you made even when you make a video explaining that in finite detail for like 30 minutes, going through said logical fallacy and why it's wrong, and then you said logical fallacy.
Which logical fallacy? And who did that half-an-hour detailed video?
That would be Sargon, definitely. When it came to Gamergate, he was all defensive. when it came to, say, the Bernie supporters or Black Lives Matter supporters or whatever like that, straight off the table. I pointed that out in the video that I made. When it comes to, say, I don't know, him addressing groups that are marginalised and or vilified in the media, he seems to think that that is a perfectly valid point when it comes to Muslims. Just Muslims. No other groups. If you've got, say, white nationalists, basically, literally tearing up parts of the north of England, never seem to bring that up. But oh look, a Muslim or two did knife some people. Well, we've got to get rid of all these muzzies. That's disingenuous.
For Sargon, for Sargon, I can't disagree with that. I think he actively knows what he's doing. He doesn't care. He's just going to do it anyways.
They all do.
Yeah,
they all do.
I don't think it's all, though.
No.
That's something I can get on board with.
Yeah, I'm perfectly aware of what it would be like to think as a 20 to 30-year-old. So I don't buy that. Teenies, maybe. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, maybe. But after that, fuck off.
You are talking about people whose mental age appears to be that.
Certainly, but that doesn't mean that they don't know what they're fucking doing.
No.
And that doesn't mean that they're not self-aware. You're assuming a lack of self-awareness of people that would
Assuming
happen.
a proclivity for self-awareness.
Well, like I said, I am. Yeah, because people are damn sight more self-aware than you're giving them credit for. I'm a people person,
I'm just
mate.
expressing the possibility.
I know. You can express that possibility all you like. I'm a people person. I've been around a lot of people my whole life.
Mm.
Most of the jobs that I've done have been dealing with all kinds of
And
fucking
of course,
people.
what you're doing isn't a logical fallacy because you already know you're right.
Well, as I said, I know people very, very well. I've worked with a lot of people on when it comes to dealing with huge people. When I was 21, I was working in a factory where I'm having to teach about 40 odd sort of women in their mid-30s how to put fucking labels on bits of plastic, and having them taking the piss out of me just because they just wanted to waste some fucking time. It's people are like that. People want to waste fucking time when they just want to get the hours out, get those hours out. Watch that. People are like that. People are lazy.
Yeah,
people are easily irritated in order to basically get what they want done. You go into a bar and somebody messes up the order, and then suddenly it's as though you shot their fucking husband. Why is that? Oh, right. It's because as long as you're really fucking angry, you'll get what you want out of people. And you think that these people don't know what they're doing? Of course they do. Of course they know what they're doing.
There's been a request in the chat.
Hello, chat.
From Sita.
What's this? Can we talk about the new ACTA EU Audio Visual Media Services Directive, AVMSD, and Theresa May and Macron's anti-extremism internet regulations, Trump gutting net neutrality, internet is less free. In the next 5 years, the West is joining the race to the bottom of internet freedoms. I agree.
Yeah, actually, about you're saying that these people are morally and ethically bankrupt. I think with the whole candid thing is kind of like proof of that.
Oh, certainly so. You would never forgive. You would never have forgiven SJWs for that. That would have been a new Gamergate.
Do you remember
that would have been enough for Gamergate.
Something to harmful, saying that he thought that Bindu Reddy was like a secret shitlord.
Sorry?
Do you remember that? Sargon was saying to Harmful that that he thought Bindu Reddy was some kind of secret shitlord.
So this is what mental gymnastics will do for you. You know, you end up exercising it, and I mean, this is the thing. I mean, mental gymnastics. When you hear that, it's not something that somebody is self-aware. Not some.
Well,
they're definitely self-aware if they're doing that.
You can appeal to your life experience, Robin. May I appeal to the fact that I have deliberately sought out strong-worded religious people and spoken to them, and there are a great many people who believe what they believe because they must.
Yes, I think we went through this earlier. Is that the abject fear of nihilism? I think is the biggest driving force for a lot of religious people. And once they're over that little Rubicon, they can't go back because all they've got behind them is nihilism. So that's the driving force. Doesn't mean that they're not lying to themselves. It doesn't mean that they're not lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that's their options. It's like people have been propagandizing, say, the British, all through the Second World War. They were lying through their fucking teeth to them. Why? Because it wouldn't do them any good if they'd have basically told them all the fucking truth. Yeah, loads of people died today. It was fucking awful. Feel bad. You know? People lie, even for good reasons.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that... Go on.
I've dealt with people as well, though, and yes, some lie, but most are completely and totally oblivious to their own thought processes.
How do you know this?
So, because of what I've read in psychology and my experience with other individuals.
They do shit they clearly didn't want to do because they didn't understand what would happen.
Okay, well that may be the case. But have you ever worked in a restaurant, for example?
Yes. No, but I have worked directly with individuals, like in a customer service kind of a
Okay, have you ever heard of stories of when somebody's got somebody's order wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What would those stories entail? Suddenly a customer who was perfectly amicable suddenly gets angry, something like that?
Yes, like whenever...
Actually.
If somebody is paying for a service, like I used to work for an internet service provider, for instance. So let's say their internet wasn't working. I don't know if that's comparable.
No, it's probably comparable. Yeah, go for it.
At least they can't email you about it, can they?
So they would basically let you know that their internet is not working, that this is unacceptable, probably a little bit more colorful.
Indeed.
And say that they need to have it fixed. And it was a broad range of individuals who would just accept their situation, and some individuals would not.
Mm-hmm.
They would say, this is damaging my business. I'm actually losing money at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases that may be true as well. I've got a friend who actually does this for a living.
Yeah.
He gets all kinds of people. They haven't got any business going or anything like that.
Mm.
But they screech down the phone because they want it now. I want it now. I want you to what? You've got me on a schedule. I don't care. Bump me up to the front. I want it fucking now. You fucking It's like I'm going to bully my way to the front of the queue.
Right.
And it's like I'm going to use as much emotional manipulation as I can. I'm going to bully my way up here. And if you don't think that those people don't know exactly what they're doing, I've got a bridge to sell you, mate.
Okay.
This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, people know what they're doing. People, if you're an adult and you're still emotional, then, there's something wrong with you. Adults, as they get older, they just get less emotional. Kids are emotional. Kids freak out over silly things. They don't know how to deal with things emotionally. After a while, as an adult, you kind of go, "Oh yeah, there's a queue." All right then, I'm going to stand here and wait. And some people know that if you just basically kick your feet, scream and shout and bully, you get what you want more out of people because they just can't be bothered with the hassle.
Yeah.
Everybody knows this.
Still don't.
Children
think
are like
it's
this.
I don't think it's an actual connection between that kind of environment and what's happening in regards
Listen, you
to,
motherfucker. I can just turn my emotions on whenever the fuck I like. See? It's really easy. You can easily just suddenly turn angry if you wish to. It's not a difficult thing for an adult to do. Because they have to.
That's true.
They've got to treat their children at one point of being nice and all that sort of business. And then, no. And you've got to emotionally connect with your child for them to understand what you're doing. It is a skill.
I seem angry accidentally.
For grown-ups. Well, you just have less self-control, Etherin. Maybe that's why you assume it of others. But as far as actual emotional sort of maturity.
I should clarify that's not an insult, by the way. I'm just borderline autistic.
Yeah, I know. You just have, and like I said, I would not necessarily assume the same level for everybody, and for let's call them normies. A lot of people are perfectly aware that they can bully their way through life, and they do it because it works. Yeah, scream the fucking place down. You get what you fucking want. That's what they've learned, and that's what they
America's got
use.
a president who's got down to fine art.
Yeah.
But at least the Foreign Office gives good jobs to those people.
So what I'm saying is people are ready to lie right on the fucking go if it's going to be advantageous to them.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's advantageous to basically, dog whistle to alt-right maniacs, I'm looking at you, ape, then you're going to do it. If it's easy for you to do, then you're going to do it.
Yeah. That's not something that I disagree with. I just don't think it's...
I think it's
rampant.
I think it's absolutely rampant, yeah.
Okay.
I just don't... I've after listening to so many of these guys... Not just on the face value stuff, bud, but in the back end, where remember, I've done my level best to be a non-flavor of the month with a lot of these motherfuckers. There's a reason for that, because I find them disingenuous cunts.
I'm in the position where I've only been sort of hanging around for like a couple months. You've been at this for how long?
Well, the open house has been running for about 2 years now.
Okay.
But,
So
I was on the
have-
YouTube community, if you will, talking shit and things like that since, 2006? Like
you probably had more interaction with these individuals than I have.
Indeed,
So
yes. And that's what I've, and this is one of the reasons why they don't like me, is because I keep on saying all this honest shit about them. And when I'm seeing all these kids basically just licking the ass that feeds them, oh, he's got 20,000 subscribers. Yeah, you should go on his show, man. You get some more subscribers that way. This is all they're here for. They want to get their subscribers in. More subscribers means more possible Patreon money. I mean, you got to feel sorry for V. I mean, he's probably the hardest working out of all of them to try and get that sort of thing, and he can only manage, like 50,000. And it's because you're shit, V. It's because if they wanted to hear your thoughts, they might as well just go straight to Sargon and be done with it.
They do disagree.
Dude,
They disagree on how to sell their shit.
That's another point I wanted to bring up is just the fact that once you've seen one particular type of video, you've seen it all. Like you were mentioning the fact that you don't do YouTube videos.
And well, now and again I will, but it really depends on if I'm in the fucking mood or if I haven't really got anything going. So yeah, you'll see me do the odd YouTube videos, and it's like kind of going, well, Rob needs a bit of work at this point then.
Well, a lot of this shit just parrots itself, basically. You look at a Sargon video, and it's basically a mirror to various other individuals.
Yeah, they're literally echoing each other. It's just like the SJW press in the gaming world. They're just echoing off everybody else. They're just taking each other's talking points. And most of the time, of course, they're all talking about the same thing, whatever happening it is that day. And I mean, I've watched it slowly sort of like turn into this... when people call them right-wing, there's a reason why they call them right-wing. It's because they're taking their talking points from the right-wing, they're taking their news from the right-wing, they're taking their information and just using the right-wing as a source and dismissing anything coming out of the left. You're going to be called right-wing if you're going to do that, guys.
I was watching on Fox from the West's channel. He had a chat with Angry Napoleon. Do you remember him?
Yes.
He had a chat with him, and well, Ruffian Dick was there for a bit at least. I wasn't watching the whole time. And Angry Napoleon kept bringing left and right wing identifiers into the mix of what he was saying, and we just sort of tried to get to the bottom of just what does it take to be right wing in his mind. So Ruffian Dick gave an outline of like his approach to immigration, and like, oh yeah, well maybe we should be careful about Muslim majority countries and actually deport criminals. Like would be that's a good summary of what he was saying. That, in particular, the
We
point
already
about
do.
deporting criminals. Yeah.
We should. You know what? You know what will stop people killing each other? A law against murder.
Mhm.
That'll do it. It's like Jesus Christ,
No,
guys.
but sometimes we don't actually.
What?
but,
Have a law against murder?
No, deport criminals. Because of, I think it's generally human rights concerns that are cited, actually. So I'm not necessarily going to express an opinion on this, but simply that was enough to be unforgivably right-wing. And more specifically, Angry Napoleon insisted that he had said kick out all of the immigrants, and he absolutely would not be corrected on that point.
I was just thinking to myself,
He's a disingenuous fucker as well, though.
Maybe
I've
I
already
was a
argued
little
with
too
him.
hard. Maybe I was a little too hard on Ruffian, and then that moment passes.
Yeah. Well, I don't think his. I think he could work on his presentation a bit better. That might help.
He's a little unhinged. Like, he was literally stalking David to a point of
Haven't we
being
all?
very creepy.
Well,
I'm wondering,
he got mad
sorry, go ahead.
and wrote a lot of angry rage shit on Twitter, and then apologized for it.
Yeah. You won't be seeing Fox on here again, by the way, guys.
All right.
Yeah, if you're gonna try and share the thing, the YouTube Hangout for nefarious purposes, just to fuck with people, then you've basically crossed the line with me. I do not forgive, and I certainly don't forget. Well, I do forget, but I don't forgive. I will block people, and they will come up to me and kind of go, "Why don't you unblock me?" And it's like kind of going, "I don't even remember why I blocked you." But you know what? I trust past Rob. So tough.
I've seen
that in action.
I've seen the discussions that you and him have had, and I really don't understand his point of view.
I don't think he does
at
either.
all.
He seems to, he's basically just essentially exclaiming that Texas is racist. It's like kind of going, well, that's a hell of a wide brush that you're sweeping things around with, mate. You're going to get a few people caught up in that one, but like I said, I mean, this isn't, we're not. I'm under no illusions that the ASJW community are soaked with lying douchebags. But guess what? They're talking against other lying douchebags. They're just basically they're having this war over the minds of 20-somethings. And to be honest with you, I really feel sorry for a lot of those people who genuinely don't necessarily know what's going on, and they're just trying to get some sort of grip on the world. And both of these propagandists are basically just throwing them curveballs left, right, and centre.
Yeah.
It ain't good. They are the problem. This is why I'm not a big fan of culture warriors, because that basically you're kind of going, so you're just going to basically pull my culture apart. Because that's all culture warriors ever do, is that, you just think of culture as like this little teddy bear, and then you just look at culture warriors as two people fighting over the fucking bear. All that you end up with are two kids screaming at each other and a fucking torn up bear. Doesn't solve anything, and by the time an adult turns up, they just take the fucking bear away. And it's gone. I mean, I've said this to a lot of these free speech advocates who basically just fuck with free speech and mock it constantly, and don't really give a fuck about it. They just care about their speech. That they will be the people who basically bring in the new world order, where nobody can say diddly squat. Both of them will. They are affecting the agitation that they're giving the excuses to all in in government. Where parents are just kind of going, yeah, you need to stop this. All I do, I go online, I'm just trying to fucking have a conversation with people, and these fucking screaming retards just they're fucking everywhere. All they're doing is just making things absolutely untenable for us. And guess what?
Yeah, it's hyperbolic nonsense. Like, I was studying like our Canadian legal system, because to be honest, I didn't really know what it was about before, like, I actually looked into it. I had a general idea. I had a general principles in regards to what I was doing. But I was like, there is absolutely no way Creeping Sharia is ever going to get elected into the Canadian system. There's no fucking way. There's just, like, too many safeguards.
I mean, hear it, Creeping Sharia.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the patriarchy.
Pretty much.
It's like, it's the invisible end. You don't notice it, but it's there. Well, if it's there, how come I don't notice it?
And
but
it just
they're
takes about
insidious.
It takes about 5 seconds of just saying, okay, so wait, a bunch of politicians and a bunch of lawyers were not able to see the loopholes in the law itself and just let it happen. It's been operating for 150 years in Canada. And somehow only now they're going to take over? Does that make any sense? No. Then you look a little bit deeper and it's like, oh yeah, no, that's complete and total nonsense. But then you have these fuckers like Jordan B. Peterson who are throwing these concepts at these kids, and he's now getting like $50,000 a month for it. It's insane.
And now I've got a
As far as I'm concerned, what he did was accuse people of the despicable act of fucking with human rights legislation for their own political agenda. Whereas what he was doing, fucking with human rights legislation in order to provide a platform for his agenda.
Look at this, look at this, look. This is Nick. Come on, Nick. Fucking grow the fuck up, mate. Somebody on BBC Three goes, paedophilia is not understood.
With Jordan Peterson's
paedophilia is not understood. It needs help, not condemnation. I should know. Somebody doing something for BBC Three. And Nick just decides, well, this makes me glad we don't have state-owned media. That has zero to do with it being state-owned. Do you know what people have been proselytizing about paedophiles being understood rather than condemned? Loads and loads of magazines like, I don't know, Salon. That's not state-owned, dude.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with it. Work it the fuck out. I really can't stand it when people make these such broad brush. Oh, well, the reason that people are pushing for pedos is because they're state-owned. Why? How? Where do you get that line? You're drunk.
Yeah.
Go home, Nick.
I don't agree with this, therefore my taxes shouldn't go towards it.
Yeah, and he's talking about the BBC. You do have state-owned media. It's called PBR.
And that's another thing. Like in the video I used of Jordan B. Peterson, like he was proselytizing basically on TVO. I was like, well, my tax money went to that. Am I gonna like write an angry letter to TVO telling them what their programming should consist of? I don't give a shit. I think TVO has had awesome programming, and not every show is going to be for me. Big fucking deal. So they had on one person who I disagree with. What do you fucking do?
Hey Pascal, actually I saw your video response to I'm a Skeptic, and I actually like it. And actually I kind of left the comment there trying to explain what I think is the more immediate threat to free speech and why I'm a Skeptic is actually part of the problem here.
Well, thanks for the like in the video. I don't know. This is kind of the situation I was talking about before. I think he's just had way too much rebel media in his life
to
know better.
Big friend of Lauren Southern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they actually know each other in real life.
So
they're both Canadians.
Those talking points kind of have filtered into his paradigm. And I actually agreed with him on one particular bill, which was C-51. So basically, C-51 was this bill where you could be held accountable for basically retweeting information from terrorists. And the article came to light because the Conservative Party of Canada had retweeted Al-Shabaab's threat to the West Edmonton Mall. And under that law, it could have been construed that they were committing an offense to that bill. Now, would this happen in Canadian court systems? No, not likely. However, to make an amendment, considering it's already under its second reading over in Canadian Parliament, not that big of a deal. But that's because our court system here in Canada reviews things with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms with reason.
So what you're saying is that even with this being broached, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be enforced in draconian ways, because you have other laws that would basically stop that being done in a draconian fashion.
Yeah. So the bill, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in Canada is supreme. It ensures that everybody has the right to free speech and all that sort of stuff. So what happens is when you have a conflict with that, like let's say you retweeted a terrorist by accident, they will look at what you were saying, what your intent was, everything, and they'll probably won't charge you because you're protected under the fair speech clause. So it's not an
got their
absolute.
rules for freedom of speech.
Our Constitution is malleable, unlike the United States.
Oh no, it is malleable. It's got amendment after amendment, mate. Oh, what, we're not supposed to have slaves? Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a lot more difficult to make a modification in the Constitution of the United States than it is in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, well, they do have case law, of course. Thankfully, otherwise they would have be insane by now. They wouldn't have any laws.
More insane.
Oh, I'm not saying, America.
Retiring judges walking among them, bringing law to the lawless.
It is, yeah. I mean, America isn't completely lost, but
they're doing their best.
They're a young country. Australia, I think, has done better.
How many times, Robin, will you pull rank about how old you are?
No, I'm talking about the country itself.
I know, the numbers don't quite add up for that to work exactly, but it's still the general attitude, isn't it, of just...
Efren, he's still a young whippersnapper to me.
Look, when you're closer to death's door, you start thinking about it,
No, what you do, when you're closer to death's door, you see all those people that are far away from it and see that they've got a long fucking way to go.
And you hate them.
No.
Suffer, you bastards.
No, I don't hate them. I hate those that know what they're fucking doing and lie to those people. Those are the people I hate. Those are the people that are misguiding people. Everyone sits there. The sort of what's the word? The cognitive dissonance that I suffer with a lot of these people is they're always talking about free speech as though it's so very important to them. But when their free speech is challenged, say, they're like, well, it's just words. Make up your fucking mind. Are these things sacred or not? Do these things have power or don't they? It's just fucking words, but I have to have my freedom of speech. It's an absolute sacred thing. It's like, well, you don't seem to give them much fucking sway. You say whatever the fuck you like. You lie, you cheat. Doesn't matter about you lying through your teeth to people. That's fine. That's fine because it's just words.
But if
it's
somebody
just kidding.
says it's only words, then they're pointing out that it doesn't breach the harm principle. That's not the same thing as the liberty principle. Like, pro-liberty principle and pointing out that it doesn't conflict with the harm principle.
Well, I'm talking about the fact that either your words have power or they don't, and that's where they're juxtaposed there.
Yeah.
Well, they have power of
It's
persuasion,
essentially
but
like
they're not inherently abusive. They're not inherently an abuse of somebody else's rights to speak. Whereas, of course, you can physically restrict their actions. You physically restrict their freedom because you're denying them their autonomy. If you deny someone's autonomy, including with your speech, then that is considered to be a bad thing. That's called harassment.
Indeed.
You're denying their autonomy to not listen to you when they don't want to.
And
But
harassment
that's not
is
the
somewhat
same
of a
thing.
subjective term. What I'm saying is that people who basically will make the nastiest joke that they possibly can don't seem to think that anyone being offended by what they say have any rights at all. They don't seem to think that it matters a hill of beans what they say.
If you are
on the same moment, they'll
for
turn
being
around
in
and say,
the audience
"I must have my
that
speech."
joke.
See,
You
that-
know, it's the thing is about free speech in public, especially on the internet. You're saying something in your own home, and by the magic of the internet, other people can see what you're doing in your own home. Now, depending on the platform, depends on what happens next. But if it's a platform where people have to tune in to watch what you're doing, say, for example, Twitter, if they're following you, yes, Twitter has both of these, actually. So if they're following you, then, of course, it's their own damn fault if they don't like what you've got. If you are tweeting at people, then, of course, it's you doing it. You can see there's a distinction here, and somebody saying something in their own space and other people witnessing it. Those people have absolutely no business being offended by what they see because they looked. Whereas if you deliver the message to people who have explicitly, and you have not just no reason to believe that the message will be welcome, but you know that it's unwelcome, then yeah, you're trolling them. Fine,
Well,
whatever.
there's the thing is that people, some people are trolling to the point of, losing business. I mean, we're talking about, say, go to 4chan, free speech bastion that it is, and not to mention internet anonymity. Big fans of anonymity. They respect anonymity, don't they? Those guys, except if you're in Baphomet, of course, where that all goes out the window. Somebody said a bad, mean thing. Let's dox them. Somebody's saying nasty fucking things against the anti-SJW movement. Let's dox them.
Well, just point of order, since I am the Prince of Burgundy, I believe the actual native pronunciation of that word is closer to Baphomet.
Great. I'm gonna keep saying Baphomet regardless.
I've got a reputation to uphold.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah.
Are you sure you need to
think
uphold
Baphomet
this
makes a lot of
reputation?
sense.
Yeah, I don't think this is necessary fame at this point. More infamous.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you're going to go on to, if you're going to be championing free speech and internet anonymity, and then have on your same place a board that is based solely on doxing human beings, that's a bit of a hypocritical thing. And people, oh yeah, but that's Baphomet. That's not us. So yeah, who goes into Baphomet? Well, I don't. Like, how do I know that? I don't know that. None of you go on Baphomet. The entire 8chan never go on Baphomet. Yet there's a bunch of people in
it'll be
Baphomet.
the ones that never responded to you. Naturally.
Yes, it's somebody. It's always somebody else. This is the great thing about 4chan, is that nobody's responsible and everyone takes the credit.
Yeah.
When it's good, it's
accountability.
It's a genius.
Well, that's identity politics, isn't it? As soon as people identify as out-group, then out-group becomes an in-group. I mean, that's one of the things about the new wave of tribalism on the internet, that basically people who previously were out-group. And this is why partly it's a vehicle for terrorism as well, because there's people who would have been out-group that now find their in-group, including violent extremists.
Well, I mean, I'm just going on the free speech angle here, or privacy. I mean, you guys all remember Ashley Madison, yes?
Yeah.
Remember that? Remember that?
Yeah.
And at that point, you can't go Baphomet. I'm sorry, you just can't. because those guys on nearly every single board were poring over all of these details of who, what, where, who's this email address for, laughing their fucking asses off at all of these people that are now exposed. And I'm sitting there kind of going, and this is the thing, they don't actually treasure internet anonymity. They only treasure it for themselves. Right. That's it. And
it's
that's
like a sense of
disingenuous
modern
as fuck.
voyeurism, right?
Yeah. They want to look
it's like
in.
Modern voyeurism.
I would say the problem. I would
they
say
want to know what people are doing.
I would say that the Chan culture warriors out there like to view the internet like in a two-way mirror, where I can see into your life, but you can't see into me. Haha! I can do whatever I like to you, and you can't touch me. That's what it's about, and that will be the thing that will bring down the final gates on internet anonymity. It won't be sort of the people like Julian Assange. He won't be responsible for that. It'll be these fuckers, because they go and raid. They'll go and like kind of go, yeah, let's go and fuck with these people. Get like 20, 30, 40 of us. Let's get some bots together. Let's go and fuck with this and fuck with that and fuck with them and fuck with him and fuck with her. And then eventually her, him, them and everyone else get together and kind of go, can we get rid of these people, please? They're disturbing my business. They are getting in my way. They are actually oppressing my ability to speak online. They're hacking into my fucking equipment.
Yeah.
And I have evidence of them doing it right there. And none of them are willing to... And the problem is, they won't do it to the individuals doing it. They'll just bomb the place. I'm very surprised, actually, that 4chan doesn't have constant DDoS, where businesses aren't fucking basically just killing that place. I fucking would be. If I could afford it, I would be. I'd be fucking with them every fucking day. If I was a major business like that, whether it would be Twitter or Google, whatever like that, I would be attacking them every fucking day. I'd have servers linked up to those fuckers. Make sure that they to basically slow down their operation.
I'm going to go and sleep and enjoy unconsciousness.
Give it a try. It's quite nice.
Have a good night.
Take it easy.
Good night tomorrow.
Good night tomorrow.
People, instead of treating speech like a balancing act, they treat it as an absolute. And when you do that, you have things like the adpocalypse over at YouTube. That's what absolute free speech got you. You're able to make any single video you wanted, and you put it in a real life situation.
Yeah, nobody wants to advertise your ass.
Yeah.
And they're like, censorship. No, mate. No, fuck off. Drink Coke against the globalists.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, that was gonna fucking work out, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah. And then like most of the skeptics sold out to Candid because they want money. So.
Well, this is the thing. Yeah, I mean, thank God for Patreon as far as they're concerned, because otherwise they wouldn't do this. And this is the thing. If you listen to them, they're quite open about the fact that they wouldn't do this if they weren't getting paid to.
Right.
And it's like, well, then what would you be doing? Exactly.
That's a good
Being
question.
more honest, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, you know what? I already have a day job, so any YouTube videos I make, it'll be just as like a hobby.
Well, I'm on disability, so I got a lot of time to kill.
Lucky you. Yeah.
Get well.
That's a bit violent, isn't it?
Get well, then like a.
I'm on disability. They get shit all because they cut it again, the bastards.
Oh, really?
I mean, they changed what they called it from DLA, Disability Living Allowance, to PIPS, I think it is. Personal, can't remember. And then promptly lopped 30 quid a week off everybody. Which, when you only get in, what do I get? I get, it's about £120 a week. So when you lop 30 quid off of that, it's like 25% of your fucking income.
Yeah,
gone.
that's kind of tight.
And you don't get any assistance with your utility bills, gas, water, electric, or anything like that. It's fucking brutal. So I sell my body.
How bizarre is this? Yeah, Britain
Britain
elects comes across with on referendum to accept or reject the final Brexit deal when negotiated. 48 say yes, 43% say no, and I'm sitting there kind of going, but what deal?
Yeah,
it's like a general question on whatever the deal is, will you support it or will you oppose it? And it's like, what on earth would anyone even have an answer for that? How could anyone answer that question? It's literally kind of going, will you open door A or door B? And it's like, well, what's behind the doors? And kind of going, no, we're not going to tell you. Okay, B, I suppose. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
I'd stay in. If for no other reason, just to annoy Sargon.
But yeah, like I said, a lot of these guys,
I think it's a huge mistake.
A lot of these guys wouldn't be doing it if they weren't getting paid to do it. They've already admitted this to themselves. They've admitted it to other people as well. And at this point, I can understand you wanted to do something for a living. I get that. But when it's talking about your opinion, nobody owes you a living for having an opinion. Everyone's got one. And that's the thing. If you want to share your opinion on the internet, go the fuck ahead. When you're sharing your opinion on the internet for money, you're bought. Your opinion is now bought. And all you have to do is say the wrong thing and watch as your Patreons disappear because you've said the wrong thing to your little in-group. And I'll watch you shut the fuck up about that and never fucking say it again. You don't want to piss off your base.
You wait until you're big enough to say whatever incredibly insane shit is in your head after you've gotten your audience, because they're not going to care because they think you're a position of authority.
I think you've also got more to risk there as well, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Who's the big American YouTuber that lost lots and lots because everybody decided he was a Nazi?
PewDiePie?
That's the one. Thank you. Look what they did to him. Money's money.
To be honest, I think he kind of did it to himself. Let's be honest here.
I don't think it. Well, I didn't think he was that. It was particularly. He wasn't that. I didn't think he was that bad. Actually, what he said years ago.
I didn't think it was that bad, but I didn't think it was that good for somebody who was sponsored by Disney.
Did kind of blow it, didn't he?
Know what I mean?
Oh, come on. Look, Disney.
Well, let's be. Walt Disney was a fucking huge racist.
It was rumoured. It was rumoured that he was somewhat of a Nazi sympathiser. Regardless of truth or fiction, you can imagine that perhaps the Walt Disney Corporation may be slightly hung up about associating themselves with people who would be pushing that sort of business, even if it's just for joking aside. Really, really large corporations, not big on controversy.
Yeah.
So I think that they probably wanted to get rid of him somehow and didn't want to do it, through legal means, because it would have just been an absolute shit show. Whereas as long as they can put him in a position of shaming, they can just drop him like a hot potato, because he is at this point a hot potato. And he's not going to turn around and kind of go, you're just being dicks to me. And it's like, nah, mate, you said all of that shit, didn't you? Yeah. Well, we don't want to be associated with that shit. Okay, fair enough.
Look what happened to Milo.
That sounds more like the sort of machinations that a large corporation would do. Get somebody in who just so happens to be related to somebody in the Washington Post to tell their spouse to write a hit piece. Job done. It's got nothing to do with they're against free speech. No, they're not. They're against the fact that they've got to fucking sponsor somebody who makes Nazi jokes. They don't want to know.
I got to give credit to PewDiePie. He seemed to handle the situation pretty well when compared to, say, Milo and his major downfall.
Milo got shafted even more, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
He shafted himself, mate. He shafted himself. It was bound to fucking happen.
Yeah,
You know.
well, where PewDiePie basically shut off his toe, like Milo put his entire face in front of the shotgun.
Well, the thing is, he's basically putting his head in the lion's mouth too fucking often.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it was bound to bite at some point or another. And, like, you'll go... I mean, this is the hypocrisy of this fuckwit. Is that, you know, if this was, say, SJW's deplatforming him from some sort of thing, he'd be making a big hoo-ha and a big song and dance about it. But when it's conservatives doing it, suddenly gets on his best suit, you know, tries to make himself look as nice as possible. I'm ever so apologetic. I didn't mean anything by it. Yeah, full of shit.
I'm still waiting to see what happens with his student sponsoring scheme.
Yeah, if that happens. But
this is a lot of money for.
But this is my point when it comes to people being disingenuous. The moment they put themselves into a camp, the moment you do that, you've now got to take off every possibility that you're going to have your principles challenged. The moment you say I'm going to be in this camp and I'm going to be against that camp, I can be against both camps and not be in either camp. It's not some sort of cowardice or anything like that. I'm standing up for something. You know, you're not standing up for something. You're standing with a bunch of other people telling you that you're doing the right thing. That's why you're there for. You're the cowards for not actually standing on your own against idiots. You've decided that they over there are the idiots and we over here are the good guys. That's why you're disingenuous, and you know you are, and you can't live with that. So you have to go and scream out at people like me who just point out that sort of shit. And that's why I'm looking at a lot of these kids out here, and you know, I really hope that they do lose a lot more of their allure. Really, I hope a lot of these kids begin to grow up and think, what the fuck was I doing? Because they need to realise what they're doing here, because they're actually cutting off. They're actually cutting off their own future online. They really are. And they're gonna be very angry, and they're not going to be responsible for what's happened. They won't feel it. You know, there's a lot of sport brats out there these days who really need people's attention, and they can't get it any other way. That's what negative attention junkies, man. They're fucking everywhere online. Most of these anti-SJW types, yeah, they're just negative attention whores, just like the SJWs as well. Just pissing off them. Pissing off the left, so I should get a you know, I'm doing God's work. I'm pissing off the right. I'm doing the best. I'm doing.
Well, they're just feeding off each other, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just you know, it's just incestuous. Without either one of them, we'd have a much nicer time of it. And I wish they'd both just shut the fuck up and go away. But you know, they got money to make and idiots to propagandize. And yes, they are idiots, and they are feeding xenophobes. They are feeding racists. On both sides.
Oh yeah, I mean, Milo Dennis is a
privilege
prime
plus power. You just basically enabled every single black racist.
And that's the other one, isn't it? Black Hitler.
Yeah. That's all that ever did. But then you've got all of these, you know, these people kind of going, the immigrants. I don't want, you know, it's like, it does make me laugh when somebody kind of goes, look, I'm not being xenophobic, I just don't want somebody from another country telling me what to do. I'm sitting there kind of going, but you're not, that's not xenophobia, no. It's like, yeah, well, somebody from another country wouldn't care about me. It's like, no, you don't care about people from other countries. That doesn't mean that somebody from another country isn't going to care about you. And judging from the way that Parliament in the UK has treated its citizens in the north and southwest of England, and how the EU has actually taken the money that has been taken out of the UK and fed most of it into the north and southwest of England, I think, personally, the EU seems to give a fuck about the English more than the fucking English.
Oh, yeah. EU did. I mean, that was one of the weird. I mean, Sunderland. Whole swathes of Sunderland are being regenerated through EU grants. nothing from the Conservative Party. Bugger all.
Oh yeah, they're
Wales,
guaranteeing that all the money that the EU will be taking away will be they'll still get by 2020. Yeah, they've guaranteed it up to 2020.
Up
and
to
then
2020, yeah.
Yeah, and all you have to do is actually go over to the EU, who have said that they will guarantee the EU money is still going to be going to those areas until 2020. So they've taken a promise of goodwill that the EU has sent and turned it into them saying that they would make those guarantees.
Well, it's like the 350 million a week for the NHS, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fucking no chance.
And like I said, all of these people are just feeling it rather than thinking it. You can just keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going. But what they'll do is they'll kind of go, right, we need to annoy this person. We need to get this under this person's skin. We need to get them mad. We need to get them angry and try and make a fool of them somehow. That's how it works. We haven't got a cogent argument, so we've got to piss them off. That's the new skepticism. That's the Kekasani army.
Well, what do we need experts for? What do they know? Time to stop listening to experts, said Mr. Gove.
How far can I be an annoying cunt without this being considered harassment?
Yeah, I mean, they are looking to try. I mean, how many times have you been kicked off Twitter?
0.
Yeah, weird, huh? Isn't that odd?
Not even been suspended. I think I've
I mean,
been
you're just not skepticking hard enough. That's what it is. It's got nothing to do with It's got nothing to do with your conduct. It's to do with Twitter being dicks.
No, I got blocked by one person, and I was blocked because she was wittering on about paedophilia, and I just happened to point out that most people who molest the children, the child actually knows the molester. And I think it's something like 80 or 90%. And then I provided the. She was in America, so I provided the links to the UK source on the paedophilia, and also then when she said I'm an American daddy, I provided the links to the American site.
Yeah. So so what you can do is you can just walk into a park and start like playing with the kids, and when the parents come over, and kind of goes, "It's all right, I don't know this one." Don't worry, I'm a stranger. Yeah, it's stranger danger. It just isn't the word anymore, is it really? It's sort of like kind of going, yeah, do you know that person? Yes. Well, stay the fuck away from him.
I've had my account locked, but that's mostly because I've told people to fuck off with good reason.
Is this Black Fox Otherkin doing here? What is this Black Fox Otherkin doing here? He was bullshitting open house that day, wasn't he? XD. Yes, but he has been had a talking to, and rhubarb will no longer be discussed.
I didn't bring it. I don't bring it up.
That's right, you don't bring it up, and there's a good reason why not.
It repeats on you a couple of times.
Don't make me get my belt.
Ooh, so shiver down your spine.
That's creepy.
What about the Yorkshire tea mines?
The Yorkshire tea mines?
Yeah, we make our own tea.
Do you? Is that how you make your tea, is it?
Yeah, we mine it.
Now I understand why it tastes that bad.
It's made out of rhubarb leaves. No, sorry.
You don't want to look me in the eye right now. But yeah, what are we on? Have you got your money's worth out of us? How long has this been going on for fuck's sake?
Oh,
8.5 hours. Come on, 9 hours. I think you've got your money's worth out of me. Can I go and play GTA now? I'm trying. I've just bought the underground bunker. So I need to start sort of hitting it out. It's fucking expensive, man. Almost 2 million for a fucking underground bunker. That's a bit much.
Has that ever been on sale, GTA 5?
I got it on sale, yeah.
Okay. We'll have to pick it up at some point.
Well, it is coming up to summer now, mate. So summer's usually a good time to get those sales in.
Yeah, they got the summer sales on Steam, and then there's the fall sale. and then the inevitable Christmas sale.
Yeah, they would. What was it? Heart of Iron was out.
They really
knocked it down to 75% off, but the bastard thing wouldn't load.
They really should actually just announce when they don't have sales. You know, it's kind of going, yes, this is the in-between season 2-week non-sale. Don't buy now. You know.
Fortnite's kind of fun.
Yeah.
It's like that furniture warehouse, isn't it, in the UK?
Please stream GTA. I tell you what, when I get off here, I'll get GTA up and running and see if I can stream it. My computer is running very hot at the moment.
Did you have to get another Twitch account?
No.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people were freaking out and saying that it was obliterated, but it's fine.
Huh.
I wasn't paying attention for a couple of days, so you know, somebody just said to me, "Yeah, Twitch thing's been down." It's like, okay, let me have a look. It's fine. Dunno. What are you gonna do?
I could actually
Trolls,
watch it on
man.
Discord now, couldn't I? If you stream it on there.
Sorry.
With my new wonderful internet speed, I could watch it on Discord.
No, you could watch it on Twitch.
Twitch, even.
So yeah, as it's at that point. Thanks everybody for turning up. Sorry if I didn't put you on the list, but I got lazy. But then again, that's me.
Never put me on the list.
And I'd also like to apologise. We had lost quite a few frames, and it has been a little bit blitty. Like I said, the temperatures have been somewhat warm in my room here. We don't have very good ventilation in a lot of UK homes, and when the sun comes in, we've got highly insulated homes, so they can get very, very hot indeed. And I'm thinking about having to underclock my computer just to basically just give it a little bit of breathing room. I have 12 likes and 11 dislikes. What you're got to be so controversial all the time? I don't even bring the controversy, mate. They just bring it all on their own. You know, these kids have got very little to do, but lots of alcohol to drink. Yeah, and we've lost Fox of the West. He won't be coming on the open house anymore because he decided to nefariously share my link to the open house to other people. I had no problem with those people coming on there, and I'd be nice as pie to them, but if you're going to be a dick about it, Fox, guess what? You lose your privileges. And these aren't rights, kid. Just privileges.
Yeah, Philosophy, what's his name, was quite pleasant, actually.
Sorry?
Philosophy, whatever his name, Philo.
Yeah, Phil was invited. I invited Phil myself. So he wasn't bad, no. But anyway, yeah, guys, yeah, I'll just check my gaming channel. You know, the Twitch one. Due to somebody deciding to label a video that I did to take the piss out of them as spam. And got all their mates to help them out with it. My YouTube channel can't stream for a few, but that'll be up again eventually. So we're on Twitch for now. Alrighty, take it easy.
Where do you list your Twitch account?